The feather tribesman bowed and said, I don't know why either. It was not a small matter that Lu Zhou entered the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction with the White Emperor's token. Many feather tribesmen knew about it and paid great attention to it. As soon as they received the message, they reported it immediately. Elder Mingda turned to look at Lu Zhou, and his expression eased as he said, Since the White Emperor has spoken, I can't force it. Please. Then Elder Mingda moved to the side. Lu Zhou let go of little Yuaner and Conk before he walked forward with his hands on his back. When he walked past Elder Mingda, he paused briefly and glanced at Elder Mingda from the corners of his eyes before he said, Although state of mind is important to become a Tao saint, I have a piece of advice for you. Elder Mingda said with a smile, Please speak. Supreme beings, no matter what kind, are still humans, Lu Zhou said before he left with his hands on his back. Little Yuaner and Conk followed closely behind. Elder Mingda's eyes were bright as he looked at the trio's retreating backs. He called out softly, Hong Jian. What are your orders, Elder Mingda? Hong Jian asked. Go and send off our distinguished guests. Remember to do it beautifully, Elder Mingda said in an extremely gentle voice and a faint smile on his face. Yes. Hong Jian turned around and brought 5 feather tribesmen with him before he left. The interior of the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction was very complex. Without someone leading the way, it was too easy to get lost. When Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, and Conk reached an intersection, Hong Jian and the other 5 feather tribesmen flew over. Hong Jian said with a smile, TL send everyone off. Lu Zhou glanced at Hong Jian and asked, Do you often bring humans into the pillar? Hong Jian replied with a smile. Rarely. Otherwise, today wouldn't have been a big deal. Why do all of you guard the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction? Lu Zhou asked, perplexed. Hong Jian said, In ancient times, when the land split, countless lives were plunged into misery. The safest place was the Great Abyss Land. Moreover, it's the only place in the unknown land that has sunlight. They spoke as they walked, and it did not take long before they left the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. As soon as they walked out, Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, and Conk saw the circular piece of sky again. The sudden blinding light made them feel uncomfortable. However, after their eyes adjusted, their moods improved when they saw the beautiful scenery around them. Little Yuaner exclaimed in admiration, It's beautiful! If only the rest of the unknown land is like this. Hong Jian said with a smile, That's impossible. Why? The sky will collapse, and no one will be able to bear the consequences, Hong Jian replied. Little Yuaner was about to say something when she looked at her master and discovered her master looking at her. I better be obedient and keep my mouth shut at this time. Since the earth can split, the sky can also collapse. At that time, where will the feather tribe go? Lu Zhou asked. That's simple. If the sky collapses, the sun will reappear. At that time, we can go anywhere we want, including the 9 domains. We can build a city and start all over again, Hong Jian said. The imbalance will still be around. You dare to go to the 9 domains. It's better than being smashed to death, Hong Jian replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou chuckled twice, which was a rare sight. His expression was calm, and his voice was low as he said, What a good plan. Hong Jian said, Between you and me, compared to the White Emperor, we can be considered to have done our duty. Humans accuse the feather tribe of belittling other tribes and races and acting superior. However, it's the feather tribe that supports the world, keeping the sky from collapsing. Everything the feather tribe has today can be considered a gift from time and all living things to us. Lu Zhou no longer bothered speaking. Since they were on different sides, they naturally had different opinions. After all, he did not think it was necessarily a good thing to keep the sky from falling. The living conditions in the unknown land were terrible now. So what if the sky collapsed? Finally, they reached the edge of the area around the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. When they looked ahead, everything was shrouded in darkness. At this moment, Hong Jian glanced at Little Yuaner before he said, There's something I don't know if I should say. Then, no need to say anything. little Yuan said before she moved forward and hugged her master's arm. Master, let's go. Hong Jian. Although Hong Jian had suffered a setback, he did not give up. He continued to say, this girl has been recognized by the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction. She'll become a target for many people. The Feather Tribe can not only protect her, but nurture her as well. Once she leaves this place, those who are secretly watching this place will definitely reveal their fangs. If they can't use her, they will try to kill her. The 5 Feather Tribesmen who were standing behind Hong Jian stared unblinkingly at Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, and Conk. Their faces were expressionless, and no one could tell if they were happy or angry. Only Hong Jian was smiling. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhou asked, Are you threatening me? I don't dare. Hong Jian hurriedly bowed. I'm just reminding you. The Feather Tribe respects and cherishes talents, so we won't do such a thing. Moreover, no one in the Great Abyss Land dares to lay a hand on the White Emperor's people. Then he made an inviting gesture and said, I've already said what needed to be said. Everyone, you can leave now. Lu Zhou ignored Hong Jian and said, Let's go. With a light tap of his toes, Lu Zhou swooped down as though he was diving off a cliff. It was slightly uncomfortable to go from light to darkness. Lu Zhou knew he had to leave as soon as possible. The Great Abyss Land was fraught with dangers. He could clearly sense all kinds of powerful forces lurking here. He did not want to use the peak trial card here. As the trio swooped down, they saw the gigantic 3-headed tribesman on the ground looking up at the sky angrily. He was surrounded by countless 3-headed tribesmen. All of them held a shining spear in their hands, and the tips of the spears glowed with a faint red light. At this time, the gigantic 3-headed tribesman cried out. Following that, the other 3-headed tribesmen raised the spears in their hands. Master! Little Yuaner looked slightly worried. Don't worry. Move closer to me. Lu Zhou did not care about these 3-headed tribesmen. The 3-headed tribesmen grew more and more agitated, waiting for their leader's instruction. They watched as Lu Zhou slowly descended from above. When Lu Zhou reached a certain height, the gigantic 3-headed tribesman suddenly waved his hand with a ferocious expression. At this time, a dignified voice rang from above. Don't be rude. The voice was sonorous and powerful like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, extinguishing one's anger and restlessness. The 3-headed tribesmen lowered their heads and their spears one after another. Lu Zhou and his 2 disciples turned back to look and saw Hong Jian had unfurled his wings. His wings were white, and they glowed with spots of light that kept the darkness at bay. The light was the Saint Light. Moreover, it was an incredibly powerful Saint Light. Soon after, Lu Zhou and his 2 disciples flew into the distance and disappeared into the darkness. Hong Jian folded his wings and raised his right hand, and the 5 feather tribesmen followed him. Then he said tonelessly, Send a message to the White Emperor. Tell His Majesty that the distinguished guests have left. Understand. The rest of you follow me. With that, the remaining 4 feather tribesmen left with Hong Jian. When Lu Zhou and his 2 disciples returned to the mountain peak, they discovered the others were missing. Little Yuaner asked worriedly, Where are they? Lu Zhou furrowed his brows before he said, Don't worry, they have the Jade Talisman. It's likely that they left. Little Yuaner surveyed their surroundings before she nodded and said, There are no signs of battles. They must have safely left this place. Whoosh! 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 Conk pointed at the sky and exclaimed, Look! An unimaginably huge beast circled the sky near the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction. Its size was indescribable, covering the sky in a way that overturned one's views. Let's go! Lu Zhou used the power of teleportation and left with his 2 disciples. They continued moving for an unknown amount of time before they finally landed when they could no longer see the huge beast in the sky. Then, Lu Zhou brought a talisman out and ignited it. Lu Li and the others appeared in a projection immediately. After everyone bowed, Lu Li said, Pavilion Master, we retreated 3,000 miles back. There were Saint Slayers earlier, and their senses are very keen. Lu Zhou nodded. You've all done well. Pavilion Master, where are you? Luli asked. Tvi left the great abyss land's pillar of destruction. Then, we'll wait for you here, Luli said before he placed a tracking talisman on the ground. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, and the projection disappeared. 3,000 miles were not far, so they would be able to meet everyone soon. Let's continue on our journey. Okay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio flew in the sky, passing the dense mountain range. The fog made everything blurry. Vines shot up at them from below. Lu Zhou frowned. Move closer to me. Then Lu Zhou waved his hand. A conical barrier shrouded the three of them immediately. Bang, 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 bang. Little Yuaner looked at the vines in confusion. How strange. They weren't here when we first came. Conk said. Maybe they were dormant earlier. Some plants are like this. Little junior sister, do you also know the plant's language? Conk shook her head, indicating she did not understand. At this time, a large vine appeared in front of them, lashing at them. Swoosh! A strong gust of wind swept toward them as well. Lu Zhou struck with his palm as the conical barrier brought them higher into the sky. The trees and plants in the great abyss land far exceeded their imaginations. When they finally rose high enough, they looked down at the ancient trees and the vines before they continued flying. After 15 minutes, a voice rang from the fog in front of them. Distinguished guests, where are you going? The trio could not see the owner of the voice. Lu Zhou raised his hand, motioning for little Yuaner and Conk to stop. Then, he asked in a deep voice, Who is it? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Following that, white figures emerged one after another from the fog. Through the fog, Lu Zhou saw the white figures. Hong Jian. Little Yuaner frowned. Hong Jian smiled at the trio and said, I've thought about it carefully. The conditions of the great abyss land's pillar of destruction can't be easily dismissed. Hence, this girl has to go back with me. Lu Zhou asked, What's the point of going through so much trouble when you can make a move back there? Hong Jian said, There are images of all of you entering and leaving the great abyss land's pillar of destruction, and the White Emperor has also been informed of your departure. The meaning behind Hong Jian's words was clear. They did not make a move back at the great abyss land's pillar of destruction because of the White Emperor. However, if Lu Zhou and the others died outside, no one could be blamed for their deaths. Lu Zhou nodded. Hong Jian was slightly taken aback. You're not surprised? Why should I be surprised? Lu Zhou said indifferently, I've already expected this. Hong Jian flapped his wings slightly. The 4 feather tribesmen who were lined up behind Hong Jian in a row flashed and appeared in all 4 different directions. Hong Jian shook his head with a regretful expression on his face as he said, Since you expected this, why did you still choose this path? What path? Lu Zhou's tone was extremely flat. A path with a dead end, Hong Jian said as he pointed at little Yuaner. Little girl, your talent is not bad, but it's a pity you followed the wrong person. I'll give you another chance to join the Feather Tribe. Then, Hong Jian paused and swept his gaze across Lu Zhou and Conk before he continued to say, As for the others, the opportunity that should be given to you has been given, but you didn't seize it. Don't blame us for being ruthless. You want to kill me? Lu Zhou asked. I's always been like this in the cultivation world, Hong Jian said. Your cultivation base should be pretty good. After all, it isn't easy to travel so long and overcome so many obstacles in the unknown land. Although you have the support of the White Emperor, as the saying goes, a distant water source. Can't put out a nearby fire. Lu Zhou asked, How do you know I don't have any means to record what's happening right now? It's useless. Hong Jian shook his head and said, After you die, no matter what you leave behind, they will rot. Moreover, this place is called the Fallen Gods Mountain. It's said that this place is where the ancient gods died. The death aura here is the strongest in the world. I'm sorry, but you'll have to die. Here as well. How arrogant. Arrogant? Perhaps. A little saint like you is used to being high and mighty in the 9 domains, so you're unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can trample those of us at the great abyss land under your feet? Hong Jian said expressionlessly. In fact, he had long been displeased with Lu Zhou's attitude. Previously, due to the White Emperor and Elder Mingda, he could not say anything. However, now that the cards were out in the open, there was no longer any need to pretend. Lu Zhou said, "You think you can take me down alone? I alone am enough," Hong Jian said as he unfurled his wings completely. Hong Jian's white robes and white wings that were suffused with faint light made him look like the angels that humans envisioned on earth. Alas, there was nothing truly pure and flawless in the world. It was like white snow. It was white and seemed pure, but it gathered filth easily. Hong Jian raised his hand before waving it slightly. The 4 feather tribesmen charged over from all 4 directions like a meteorite toward Lu Zhou. Their wings were like the sharpest long sword in the world as they flew. Swoosh! Before the 4 feather tribesmen arrived, Lu Zhou vanished along with his 2 disciples. Hong Jian's expression changed slightly before he said in a deep voice, "Spread out. It's too late." Hong Jian suddenly felt a dangerous force coming at him from behind. He swept his wings out and spun around only to see a huge palm seal in front of him. Little Yuaner and Conk stood 1,000 meters behind Lu Zhou with a jade talisman. Boom! Lu Zhou's palm seal smashed against the light barrier around Hong Jian. A tearing sound rang in the air as Hong Jian flew back. The 4 feather tribesmen flew toward Hong Jian at once. Their speed exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. Hong Jian said, "I didn't expect you to have comprehended a greater law." In Hong Jian's opinion, it had to be a greater law. Otherwise, Lu Zhou could not have reappeared behind him without leaving any traces behind. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the 4 feather tribesmen before he vanished into thin air again. Whoosh! The 4 feather tribesmen attacks missed again. Lu Zhou reappeared above Hong Jian before he said, "You'll have to pay the price for your arrogance." Then Lu Zhou raised his hand. Upon seeing this, Hong Jian frowned. Brilliant and colorful lights blossomed on his wings, illuminating thousands of feet. As soon as the space froze, Hong Jian swept his wings out. At this exact moment, little Yuaner started in fright and hurriedly shattered the jade talisman in her hand. Alas, in the frozen space, no matter how hard she tried, she could not shatter the jade talisman. 2 feather tribesmen flew over like meteorites at this time. Upon seeing this, little Yuaner raised her head and called out, "Master!" Alas, little Yuaner discovered her master was frozen up in the sky. She turned to look at Conk and discovered Conk was frozen as well. The 2 feather tribesmen arrived in front of little Yuaner and grabbed her. At the critical moment, a fan-shaped golden light fell from above. Boom! The 2 feather tribesmen were sent flying. Little Yuaner looked up and saw a masked man flying over. When he landed, he stood in front of her, shielding her, before he asked, "Are you all right?" "Who are you?" little Yuaner asked. "That's not important." At the same time, Lu Zhou, who had been frozen in space, had returned to normal after meditating on the heavenly writing. Although it only took him a brief moment to regain mobility, Hong Jian's attack had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Under such circumstances, Lu Zhou instinctively summoned the Golden Buddha's body. Unfortunately, the Golden Buddha's body only lasted for a few breaths before it vanished. Then he was sent flying back. The divine mark robe glowed with a fluorescent light, absorbing a part of the force. Lu Zhou stabilized his footing after flying 1,000 meters back. Hong Jian said icily, "What a saint! To think you're able to break free of the power of the Tao so quickly." Then, he turned to look at the masked man and asked, "Who are you?" "I didn't think a mighty feather tribesman who's a great saint would be so despicable," the masked man said hoarsely. Hong Jian frowned. "It seems like you know quite a lot. Aren't you afraid I'll tell the White Emperor about this?" "We'll have to see if the White Emperor believes you," Hong Jian replied with a shrug. After all, there was evidence of Lu Zhou and his 2 disciples leaving the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction. The masked man shook his head and said, "You're just like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water." High up in the sky, Lu Zhou, who had just calmed his surging GI and blood, looked at the masked man. He was not familiar with the masked man, but based on the other party's attitude, it was clear, at least for the time being, that the other party did not pose a threat. Hence, he shifted his gaze back to Hong Jian and said, frostily, "If anyone dares to touch my disciple, I'll rip them into shreds." Lu Zhou's words were also directed at the masked man. Little Yuan grinned and said, "Master, I'm fine." Then, Little Yuan grabbed Conch before she used the 7 stars cloud treading steps and flashed back and forth in the air. "Masked man?" The masked man said in surprise, "I've underestimated this little girl." Earlier, Little Yuan was unaffected by the frozen space. Now, not only was she unaffected by the saint light of an expert from the Feather Tribe, but she was also unaffected by the light from Fallen God's Mountain. Hong Jian smiled, as expected of someone who's been recognized by the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. The masked man asked, "Hong Jian, is that the reason you're trying to kill them? Since you know about this, you'll have to die as well," Hong Jian said. Once again, his wings began to shine. Then he began to flap his wings, forming a vortex, which looked like a ball of light, with him in the center. Then the other 4 feather tribesmen did the same thing. 5 vortexes appeared, pulling at the fabric of space. The feather tribesmen used the law of space to stab at their enemies. The masked man flashed and vanished from his spot. Little Yuan turned pale with fright. She grabbed Conch and flew to the distance. This time, she decisively shattered the jade talisman in her hand. As soon as the light flashed from the jade talisman, Hong Jian tore through space and appeared in front of Little Yuan. His huge wings blocked Little Yuan's escape route. He said in a deep voice, "You can't escape." The saint light froze the space again. As expected of a great saint, Hong Jian's comprehension of the law of space surpassed everyone else's. He forcefully suppressed the power of the jade talisman using the law of space alone. At the same time, a majestic rang from above. Scram! Then, a dazzling golden palm seal that flashed with blue lightning bolts descended. Hong Jian was about to resist when the palm seal appeared in front of him through the law of space and landed on him. Boom! Flawed perfection. Hong Jian fell into the mountain range. Little Yuan and Conch finally broke free before Little Yuan cried out joyfully, "Master!" As soon Little Yuan's voice fell, the 4 feather tribesmen flew out from their respective vortexes like meteorites again. At this moment, the masked man appeared behind the 4 feather tribesmen at the speed of light. Due to his speed, it was as though he had stomped on them at the same time. Bang! 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 The 4 feather tribesmen spat out blood as they plummeted from the sky. Then the masked man said in his hoarse voice, "You deal with Hong Jian and I'll deal with those 4. Lu Zhou ignored the masked man. Upon seeing this, the masked man said, "This is your only choice. You can only trust me now." Then the masked man swooped down. At the same time, Hong Jian shot up from below toward Lu Zhou. His robes had been torn to shreds, and the feather tribe's emblem on his arm was shining brightly. Lu Zhou pushed Little Yuan and Conch further back before he brought out the hourglass of time. Freeze! Electric arcs appeared immediately and swept across the entire Fallen God's Mountain. Lu Zhou did not expect the hourglass of time's strength to be so terrifying this time. He saw that its range encompassed a radius of 10,000 meters, far surpassing Yuqi's range from back then. He was inwardly shocked and wondered if it had anything to do with his blue avatar sprouting its 11th leaf. After the 10th leaf, each subsequent leaf was equivalent to 6 birth charts. With this, his blue avatar could be considered to have 11 birth charts. The terrifying thing was when the blue avatar entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage, it was already stronger than a venerable master. When the masked man landed in the middle of the 4 feather tribesmen, he raised his head and saw the eclectic arcs in the sky. He could not help but curse. "You old thing! Can you not be so ruthless with your attacks?" Soon after that, the masked man was also frozen. Lu Zhou knew time was precious, so he moved toward Hong Jian at the speed of light. The Great Seal of Fearlessness. The Great Vajra Wheel Hand Sign. 9 cuts hand seal. Abandon wisdom. Each of the palm seals that were imbued with the divine power landed fiercely on Hong Jian's chest. Seeing Hong Jian's astonishing defenses, Lu Zhou brought out Unnamed in the form of a sword. Primal Restoration, Unnamed with its unparalleled sharpness, which had also been imbued with the divine power, pierced through Hong Jian's chest immediately. Hong Jian spat out blood and flew back. He was the first to free himself from the effect of the hourglass of time. After all, he was a great saint. At the same time, the damages from the 4 palm seals and Unnamed exploded at the same time. He could not stop Lu Zhou's attacks and was severely injured. As he plummeted from the sky, he exclaimed, "The hourglass of time?" When Hong Jian landed on the ground, he hurriedly wrapped his wings around his body. A faint fluorescent light shone and quickly healed his injuries. The masked man and the 4 feather tribesmen recovered as well. The masked man looked at Hong Jian, seemingly unsurprised, before he said in a hoarse voice, "I'll play with all of you." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battle between the masked man and the 4 feather tribesmen was a one-sided battle in favor of the masked man. There was no suspense at all. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was focused on Hong Jian. Boom! Hong Jian suddenly spread his wings. When he flew up into the sky, his wings burst forth with countless needles made of white light. Whoosh! 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 The divine mark robe fluttered noisily, blocking the needles. Hong Jian frowned. Sacred relic? First, there was the hourglass of time, and now there was another sacred relic. Suddenly, Hong Jian felt slightly unsure. Lu Zhou tore through space and arrived in front of Hong Jian before he pushed his hands out. Bang! 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 Hong Jian had no choice but to strike with his palm as well. The duo continued to exchange palm strikes. One moment they appeared in the east of Fallen God's Mountain, and the next moment they appeared in the west. They flashed back and forth as they fought at the same frequency. Lu Zhou's palm seals grew stronger and stronger as his fighting spirit soared. After 15 minutes, they fought to a draw. Hong Jian's eyes widened in anger as he said, "How's it possible that you're only a lesser saint?" Lu Zhou replied in a deep voice, "It's too late for you to find out." Boom! The duo flew back at the same time and faced each other from afar. Seeing that the 4 feather tribesmen had been tortured beyond recognition, Hong Jian could no longer care about them. He wiped the blood off the comber of his lips and said, "No matter what, you have to die today." Suddenly, the blood Hong Jian spat out dissolved into spots of light and disappeared. Following that, his body and wings began to glow red as though they were burning. Little Yuan, who was constantly running around to avoid the backlash, pointed at Hong Jian and said, "Master, hurry up and kill him. He's so annoying. Look, he's even transforming." At this moment, little Yuan had a feeling that once Hong Jian completed his transformation, he would become even more powerful. At this moment, Hong Jian suddenly used the law of space. As the space near little Yuan began to ripple, Lu Zhou appeared in front of Hong Jian and said, "It's not enough." Palm seal sailed out. Hong Jian frowned, using his red wings to block in front of him. Boom! The wings managed to neutralize the force of the palm seal. Then Hong Jian used the law of space to move again. Alas, the results were the same. Every time he reappeared, Lu Zhou would be one step ahead of him and unleashed a palm seal at him. "It's still not enough," Lu Zhou said. Hong Jian grew more agitated the longer he fought. The frequency in which he used the law of space increased as well. Even for great saints, using the power of the Tao so frequently would consume a lot of primal qi and take a toll on their spirit and will. When great saints faced opponents who had yet to become saints, it would be easy to defeat their opponents with the power of the Tao. However, if their opponents' power of the Tao was almost the same, the factor that determined victory would be the cultivation base. Boom! After blocking another palm seal, Hong Jian roared, "Void imprisonment!" At this time, the blood on Hong Jian's body and in the surroundings suddenly weaved in a cage between heaven and earth. Then the cage began to shrink. Ah! Little Yuan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. She grabbed Conk and used the 7 stars cloud treading steps again to run away. Alas, no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free of the cage. A victorious smile appeared on Hong Jian's face as he said, "Let's see how you deal with this. Lesser saints are just lesser saints no matter what." Hong Jian watched as the cage continued to shrink. His mood improved slightly. Unfortunately, it did not last for long before he heard a voice say, "Freeze!" Once again, electric arcs appeared and swept out. They seemed even stronger than before, and they were also spreading further than before. The masked man raised his head and said irritably, "How annoying! Can't you wait until I finish dealing with these bird men before you freeze me?" This time, the range of the hourglass of time covered a radius of 50,000 meters. In the forest, all the beasts turned into lifelike statues. The leaves and wind froze as well. Drops of water froze in midair while ripples froze on the surface of the lake. The flying beasts froze in the sky with their wings spread out mid-flap. They did not fall. Once again, Lu Zhou arrived in front of Hong Jian and brought Unnamed out. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and used the Guiyuan sword technique, Traceless Sword, Snowy Mountain, Return and Enter 3 Souls, and Primal Restoration. The countless energy swords that shot out were all tens of thousand feet long, and they pierced through Hong Jian's chest, sending him flying back. As soon as time flowed, the area within a radius of 10,000 meters was razed to the ground instantly. The mountain peaks that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall were cut off while the towering ancient trees fell in unison. The majestic fallen god's mountain was cut like a piece of tofu, causing rocks to tumble down. The masked man looked around speechlessly before he said, "Is this necessary?" In order to prevent Hong Jian from healing himself again, Lu Zhou swooped down and arrived next to Hong Jian. "Arg!" Hong Jian cried out fiercely as his blood and vital energy burst forth like a storm in all directions. Most shockingly, his feathers detached themselves from his wings, looking like the sharpest spears. Lu Zhou could tell the feathers were very sharp. To be safe, he retreated and erected his protective energy. Hong Jian said fiercely, "Explode!" Then, a pair flew out in front of Lu Zhou and exploded with a terrifying force. The masked man looked up in shock. "The Divine Soul Pearl? This is bad. It's over." Boom! The explosion from a great saint's Divine Soul Pearl was naturally fearsome. The masked man did not have time to save Lu Zhou. From afar, Little Yuaner glanced at the 4 beaten feather tribesmen. Their feathers suddenly disappeared, and soon after they retreated and disappeared as well. No one knew where they went. Whoosh! The explosion from the Divine Soul Pearl seemed to affect time and space. Faced with absolute power, strategy, scheme, and tricks were useless. It was the same for laws. Faced with absolute power, they lost all meaning. The laws were like a house. The person who built the house was the strongest, and those who followed the laws could enter the house. Those who did not follow the rules could not enter the house. But if they were strong enough, they could trample the house and destroy it. Little Yuaner held on to Conk and ran with all her might. The Nirvana sash wrapped around them as she flashed around in a frenzy. The Jade Talisman had been destroyed so she could leave. No matter how she ran, she would not be able to outrun the explosive force that was sweeping out from the fallen God's mountain. At this time, she turned around and gritted her teeth. "I'll block it." Then, Little Yuaner manifested her astrolabe in front of her and Conk. The golden astrolabe was dazzling. As soon as Conk saw the golden astrolabe, she could not help but exclaim, "20 birth charts?" Boom! The powerful force pushed the 2 girls 10,000 meters back. Little Yuaner had exhausted all her strength. Her astrolabe had caved in, and she had almost lost a birth chart. Conk hurriedly brought her astrolabe out next to Little Yuaner's astrolabe to block the remaining force. After the explosion died down, silence descended. Little Yuaner panted heavily. Her back was drenched in sweat. Even if she had 20 birth charts, it was impossible for her to fully block the explosion of a great saint's Divine Soul Pearl. It was partly due to luck that they survived the disaster as well. The 2 girls tried to look ahead as they gasped for air. "Master!" Little Yuaner's expression was anxious. Then she turned to Conk and said, "Wait for me here. I'll go and save Master." Conk cried out, "Ninth senior sister, you can't go." Little Yuaner said, "I can do it. I have 20 birth charts now." "You deliberately hid your cultivation? Did you learn this from fourth senior brother? When did you pass your birth trial? Don't go. You'll worry Master," Conk said as she pulled Little Yuaner back. Conk was slightly disappointed that Little Yuaner hid her cultivation base from her. After all, the two had never kept secrets from each other. Little Yuaner said, "I don't have the time to explain it now. I have to save Master." Conk looked at the battlefield. The fallen god's mountain no longer existed. What remained was only a huge circular crater. After an unknown amount of time, the dust finally settled, and they could finally see clearly. A powerful energy pushed away the fog and cleansed the air. Lu Zhou hovered in the lower part of the sky, completely unharmed. He stood with his hands on his back as he looked at the bloody Hong Jian with an indifferent gaze. Hong Jian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw Lu Zhou. The duo stared at each other for a long time, and they both knew the outcome of the battle. On the ground in front of Hong Jian, his divine soul pearl was half buried. Hong Jian finally could no longer hold on and fell limply to the ground. He kneeled on the ground as he struggled to support his body with his arms. Fresh blood dripped to the ground continuously from the bloody hole in his chest that could no longer heal. Then, Hong Jian laughed maniacally before he said tremblingly, I think I know who you are." Lu Zhou did not say anything as he descended to the ground and walked toward the divine soul pearl. A satisfied smile appeared on Hong Jian's lips as he said, "It's my honor to be able to die at your hands." Creak. Hong Jian's body suddenly froze. Crack. Following that, Hong Jian's body shattered and turned into a pile of dust. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 80,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 20,000 merit points. Race bonus: 20,000 merit points. Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed as he looked at the corpses that littered the ground. "If you knew this would happen, would you still make the same choice?" Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the dim divine soul pearl flew into his hand. This was a good item. If it were like Tianwu's divine soul pearl, perhaps it would be able to help him easily activate his birth chart and expand his birth palace. "Master!" Little Yuaner and Conk flew over at a low altitude. Both girls were still panting as they looked at the huge crater and the feather tribesmen's corpses. They gulped, feeling speechless. "Are both of you okay?" Lu Zhou asked. "Tm fine." Conk walked forward and asked, "Master, how about you?" "Tm fine. A mere great saint can't do anything to me," Lu Zhou replied tonelessly. Apart from the fact that he had to use an ordinary impeccable card and the time when Hong Jian detonated his divine soul pearl, most of the time he could be considered to have dominated the fight. If he did not have to consider Little Yuaner and Konk's safety, perhaps victory would have come even easier. Lu Zhou thought that he really underestimated the strength of his blue avatar. After becoming a saint, coupled with the blue avatar, he could almost use his divine power continuously. At this time, Conk complained, "Master, ninth senior sister deliberately hid her cultivation. She already has 20 birth charts. No wonder she's able to run so fast." Lu Zhou turned to look at Little Yuaner. Little Yuaner scratched her head and said, "Master, I didn't mean to hide. I was just afraid that you'll scold me." Even when she did feel any pain during the activations of her birth charts, Lu Zhou had repeatedly warned her to be patient and do things step by step. "This girl didn't listen to me at all," Lu Zhou said. "Astrolabe." "Oh." Little Yuaner obediently manifested her astrolabe. After the 36 triangles flashed, everyone could see 20 distinct zones lit up one after another. They looked dazzling. "Was there really no problem when you activated the birth charts?" Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner shook her head. "There is." Lu Zhou nodded. He was not surprised. After all, no matter how talented Little Yuaner was, how could there be no problems at all when cultivating? He asked, "What problem?" Only by finding out the problem would he be able to solve it. Little Yuan said, I have a lack of good life hearts. Lu Zhou was going to use this chance to reprimand her. But when he heard these words, he had no choice but to swallow the words that were hanging off the tip of his tongue. Perhaps there's still a huge gap between those who are incredibly talented and ordinary people. There's a peerless genius in this world. But it's not me. Little Yuan continued to say, apart from that, I felt a little uncomfortable when I activated my 18th birth chart, but I recovered after that. Lu Zhou felt very skeptical. This was illogical. He felt that he was already irrationally powerful, but Little Yuan was even more irrationally powerful. After a moment, he asked, Where did you pass your birth trial? Little Yuan lowered her head before she replied, I think I don't have to pass the birth trials. 222. Master, didn't you say the essence of the birth trials is to strengthen the birth palace so we ease the activation of our birth charts? Little Yuan asked. That's right. Well, I don't feel any pain, and my birth palace is very strong, Little Yuan said. Lu Zhou did not want to bother with Little Yuan anymore. It was the right decision to let her complete her apprenticeship. The more he cared about her, the angrier he would be. He would let her cultivate as she pleased. His disciples had their own fortunes and blessings. Little Yuan could see her master's doubts, so she added, I don't know what's going on as well. Every time I feel uncomfortable, I'll cultivate the Supreme Purity Jade Slip. Then, the Supreme Purity Jade Slip seems to smoothen and strengthen my birth palace every time. Master, look! Buzz! Little Yuan brought her lotus out before she chanted the mantra for the Supreme Purity Jade Slip. The birth palace was like the calm surface of the lake or a mirror, reflecting the three people. As Little Yuan continued meditating, slight waves could be seen surging out from all directions. This cultivation method is really not simple. With the Great Void Seed and her innate talent, Little Yuan was a 1 in 10,000 genius. She was like a tiger with wings. Not to mention others, even Lu Zhou was slightly envious of Little Yuan. Lu Zhou said, If that's the case, doesn't this mean you can directly activate all 36 birth charts? Little Yuan replied sheepishly, Every time I cultivate using the Supreme Purity Jade Slip, if my vitality energy can't keep up, I have to slow down. However, this doesn't happen often. Conk felt hurt. At this time, the sound of applause rang from afar. The trio looked up and saw the masked man who had helped them earlier. The masked man continued clapping as he walked over. Impressive, impressive. The trio sized the masked man up. The masked man's height was average. He was dressed in a black robe, and his face was covered. His voice, which he deliberately made hoarse, made it even harder to identify him. Who are you? Lu Zhou asked. The masked man chuckled and said, Guess. I didn't have time to play games with you, Lu Zhou said. He hated guessing and wasting time. The masked man tidied his hair and removed his mask. Jie Jinan? It's you. Lu Zhou was puzzled. This was not the first time Jie Jinan arrived at the right time. How could there be such a coincidence? Why can't it be me? Jie Jinan said. If it weren't for me, you'd be in trouble. How did you know I was here? Lu Zhou asked. From the moment he met Jie Jinan, he had always thought that Jie Jinan was strange and mysterious. Could it be that Go Chen's life heart was fake and actually had a tracking technique? Jie Jinan clasped his hands on his back and said, That's because I'm from the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. Lu Zhou looked at Jie Jinan, slightly surprised. During their journey to and in the Great Abyss Land, apart from the three-headed tribesmen, they only saw fierce beasts and the feather tribesmen. They did not encounter any humans at all. He did not expect Jie Jinan to have come from the Great Abyss Land. Jie Jinan added, Not only that, but the so-called message from the White Emperor was my attempt to mislead Elder Ming De. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for you to leave the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. As it turned out, Jie Jinan was helping them from behind the scenes. Don't thank me. I've always been magnanimous. Although you treated me like a villain, I won't hold it against you. However, it'd be good if you can apologize to me, Jie Jinan said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He did feel slightly apologetic in his heart, but as soon as he heard these words, that feeling vanished immediately. He asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll tell Elder Mingda about this?" "Huh." Jie Jinan was stunned. He seemed to realize now that he had been stupid and handed the evidence over to Lu Zhou. His eyes widened slightly as he asked, "You can't be so ungrateful, right? You should know what kind of person I am," Lu Zhou replied tonelessly. Jie Jinan's expression changed before he forced a smile on his face and said, "I was just joking. It doesn't matter if you apologize or not. Let's get down to business. I didn't expect you to come to the Great Abyss Land. You're really too bold." Lu Zhou said, "Going to the Great Land Abyss Pillar of Destruction had always been part of my plan." Jie Jinan said, "You're lucky. If I wasn't curious when I heard the White Emperor's people had come, I wouldn't have known it was you. That Elder Mingda isn't simple. He's the Feather Tribe's strongest Dao Saint. Hong Jian was Elder Mingda's #1 henchman. He did all of Elder Mingda's dirty work. Now that Hong Jian is dead, you have to be careful." Lu Zhou said confidently, "If he dares come to me, I'll make sure he never returns." Jie Jinan nodded. "I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so much." "Oh right, the damaged Divine Soul Pearl is useless." Lu Zhou brought out the dim Divine Soul Pearl. He could not sense any energy from it. Jie Jinan said, "Hong Jian released all the energy in the pearl, and yet, he still couldn't kill you. If he was still alive, he could have reactivated the pearl. What a pity." Crack. As soon as Jie Jinan's voice fell, the Divine Soul Pearl shattered. Lu Zhou looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and recalled Hong Jian's final words. Then, when he thought about how Jie Jinan had helped him gratuitously, he could not help but doubt his identity. Previously, everyone had mistaken him for Lu Tiantong. No matter how hard he tried to correct them, they did not believe him. In the end, he was too lazy to be bothered. Now, it seemed like his identity had changed again. From Ingo in the Emperor Emeritus Mausoleum to Jie Jinan to Hong Jian, they seemed to have misunderstood him. Ji Tiandao, Lu Tiantong, and the Zombie King, Ingo, had one thing in common. All of them tried to open up a new cultivation path. Lu Zhou wondered if it was because he cultivated the 3 scrolls of heavenly writing that his opponents all had a misunderstanding. At this time, Jie Jinan looked at little Yuaner and said, "Girl, I didn't expect the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction to recognize you. Congratulations." Little Yuaner said, uncharacteristically polite, "Thank you for saving me earlier." Jie Jinan looked delighted. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter. Your master and I, never mind, I don't know him. In any case, a hero cherishes other heroes. It's only right that I save you." Lu Zhou naturally did not believe Jie Jinan. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Nonetheless, there was no denying that Jie Jinan had helped him a lot. If Jie Jinan had any evil intentions, he had plenty of chances earlier to kill him or even take little Yuaner away. Hence, he said, "All right, if you have any requests, you can state them." "Really?" Jie Jinan's eyes lit up immediately. "Of course. What if my request is excessive? As long as it's within my capabilities," Lu Zhou said faintly. "That's great. Can I make this request at a later date?" Jie Jinan asked. "Yes. If you respect me, I'll return the favor." Jie Jinan was overjoyed when he heard Lu Zhou's reply. "A gentleman's words are binding. TM not a gentleman, but I won't go back on my words." Okay. Jie Jinan nodded happily. Little Yuaner muttered, "Master, why do I feel this person is a little cunning?" In fact, Jie Jinan's current expression did look a little cunning. Jie Jinan said, "Girl, you've been recognized by the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. Your name will definitely resound in the cultivation world in the future. You have to remember to help your master." After a while, as though he recalled something, Jie Jinan asked, "When did you get in touch with the White Emperor?" "TM not familiar with the White Emperor at all," Lu Zhou replied honestly. Jiajinin gave Lu Zhou a thumbs up. You're really amazing. You can even deceive those at the Great Abyss Land using the White Emperor. Then, Jiajinin looked to the left and right, studying the 4 feather tribesmen's corpses before he said, It's getting late. Mingda definitely won't let Hong Jian die in vain. He's a Dao saint, so you have to be careful. I left the pillar this time, so he'll definitely be suspicious of me. I won't be seeing you for a period of time. All right, Lu Zhou said. Jiajinin looked at little Yuaner and said, Since you've been recognized by the Pillar of Destruction, you should cultivate diligently. Farewell. Swoosh! Jiajinin shot up into the sky and flew toward the Great Abyss Land. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. After Jiajinin left, little Yuaner said, Master, he doesn't look like a good person. We have to be careful. Lu Zhou asked, Little girl, when did you learn to be wary of people? Then, he explained, Jiajinin is from the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction, so he had many chances to attack us. However, he didn't do so regardless of what his motives are. Little Yuaner nodded. She looked at the feather tribesmen's corpses and said, Master, let's hurry up and leave this place. Lu Zhou nodded. Hong Jian had died. It would be dangerous for them to continue staying in this place. With that, Lu Zhou took little Yuaner and Conk away from the Fall God's Mountain. Mingda Hall in the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. Elder Mingda hovered in the air. His body was suffused with a faint light. At this time, a feather tribesman flew into the hall and landed before he said, Elder Mingda, Hong Jian, and the other 4 died in Fallen God's Mountain. Elder Mingda's eyes widened slightly as he exclaimed in surprise, They died! Their corpses have been brought back. Elder Mingda furrowed his brows as he fell deep into his thoughts. After a long period of silence, he said, There's no need to rush to report this. Elder Mingda, Hong Jian's death is of great importance. It's been a long time since anything like this happened to the Feather Tribe. Do you not understand my words? Elder Mingda's voice turned gloomy. To understand, the Feather Tribesman said before he respectfully retreated. After a while, another Feather Tribesman entered the hall. He said with a bow, Elder Mingda, someone from the sky is here. Quickly invite him in, Elder Mingda said. Yes. In less than 10 minutes, the Feather Tribesman returned with another person in tow. Elder Mingda hastily stepped forward. His arrogance from before was nowhere to be seen at this moment. He said with a smile on his face, As it turns out, it's Dao Saint Jiang. Jiang Wenshu smiled. Elder Mingda, long time no see. Please have a seat, Elder Mingda said. Tame to discuss something with you, so I won't stay for long, Jiang Wenshu said. He did not intend to take a seat. Dao Saint Jiang, since you're here, why don't you come with me and meet Emperor Yu? We can discuss it with him. No, it's just some trivial matter. There's no need to bother Emperor Yu, Jiang Wenshu said. All right then, please speak. The Great Void has received news about a few groups of people visiting the Pillars of Destruction to obtain recognition from the Pillars. The pillar at the Great Abyss Land is at the core, so it's difficult for ordinary people to come here. If anyone gets close, I hope you'll inform the Great Void immediately, Jiang Wenshu said. Elder Mingda was stunned. He already left. Are you joking with me by coming here at this time to talk about this? Elder Mingda cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he kept nodding as he said, Of course, of course. However, who are the groups of people you speak of, Dao Saint Jiang? Jiang Wenshu paced back and forth with his hands on his back as he said, Due to the worsening imbalance, it's difficult for the scales of justice to detect the movements of venerable masters and saints. What's certain is that the 9 domains are undergoing earth-shattering changes, giving birth to many talented cultivators. Over the past 100,000 years, despite recruiting many geniuses and experts, the Great Void still lacks manpower. The Great Void hopes to recruit talented cultivators from the 9 domains again. Needless to say, those who were recognized by the pillars are all prime candidates. Elder Mingda's expression remained the same. The Feather Tribe had such thoughts as well. He thought about the young girl from before for a while before he said, "Indeed, there's someone who was recognized by the great abyss land's pillar of destruction." Jiang Wenshu was shocked. His expression and voice changed as he asked, "Who is it? Where is he or she now?" "That girl's talent is astonishing. She's a rarely seen prodigy. Alas, she's already left." Jiang Wenshu relaxed immediately when he heard that it was a girl. "Isn't there a condition that stipulates that those recognized by the pillar here have to stay and serve for 3,000 years? Why did you let her go?" Elder Mingda said, "She's one of the White Emperor's people." "The White Emperor?" Jiang Wenshu frowned. Elder Mingda naturally would not mention the matter he had entrusted Hong Jian with. Seeing the dark expression on Jiang Wenshu's face, he said, "The girl had expanded her birth palace to the full limit. She has the characteristics of a human sovereign. Does Dao Saint Jiang have any thoughts about this?" "She expanded her birth palace to the full limit?" Hong Wenshu asked curiously. "That's right. Dao Saint Jiang, please follow me." Elder Mingda led Jiang Wenshu to another hall before he activated a formation that showed little Yuaner entering the barrier and obtaining recognition from the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. After Jiang Wenshu saw the recording, he said with a surprised expression on his face, "This girl is indeed a rare talent. She's not affected by the barrier at all. Since she's opened up her birth palace completely, mankind will definitely have another supreme being in the future. Even Dao Saint Jiang has a high opinion of this girl. It'd be a pity if she can't be used by the Great Void," Elder Mingda said. Jiang Wenshu looked at Elder Mingda knowingly and said, "Don't tell me the Feather Tribe doesn't have any covetous thoughts at all." Elder Mingda replied honestly, "But of course. However, she's the White Emperor's people." Jiang Wenshu nodded and pointed at Lu Zhou. He asked, "Who's he?" "He's the girl's master. If it weren't for him, the girl would have joined the Feather Tribe." Elder Mingda replied with a smile. "What's his background?" Jiang Wenshu asked. "Tame not sure yet. I've never heard of such a person by the White Emperor's side. Perhaps he's a talent who appeared in the recent years." Jiang Wenshu asked, "Did he go to the other pillars of destruction?" Elder Mingda said, "We don't pay attention to the other pillars. The only one who truly understands the situation of the 10 pillars of destruction is the Great Void." "Then, where is he now?" Jiang Wenshu asked. Elder Mingda was stumped by this question. He was certain Hong Jian would successfully complete his mission. Who knew Hong Jian would die? The other party was not a fool either, so it was impossible for him to leave any clues behind. In the end, he could only shake his head in response to Jiang Wenshu's question. Jiang Wenshu scoffed lightly before he said, "Then, I'll leave it to you to investigate this matter. What do you think?" "Leave it to me?" Elder Mingda frowned. "Till report this matter to the Temple Master," Jiang Wenshu said with a smile. "I believe Elder Mingda will be able to find this person. No matter what, we have to find this girl." Elder Mingda cursed Jiang Wenshu in his heart. He had planned to divert the trouble and let the Great Void deal with this matter. In this way, even the White Emperor had to be cautious. Who knew Jiang Wenshu would push the matter back to him? "I'm afraid I'll have to ask for Emperor Yu's opinion." In the end, Elder Mingda resorted to using Emperor Yu's name. He did not want to benefit the Great Void for nothing. Jiang Wenshu brought a token out and said, "The Temple Master has ordered that during the period of imbalance, those at the Pillars of Destruction must cooperate with the Great Void. Even the 10 halls are no exception." Elder Mingda was slightly surprised by the Great Void's attitude. He asked, "The sacred temple values the 10 pillars of destruction so much? It had never been like this in the past. Times have changed. This matter is of great importance, and we cannot be careless. I still have important matters to attend to. You can explain it to Emperor Yu yourself," Jiang Wenshu said. Then, he lowered his voice before he continued to say, "I suspect this girl possesses the Great Void seed. You know, the Great Void values the seeds the most. You must think this over carefully." After Jiang Wenshu finished speaking, he cupped his fists together at Elder Mingda and deliberately said in a loud voice, "Please forgive me for not being able to greet Emperor Yu. Please convey my greetings. I'll take my leave now. May I know where Dao St. Jiang is going? Elder Mingda asked. The Great Void is short of manpower. I've been ordered by the Temple Master to go to the 9 domains to have a look. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Jiang Wenshu asked. Elder Mingda said, There's the few venerable masters from the Green Lotus domain. Chun Fu and his disciples are also decent talents. Jiang Wenshu did not think much of Elder Mingda's recommendations. He scoffed lightly before he said, That Chun Fu used the Twin Lotus domain as a bargaining chip and threatened the Great Void. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the Great Void. The Temple Master has already punished him. He won't be able to live for long. His disciples are indeed talented, but they're displeasing to the eye. After Jiang Wenshu finished speaking, he tummed around and left. After confirming that Jiang Wenshu had left, Elder Mingda said angrily, How despicable! You actually schemed against me. Without my great abyss land's pillar of destruction holding up the sky, where would you be? Although Elder Mingda was angry, he still needed to do as he was told. The Great Void Seed, Elder Mingda muttered to himself. He regretted not carefully examining that little girl's cultivation earlier. In the cultivation world, there was a common belief that those with extremely fast cultivation speed had something to do with the Great Void Seeds or the Great Void Energy. Based on this, one could see how precious the Great Void Seeds were. Elder Mingda paced back and forth in the hall for a long time as he muttered to himself. There has to be an explanation for Hong Jian's death. If I can capture the girl, I can also give Emperor Yu an explanation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, and Conk arrived near a vast forest near the Great Abyss Land and met up with the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion. The others welcomed them back with joyful expressions on their faces. Pavilion Master. Master. After Lu Zhou landed, he asked, Is everyone okay? Yu Zhenghai said, We evacuated in time when we saw an indescribably huge beast circling the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction. Its speed wasn't very fast, so we weren't in any danger. Lu Zhou looked at Kongwen and asked, Kongwen, do you know what beast that was? Kongwen replied, According to ancient fierce beast records, there aren't many fierce beasts that size. There's Kuin in the Endless Ocean, Zhuzhao in the core area of the Unknown Land, and Yinlong in the Great Void. Mengzhang can be considered one as well, but it was not mentioned in the records. Couldn't see it clearly through the thick fog at that time. Kuin? Master said that it's an equalizer. Zhu Honggong said. According to ancient records, Kuin can manifest a pair of wings that span 90,000 miles. If it's an equalizer, there's a chance it'll return to the Great Abyss Land, Kongwen said. It can actually fly? Zhu Honggong was beyond shocked. When he thought about his time at the Endless Ocean again, he felt chills running up his spine. That's right. There are many sea beasts that can fly after all, Kongwen said. Lu Zhou nodded and said, That's enough. No matter what, it's good that everyone's fine. Let's rest before we return to Dunzhong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongfu bowed and said, Pavilion Master, why don't we rest for 2 days? I'll construct a runic passage that'll bring us to Dunzhong. Lu Zhou shook his head. Don't leave any runic passage near or in the Great Abyss Land. We can't leave any traces behind. Understood. If they followed the path they took when they came back to Dunzhong, it would not take long and it would be safer. Now that all of Lu Zhou's disciples had been recognized by the Pillars of Destruction, it won't be difficult for them to become saints and supreme beings in the future. There was no need to risk their lives unnecessarily. Lu Zhou found a tree and rested underneath it. Upon seeing this, the 4 elders sighed and left. Pavilion Master has become more cautious after losing a disciple. Life is unpredictable. However, I believe that the Evil Sky Pavilion will reach the peak sooner or later. If Mr. Seventh were still here, all 10 disciples will become saints and supreme beings in the future. I'm really looking forward to the future of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lang Luo said. It's a pity the Evil Sky Pavilion has us 4 bags of bones dragging it down. Don't be discouraged. In terms of talents, we're inferior to the 10 disciples. However, we're once top experts. We still have our experiences. We'll also reach the peak. The four elders looked at each other. It's a pity that the four of us old bones have been dragging us down. Don't be discouraged. In terms of talent, we are inferior to the 10 great disciples, but at least we were once first-class experts. In my opinion, experience is the most precious thing in life. We will also reach the peak. The four elders looked at each other and smiled. Then, they looked in the direction of the great abyss land and saw the ray of light in the distance, shining through the thick fog. Meanwhile, the others surrounded little Yuaner immediately and asked about the inside of the great abyss land's pillar of destruction. Little Yuaner and Conk excitedly told everyone about what they had seen and experienced. Everyone was shocked when they heard that there was sunlight at the great abyss land's pillar of destruction. No matter what, ninth junior sister has been recognized by the great abyss land's pillar of destruction. This is great news. Congratulations, Zhu Honggong said. Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile. Ninth junior sister is very talented to begin with. Now that she's been recognized by the pillar, she'll probably surpass me soon. And I. Little Yuaner said. Second senior brother? You're teasing me again. I don't have much to show off. Compared to second senior brother, I'm still lacking. Yu Zhenghai laughed loudly. It's rare to see ninth junior sister so humble. This is a good thing. We'll all continue to work hard in the future. Yes, yes. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou led everyone and flew across the 10,000 miles of forest. It took them a few days before they arrived at the runic passage that Duanmudian had previously led them to. Following that, they returned to Dunzhong. In a small courtyard near Dunzhong. When Duanmudian sensed the energy fluctuations from the runic passage, he opened his eyes. With just a flash, he disappeared and reappeared near the runic passage. Old Lu! Duanmudian was overjoyed when he saw everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion walking out of the runic passage. Lu Zhou knew what Duanmudian was going to ask, so he took the initiative to say, Everything went well. I need to rest here for a time before returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Duanmudian said, I'm afraid that's not possible. Everyone looked at Duanmudian in confusion. It was not like the great saint of the Evil Sky Pavilion to publicly refuse the pavilion master, after all. Why? Lu Zhou asked. Duanmudian clasped his hands on his back and said, There's a mighty figure from the Great Void patrolling the 10 Pillars of Destruction. He had already come to Dunzhong. It can be seen that the Great Void places great importance on the situation of the 10 Pillars. It's no longer safe for you in the unknown land. Mingshi said with a smile. Now that we're done, they're finally here. They're really slow. Not necessarily, Duanmudian said. Before this, Lan Shiha, the holy maiden of the Hall of Light, would often patrol the unknown land. The dark guards from Xuani Palace have long been dispatched. And then, there were also the 3,000 silver-armored guards from Two-Way Hall. This should be enough to calm the imbalance in the unknown land. However, the Great Void underestimated the severity of the imbalance this time. After cracks appeared on some of the pillars, Dao Saints and even Great Dao Saints were dispatched. Since the 3,000 silver-armored guards of Two-Way Hall have been wiped out, Jiang Wenshu must be furious. Lu Zhou suddenly raised his hand and interjected, Wait! What's wrong? Did you say Jiang Wenshu? Duanmudian nodded. He's in charge of the 3,000 silver-armored guards in Two-Way Hall since the Hall Master of Two-Way Hall lives in seclusion all year round. All the power is in his hand. Jiang Wenshu is in charge of the silver-armored guards? Lu Zhou asked again. Yes. Do you know him? Duanmudian recalled the time he and Lu Tiantong first came to the Great Void. He did not remember any interactions between Lu Tiantong and Jiang Wenshu. Mingshi said with a smile, Jiang Wenshu was the Grand Tutor of Great Yen in the Golden Lotus domain. He was also the Grand Tutor of the 12 foreign tribes in the Western region. He wanted to become a local tyrant and control the cultivation progress of the humans in the Golden Lotus domain. In the end, he was killed by my master with one palm strike. It seems like the Grand Tutor was just a projection. Duanmudian. Lu Zhou looked at Duanmudian. puzzled, as he asked, "Why are you so shocked?" Duanmu Dian sighed heavily. "It seems like I really owe you in my past life. Even my descendant was tamed by you. Old Lu, you're really trying to kill me. I won't say anything about running back and forth between the 10 pillars of destruction and putting yourself at risk. However, you even dare to kill Jiang Wenshu's projection. That guy is famous for seeking revenge for the smallest offenses." Lu Zhou did not reply. He only looked at Duanmu Dian silently. Duanmu Dian asked again with a hint of certainty, "Needless to say, you offended someone again when you went to the Great Abyss land, right?" Before Lu Zhou could respond, Little Yuaner, who could no longer hold back, scoffed and said, "What you mean by my master offended someone again? Those people were the ones who offended my master, and they should be killed for it." Duanmu Dian, "It's over. It's really over. Is it too late to withdraw from the Evil Sky Pavilion now?" Duanmu Dian scratched his head with both his hands, causing his dandruff to fall like snowflakes. Everyone retreated in disgust. How could this great saint not pay attention to his hygiene? Duanmu Dian said, "Old Lu, you better run for your life." Then he turned and called out, "Lu Wu!" Roar. Lu Wu descended from the sky and landed behind everyone. It lowered its head and looked at the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Duanmu Dian said, "Don't ever come to the unknown land again. Although the 9 domains don't have as many resources as the unknown land, there are still many good places. Once the imbalance improves, you can go to the endless ocean and settle down in lost places like Mount Halcyon. It won't be a problem for you to be the local tyrant there. You can be the second White Emperor." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Nonsense." Lu Zhou ignored Duanmu Dian and walked toward the small courtyard with his hands on his back. The others followed Lu Zhou. Duanmu Dian felt vexed. The last person to walk past Duanmu Dian was his descendant, Duanmu Shang, the 3rd disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He stopped next to Duanmu Dian. Upon seeing this, Duanmu Dian sighed and said, "Only my descendant is the most reliable." Duanmu Shang scoffed lightly before he said, "Although you're my ancestor, and your age and seniority are higher than mine, you should still reflect on your attitude." After that, Duanmu Shang walked toward the small courtyard with the Overlord spear in his hand. After taking 2 steps, he shouted, "Lu Wu, why are you still standing there? Follow me." Lu Wu looked awe-inspiring sitting on its haunches, but after Duanmu Shang shouted, it shrank back. Then, it scampered toward Duanmu Shang like a kitten. "Duanmu Dian, is this the feeling of being abandoned by everyone?" After returning to the small courtyard, Lu Zhou sat on a chair and closed his eyes. At this time, Yu Zhenghai bowed and said, "Master, all of us have been recognized by the pillars of destruction. We should choose a good place to cultivate. We should all be able to become saints in less than 100 years. Lu Zhou nodded. "That's what I intend to do." What the Evil Sky Pavilion needed to do now was to hide its strength and bide its time. "Master, we also need to choose an excellent palace to pass our birth trials. Hence, I don't think the Evil Sky Pavilion is a good choice," Yu Zhenghai continued to say. "In your opinion, where should we go?" Lu Zhou was thinking about this as well. Previously, they could pass their earlier birth trials by relying on the purple glazed ceramic. However, after becoming venerable masters or saints, the environment needed to pass birth trials would have to be harsher. The purple glazed ceramic was no longer enough. "The Qin clan's southern training hall is a good place," Yu Zhenghai said. Lu Zhou naturally knew what Yu Zhenghai meant. He shook his head and said, "The skyhook ropeway is indeed not bad, but it won't be able to help you become saints." Everyone shook their heads, indicating they did not know where they should go as well. After a moment, Lu Zhou said, "Perhaps Chun Fu would have an idea." "Chun Fu. Although I'm a saint, my experience won't be able to help you. Chun Fu has been a saint for a long time now. He's a great saint with a good reputation. He should know of good places to pass the birth trials. If you really want to go to the Skyhook ropeway, you can travel there later." At this time, Zhu Honggong clapped his hands loudly as he said, "Master is wise. You even thought of a way that allows us to have the best of both worlds. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. These words of flattery sounded like mockery. Did Zhu Honggong think he was stupid before this? Zhu Honggong noticed that his master's expression was slightly unnatural, so he hastily said, "Master, please listen to me. Speak. I agree with going to the Twin Lotus domain to cultivate. However, you've left your footprints all over the 9 domains. You're famous and have many admirers. Hence, it'd be easy to expose our location. Master, I have a better idea. Everyone, are you questioning Master's decision?" Mingshi Yin asked. "I dare not." Zhu Honggong hurriedly waved his hand. "Then speak," Mingshi Yin said. He crossed his arms, looking as though he was waiting to watch a good show. He wanted to see how Zhu Honggong was going to smooth things over. Zhu Honggong said, "The Yellow Lotus domain is remote compared to the other domains. Similar to the Golden Lotus domain, the cultivation limit there is low, but they're rich in resources. Over the years, I've collected many high-quality life hearts. They should be enough for everyone to use. I think the Yellow Lotus domain is the perfect place for us to cultivate." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Although your words aren't wrong, the Yellow Lotus domain doesn't have a great saint. Cultivating in the Yellow Lotus domain for 10,000 years isn't even as beneficial as a sentence from a great saint. The runic passages between the 2 Green Lotus domains have already been established, so it's easy for us to travel back and forth. In regards to life hearts, there are plenty of fierce beasts there that we can kill to replenish our life hearts." Zhu Honggong smacked his forehead and said, "You're right, Master. Why didn't I think of that? Mingshi Yin, this silly fellow only knows how to bootlick." Duanmu Dian, who had returned to the small courtyard, asked, "Old Lu, aren't you afraid the Great Void will come knocking on your door?" Mingshi Yin replied with a smile, "The Great Void may be powerful, but Evil Sky Pavilion isn't to be trifled with. Moreover, it's not like we're going to confront them directly." Duanmu Dian sighed. "All of you really have to thank the White Emperor for being able to return safely from the Great Abyss Land. Without the White Emperor's token, even a supreme being wouldn't be able to easily leave that place." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou asked curiously, "If those at the Great Abyss Land are so powerful, why are they willing to serve the Great Void?" "They're just using each other. If the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction were destroyed, the Great Void would suffer as well. Those at the Great Abyss Land and the other pillars of destruction had reached an agreement with the humans of the Great Void. The Great Void made a huge concession and allowed them to guard the pillars of destruction. That aside, I'm not surprised there's sunlight at the Great Abyss Land," Duanmu Dian said. "With the Great Void's strength, they can occupy and guard the pillars of destruction themselves. Why didn't they do that?" Lu Zhou asked again. "In fact, the Great Void has been working on this for a long time. Yan Mahui and I are part of the plan to replace those at the pillars. However, it's not easy to replace everyone. For example, Meng Zhang and the Feather Tribe's emperor, you are all deities," Duanmu Dian said. Everyone sighed upon hearing this. They thought they were very powerful in the past, but when they finally left the well, they realized how vast the world was. There were too many experts in the long river of time. Some experts had been buried, and some still existed from ancient times. There were those with immortality like Princess Mulberry, Lord Jinan, and the Zombie Kings. However, could that truly be considered as having eternal life? Lu Zhou looked at Duanmu Dian and asked, "Do you plan to stay in Dunjiang forever?" Duanmu Dian was stunned. He did not know how to answer this question. He did not think there was anyone, including those in the Great Abyss Land, capable of shaking the position of the Great Void. "You're now the chief great saint of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If the Evil Sky Pavilion needs you one day, will you step forward?" Lu Zhou asked bluntly. Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at Duanmu Dian and waited for his answer. Duanmu Dian did not respond directly. Instead, he said with a sigh, "I'm really unlucky to know you. It's like I owed you for 8 lifetimes." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. This was equivalent to acquiescence. "Do you really intend to cultivate in seclusion at the Twin Lotus domain?" Duanmu Dian asked. They've already been recognized by the pillars. I believe that they'll all become top experts in 1,000 years, Lu Zhou replied. 1,000 years. Duanmudian was stunned. Once the imbalance ends, the scales of justice will definitely be able to sense you. Lu Zhou calmly said, what will come will come. Forget it. Both of us had fought side by side for many years and faced many life-or-death situations together. This is just another one of those situations. Let me make myself clear first. I won't do something that requires me to sacrifice my life, Duanmudian said. Everyone laughed again. Do I look like such a stupid person to you? Lu Zhou asked. I have no comment, Duanmudian said with a smile. Then, as though he recalled something, he asked, oh, right, old Lu, how did you have such a relationship with the White Emperor? He's not an ordinary person. So, Lu Zhou was also puzzled by this matter. After seeing the white-clad cultivators at Zui's Pillar of Destruction, he could tell the White Emperor was not simple. What could such a person want from him? After thinking about it, he concluded the White Emperor must have thoughts about his talented disciples and wanted them for his own use. It was just like how Lan Shihe had taken a liking to Yi Tianxin. However, how did the White Emperor know so much about the Evil Sky Pavilion situation? The White Emperor even accurately predicted their routes and sent people to wait for them at Zui's Pillar of Destruction. In the end, Lu Zhou said, no matter what his purpose is, those who have been recognized by the pillars have to be careful in the future. If any of you meet unfamiliar experts, try to avoid them as much as you can. Don't easily trust them. Understood. All of Lu Zhou's disciples bowed. 3 days later, at the Evil Sky Pavilion, there were not many changes in Golden Court Mountain. The barrier was still there, the trees were lush, and the scenery at the back of the mountain was pleasant. The reflection cave and the training ground were the same as well. Lu Zhou did not go to the Twin Lotus domain immediately and decided to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion first. Since Duanmu Dian's identity was special, Duanmudian continued staying at Dunzhong. Looking at the spotless ground, the main hall, the east, south, west, and north pavilions, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion grew emotional. Memories of the past appeared in their minds as they looked around. Master, it seems like someone often comes to clean the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shiyin said after he and Zhu Honggong returned from walking one round around the Evil Sky Pavilion. Is it 6th Senior Sisters people? Little Yuaner asked. It's possible, but I'm not certain, Yi Tianxin said. Zhu Honggong said, Master's name has long been famous in Great Yen. I can't even finish counting his admirers. It's not strange that there are people who came to clean the palace. Up. As soon as Zhu Honggong's voice fell, a young cultivator rushed over from the mountainside. Who dares trespass into the Evil Sky Pavilion? Yu Zhenghai asked in a booming voice. The young cultivator landed in front of everyone and sized everyone up before he asked, May I ask if Senior is Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou looked at the young cultivator and asked, Why are you looking for me? Without saying anything, the young cultivator fell to his knees. Then, he said with tears streaming down his face, Pavilion Master Lu, you're finally here. I finally managed to see you. Everyone was extremely puzzled. However, no one said anything. Lu Zhou frowned and said, Speak. The young cultivator cried for a moment before he said, Pavilion Master Lu, don't you recognize me? Lu Zhou shook his head. He had many people in his life. It was impossible for him to remember every single person he had met. It's me, the cultivator next to St. Chun, the young cultivator said. It's you. Lu Zhou had a slight impression of the young cultivator now. When he met Chen Fu, there was indeed a young cultivator next to Cheng Fu. However, at that time he did not pay attention to the young cultivator. The young cultivator said, I've been waiting here for you for 30 years. St. Chun ordered me to look for you. His last wish is to meet you one more time. Bang, bang, bang. The young child then kowtowed heavily 3 times as he said, Please fulfill St. Chen's wish, Pavilion Master Lu. A great saint has at least 160,000 years of life. Although Chen Fu was born before the land split, His life shouldn't end so fast. I've only been away for 100 years or so. What happened? Lu Zhou asked. He thought it was very strange. The young cultivator wiped the tears off his face. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky and said, "Gee, great void." The great void again? Yu Zhenghai scoffed coldly. His impression of the great void had dropped rock bottom by now. Lu Zhou looked at the blood on the young cultivator's forehead and said, "Chun Fu and I can be considered acquaintances. Since something has happened to him, I naturally won't sit idly by." The young cultivator kowtowed again and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Rise to your feet." Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and looked at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Initially, he planned to go to the Twin Lotus domain later, but it seemed like he would have to go ahead of time. Although I planned to rest at the Evil Sky Pavilion for a few days, with this, I think we should set off immediately. Everyone bowed. "As you command, Pavilion Master." The Jade Green Lotus domain was independent of the other 7 domains. After reaching an agreement with the Great Void, they no longer participated in the affairs of the world. If something happened to Chun Fu, it would mean the balance was over. Half a day later, at the Autumn Dew Mountain in Luoyang of Great Han, Hua Yin, Chun Fu's eldest disciple, paced back and forth outside like an ant on a hot pan. "Eldest senior brother, how many years has it been? Why won't Master see us? We're his disciples. Even we can't see him." Liang Yufeng, Chun Fu's second disciple, asked. Hua Yin said, "Master has said that no one's allowed to disturb his closed-door cultivation. Rumors have spread all over the city. They're saying the Master is old and that he's—" "Shut up. Master is still alive. Don't talk nonsense," Hua Yin said reproachfully. I don't believe the rumors, but I want to meet Master," Liang Yufeng said. At this moment, a green-clad disciple ran in from outside. He bowed and said, "Our distinguished guests have arrived." "Distinguished guests?" The green-clad disciple replied, "Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion has arrived." Hua Yin frowned slightly. What a coincidence! Yun Tongxiao, who had fought with Lu Zhou once, smiled. "Send him away," Xianxia, Chun Fu's 5th disciple, said. The green-clad disciple looked troubled as he said, "Saint Chen's attendant brought him here. Outrageous! How dare an attendant interfere in the affairs of Autumn Dew Mountain when he should be serving tea and water?" Xianxia said angrily. Hua Yin waved his hand and said, "Old 5th, this man isn't to be underestimated. Master didn't gain any advantage when sparring with him back then. Your attitude will only offend him." Liang Yunfeng and Yun Tongxiao recalled Lu Zhou's exquisite attacks back then and nodded in agreement. That person's cultivation is indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Hua Yin thought about it for a moment before he said, "We have to think of a better excuse to get rid of them." Everyone nodded. At this time, a dignified and slightly displeased voice rang from outside. "Chun Fu personally invited me here as a guest. But you dare to send me away?" Hua Yin and the others turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou led the others and walked into the Autumn Dew Mountain Pavilion in an imposing manner. Some of Chun Fu's disciples were surprised and some frowned. The young attendant stood between the two parties and said, "It's indeed Saint Chun who invited Pavilion Master Lu here. I hope all of you don't misunderstand." Xianxia, the 5th disciple, said, "A mere attendant dares to spout nonsense. If Master wanted something done, why would he send you instead of us?" To this, the young attendant stammered. Xianxia continued to say, "You're getting bolder and bolder." Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the crowd and asked, "You're Chun Fu's 10 disciples?" Hua Yin had met Lu Zhou before, so he knew Lu Zhou's cultivation was unfathomable. He said politely, "This junior, Hua Yin, greets Senior Lu." Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao smiled and cupped their fists at Lu Zhou and greeted him as well. Xianxia and the others had no choice but to introduce themselves and greet Lu Zhou since their seniors had already done so. They thought the other party would also introduce his party in return. Contrary to their expectations, Lu Zhou shook his head slightly as he stood with his hands on his back and said, I thought that as a great saint, Chun Fu's disciples would all be outstanding and talented. I didn't expect him to be so short-sighted. Xianxia had a short temper to begin with and could not listen to criticism. He was about to retort when Hua Yin raised his hand to stop him. Then, Hua Yin cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, Senior is right. Lu Zhou looked at the door that was closed and said, Lead the way. The young attendant bowed and said, Yes. Xianxia leaped forward immediately and said, Senior, my master isn't feeling well. I'm afraid he won't be able to see you. Lu Zhou ignored Xianxia and walked forward. Xianxia? Lu Zhou continued walking. Upon seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly released 2 streams of vitality energy to block the others from the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou acted as though he did not see this and continued walking leisurely with his hands on his back. Following that, a unique energy pushed Xianxia away. At the same time, several cultivators who were standing near Xianxia were sent flying back. Hua Yin was inwardly surprised. He only smiled. He had no intention of stopping them. Alas, he was not spared. It did not take long before he felt a force pushing him back. Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao felt uncomfortable and hurriedly retreated. In the end, the 10 disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain were pushed more than 10 meters back, opening up a wide path. Hua Yin did not move. He looked at Lu Zhou and the others who had walked into the hall. Lu Zhou stopped near the entrance of the hall before he turned around and said to the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Wait here. Understood. Lu Zhou entered the hall alone. The young attendant shrank back as he looked to the left and right, looking as though he wanted to say something, before he hurried into the hall. At this time, little Yuaner pushed her hair to the side and walked to Hua Yin before she said with a smile, My master has always been like this. Don't be angry. Zhu Honggong scratched his head as he thought to himself, What's this little ancestor trying to do now? It seems like the first disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain is going to meet with misfortune soon. I can only pray for him. Little Yuaner's attitude that was too polite was very out of character, making the others who knew her felt uneasy. On the contrary, Hua Yin's eyes lit up. The girl in front of him had bright eyes and white teeth. She was graceful and made people feel refreshed and comfortable when they looked at her. He immediately said, It's fine, it's fine. Your master's cultivation is unfathomable. It's really admirable. Little Yuaner nodded before she said, I've been observing for a long time. Out of everyone, you're the most polite. Hua Yin said modestly, It's nothing. One should always be polite. Little Yuaner pointed at Xianxia and asked, Then, why is he so rude? Hua Yin replied with a smile, My 5th junior brother has a short temper, but he's upright and kind. I hope you can forgive him. Xianxia scoffed slightly before he said, I was only speaking the truth, so why couldn't I say it? Swoosh. Hua Yin flicked his sleeve. A slap landed on Xianxia's face immediately. He looked bewildered. Eldest senior brother? Hua Yin ignored Xianxia and continued to say, Sorry for making a fool out of ourselves in front of everyone. I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of my master. Little Yuaner said praisingly, You're very sensible. No, this is what I should do, Hua Yin said with a smile. However, when he turned around to face Xianxia, his smile disappeared as he said, Old Fifth, how can you be rude to our honorable guests? Since master isn't here, as your eldest senior brother, I order you to apologize to our guests. Apologize? Zhang Xiaoruo held his cheek and looked at Hua Yin, dumbfounded. Although he was unwilling, there were rules. Since their master was not around, their eldest senior brother had the highest authority. Hence he pavilion and said, I apologize. That's more like it, Hua Yin said. Then, he turned around and asked with a smile on his face, Miss, may I know your name? Me? Little Yuaner was slightly taken aback. She was not used to people asking for her name, after all. Moreover, the person in front of her looked very scholarly. Seeing the strange expression on little Yuaner's face, Huayin asked, "Are you satisfied with the punishment?" Little Yuaner looked back and asked, "Eldest senior brother? Second senior brother?" Yu Zhanghai did not look at the others from the beginning until the end. He only said perfunctorily, "It's fine. We didn't take it to heart." Yu Shangrong said with a smile, like junior sister said, "You're indeed polite." However, as for this person, he said that he has the right to speak the truth. However, it's also true that Saint Chun sent his attendant to invite my master here. It's also true that my master traveled all the way here to Autumn Dew Mountain to see your master. Since it's true, don't tell me that all of you are going to obstruct my master. Zhang Xiaorua. With little Yuaner's words, Hua Yin could roughly guess Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong's identities in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He stepped forward and said, "I'm Autumn Dew Mountain's Hua Yin, Saint Chen's first disciple. May I ask for your name?" Yu Shangrong replied, "I'm Yu Shangrong, the second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion." "May I ask who's the first disciple?" Hua Yin asked. Yu Zhanghai cleared his throat as he thought to himself, "It's the best to be the eldest. Old second. No matter how awesome you are, at important moments, everyone will only focus on the eldest." Yu Zhanghai was immersed in the joyful feeling of being the eldest disciple and was about to speak when Yu Shangrong said, "There's no need to trouble eldest senior brother over trivial matters. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Yu Zhanghai. Hua Yin nodded. "Very well." Following that, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion began to chat with the people of the Autumn Dew Mountain. Inside the training hall, Lu Zhou looked at the white-haired, haggard, and listless Chen Fu. Chen Fu opened his eyes and coughed twice. When he saw the person in front of him, a hint of joy could be seen on his face as he said, "You're finally here." Lu Zhou took a seat across from him and said, "Your time is almost up. How could I not? Come." Upon hearing this, Chen Fu's heart moved slightly. Then he said with a sigh, "Only you can help me now." Lu Zhou said, "You're a great saint after all. How did you end up like this?" Lu Zhou could sense that Chen Fu's aura was rather weak. Chen Fu's vitality energy was also rather chaotic. Chen Fu was like a sickly old man in his twilight years, waiting to die. Chen Fu sighed, "Even if I'm a great saint, it's still difficult for me to stop the Great Void from making things difficult for me." "The Great Void?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Chen Fu did not shake his head or nod. He sighed again before he said, "The Great Emperor came." "The Great Emperor?" Lu Zhou frowned. The title made him uncomfortable. Chen Fu said, "Lesser supreme beings are lords while greater supreme beings are emperors. The Great Void is vast, and it's ruled by the 5 directions deities. The one who ruled over them and the Great Void is the Great Emperor, also known as the Great Void Emperor. He claims to be in charge of justice between heaven and earth." Lu Zhou thought about the White Emperor, Emperor Yu, and Emperor Shangzhang, who was previously mentioned. Based on Chen Fu's words, if greater supreme beings were called emperors, one could see there were many supreme beings in the Great Void. "What's his name?" Lu Zhou asked. Chen Fu shook his head. "No one can call him by his name. The strong can only be addressed by honorifics." Lu Zhou said, "The Great Void really thinks highly of you for someone like that to visit you." "I didn't expect them to come so quickly," Chen Fu said. Lu Zhou looked at Chen Fu and asked, perplexed, "I'm very curious. Since it's easy for the Great Void to deal with you, how did you manage to threaten them?" Chen Fu said, "The Great Void hopes to subdue the Twin Lotus domain. They want to pacify the world since it would bring prestige to them. The Great Void wants to borrow my hand to maintain the balance here. I play the role of an equalizer. Apart from that, I also set up a huge formation underground that connects to the unknown land. If I die, it will trigger the land to split. Unfortunately, the Great Void still dealt with you. They don't seem to care about your threats anymore," Lu Zhou said. Chen Fu said helplessly, "Maybe they didn't take me seriously since the beginning." "You can remove the word, maybe," Lu Zhou said. Chen Fu looked at Lu Zhou with a complex expression. Lu Zhou calmly said, since you don't have much time left, do you have any last words? Chen Fu clearly called him over for this. The aftermath of his death had to be dealt with by someone with sufficient strength, after all. It was truly difficult for Chen Fu to find a suitable candidate in the 9 domains. Hen Fu said, "After I die, I hope the Twin Lotus domain and everyone will remain peaceful, including your disciples with ulterior motives." Lu Zhou asked. Hen Fu remained silent. Lu Zhou knew the answer just by looking at Chen Fu's expression. After a while, he said, "Perhaps you won't die just yet." Then, Lu Zhou raised his hand and cast the power of healing. After the energy surged into Chen Fu's body, he still looked listless. Chen Fu shook his head and said, "There's no need to try. The Great Emperor's method isn't something you can resolve. Even if you manage to do it, he'll find out." Lu Zhou said, "Even ants are greedy for life. Are you really going to give up? Who doesn't want to live? But what can I do when the heavens won't allow me to do?" Chen Fu asked. "The heavens won't cut off all your paths," Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and flicked his sleeve. Then, the scripture of sermons appeared in front of him. The scripture of sermons was not thick or heavy. Nonetheless, despite only having a few pages, it made people feel as though it was very heavy. After so many years, it had been tainted with a strong aura. "This is..." Chen Fu was puzzled. "The Resurrection Scroll," Lu Zhou replied. "The Resurrection Scroll?" Chen Fu looked at Lu Zhou in shock. He recalled his first meeting with Lu Zhou on Autumn Dew Mountain and asked, "You found it?" Lu Zhou honestly replied, "To be frank, when I met you, I already found it. It's a pity I couldn't harness the power of the Resurrection Scroll. My disciple was unlucky and has already passed," Lu Zhou calmly said. "My condolences," Chen Fu said. Lu Zhou continued to say, "If you die, I can try to use the Resurrection Scroll again." Now, initially, Chen Fu felt rather touched. However, upon hearing these words, he felt like a lab rat. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Bringing the dead to life is defying the heavens to begin with. It's only natural that it's not easy to accomplish." It's said that the power of the Resurrection Scroll originates from the core of the earth. The earth gives birth to all living things and is the mother of the world. It's not surprising that it has the ability to resurrect the dead. However, his tone changed slightly. Before he continued to say, "I'm afraid it's not possible for me to live." "Why? The Great Void wants me to die. Do you think they'll allow me to live?" "Have a look," Chen Fu said before he extended his hand in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou reached out and used 2 fingers to feel Chen Fu's pulse. Chen Fu's aura was weak and chaotic. It was also chaotic in his Dantian's sea of qi. If it were not for his powerful cultivation that helped him to hold on, he would have died long ago. "What a tyrannical method," Lu Zhou said in surprise. "One move," Chen Fu said. "Only one move? To be able to exchange one move with the Great Emperor is already very impressive." Chen Fu chuckled. Lu Zhou frowned. "Is the Great Void really so barbaric?" Chen Fu sighed. "It's useless to talk about this now." Lu Zhou also sighed and said, "Whatever. Do you have any last words?" This was the main reason Chen Fu had called him here. Chen Fu looked outside the hall as he said, "I have dominated Great Han for 100,000 years. I pacified the chaotic world. Now the people live and work in peace and the cultivation world is balanced and peaceful. After my death, the world will fall into chaos. There will be a war in Great Han and Luoyang. There will also be war in the cultivation world. Although I'm not a member of the Great Void and despise their actions, I don't want to see the world fall into chaos. In the vast 9 domains, there's no one who can take on such a heavy responsibility except for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou knew this matter was not small. This old man is really interesting. He easily handed the task of saving the world and maintaining its peace to me. "I don't have so much free time," Lu Zhou asked. "Is that all?" "I don't want anything else but that," Chen Fu said. "You really live up to your status as saint," Lu Zhou said, emphasizing the word saint. In any case, you still have your 10 disciples to rely on. Chun Fu sighed. My wicked disciples only know how to fight for fame and gain. Their visions are different from mine. If I let them go, the world will only be more chaotic. Without chaos, how can there be peace? Lu Zhou said, everything in the world has its own rules. After your death, the world will naturally change and rearrange itself to adapt to your absence. With the 10 disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain at the core, a new balance will emerge. A forced peace isn't real peace. There'll be a day when it shatters. At that time, it'd be even more chaotic. Chun Fu remained silent. Lu Zhou said, no matter if they're good or evil in the future, that's their choice. No matter what kind of people they are, they'd still have to construct a new and peaceful world in the end. After all, no ruler would want to see their land in chaos. What do you think? Chun Fu replied, your words make sense, but it's difficult to overcome the hurdles and misgivings in your heart, right? Lu Zhou asked. In fact, he had long seen through Chun Fu's thoughts. Chun Fu's mood seemed to improve. A smile appeared on his face as he said, it seems like Brother Lu knows me well. Lu Zhou nodded. Anyway, this matter is easy to handle. I'd like to hear the details. Blood feuds aside, it's normal for fellow disciples to fight and quarrel. When faced with strong enemies, they'll naturally stand united. Lu Zhou said with a smile. All you need to do is find them a strong enemy. Find them a strong enemy? Chun Fu's eyes widened slightly. He understood Lu Zhou's meaning. Lu Zhou said, there's no need for you to hide things at this point. Go out and meet them. Chun Fu was somewhat hesitant. His eyes suddenly widened when he saw Lu Zhou, who had risen to his feet, shone with a faint light. He exclaimed in surprise, Saint, light! Chun Fu recalled that the last time he met Lu Zhou was still a great venerable master who had a profound comprehension of the power of the Tao. Now after more than 100 years, Lu Zhou had become a saint. Very good. Chun Fu's mood improved immediately, and his complexion seemed to improve as well. He got up and walked out of the hall with Lu Zhou. Outside the training hall, Hua Yin, the first disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain, took charge of the situation. When Lu Zhou and Chun Fu walked out, he had already put away his saint light. Everyone fell silent immediately. Xianxia, who was the first to notice Chun Fu, ran over and called out excitedly, Master! Chun Fu's other disciples bowed and greeted him. Greetings, Master. Chun Fu looked at his disciples with a disappointed expression as he said, I invited Pavilion Master Lu here as a guest. Do you have any manners? Hua Yin said, Master, please rest assured. Lu Zhou said, your disciples know their manners and are reasonable. You taught them well. Was there anyone in the world who knew his disciples better than Chun Fu in this world? How could Chun Fu not know Lu Zhou was only saying that on his behalf? Hua Yin sized his master up discreetly. When he saw his master's haggard appearance and weak aura, he said, Master, you're not feeling well. Why did you come out at this time? Chun Fu only said, Take a seat. The young attendant hurriedly prepared 2 chairs, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Zhou and Chun Fu sat down at the same time. Little Yuaner and Conk were in high spirits as they moved to stand next to Lu Zhou's sides. Master, I'll massage your shoulders, Little Yuaner said. With that, Conk assisted from the side. Chun Fu cleared his throat meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Hua Yin asked, Master, is the wind too strong? Chun Fu said in a booming voice, Get lost. Hua Yin, who was scolded, took 2 steps back. At this moment, Little Yuaner said, Master, you've worked hard. Chun Fu, too. Chun Fu coughed twice again. None of Chun Fu's disciples moved. Chun Fu truly felt suffocated at this moment. Then, he reminded himself that he was a saint. His behavior now was not appropriate. After adjusting his emotions, he asked, with a smile, These are your disciples? Before anything else, Lu Zhou said to his disciples, Why aren't you greeting Saint Chan? Introduce yourselves. With that, the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion bowed and greeted Qin Fu before they introduced themselves. The 10 disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain finally learned of the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples' order of seniority. Hua Yin said with a smile, "So this beautiful lady is Senior Lu's 9th disciple. Nice to meet you." Little Yuaner glanced at Hua Yin and said, "Your etiquette is wrong." "It's wrong," Little Yuaner explained. "My eldest and second senior brothers are here. Since you're the eldest disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain, you should correspond with them. It makes you look arrogant when you only talk to me. Don't tell me you look down on my eldest and second senior brothers." Hua Yin was briefly startled by her words. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Of course not. That's not my intention." Qin Fu smiled. "What a sharp-tongued girl. Brother Lu, what are your plans?" Then Lan Nadi Rally referred TQ what 111 Jean Eid Onwiet finding Inemiek when they were in the training hall. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "Which of you are venerable masters?" "This junior, Hua Yin, the eldest disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain. This junior, Liang Yufeng, the second disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain. This junior, Zhou Guang, the third disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain. This junior, Yun Tongxiao, the fourth disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain. This junior, Zhang Xiarua, the fifth disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain," Zhang Xiarua said before he added proudly, "I'm also the newest venerable master of this century." There were Chun Fu's 5 eldest disciples, and they were all males. Lu Zhou's gaze swept past the 5 people before he nodded and said, "Not bad." Then, he paused for a moment before he said, "I also have 10 useless disciples. They like sparring with experts a lot." How could the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain not understand Lu Zhou's meaning? Not only were they not afraid, but they were very eager to test their skills as well. Moreover, they could use the excuse of sparring to show the might of the Autumn Dew Mountain. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples had introduced themselves to Chun Fu, they knew who they were. At this time, the other members standing outside were already fervently discussing among themselves. "Look at that guy. He's so fat that he can't even walk properly. He looks so silly." Someone laughed. "What about that skinny guy? With just one look, you know he's a wretched person." "I think that guy holding the spear is even more silly. He looks rather dull, and his eyes are unfocused. Did he not have enough sleep?" I didn't expect them to have quite a few female disciples. Based on appearance alone, they would win if there was a competition. However, I'm afraid they're just like decorative vases and are only pleasant to look at. I have to say the eldest and second disciple look like experts. I'm afraid they're not simple. Needless to say, these people's opinions were tinted by their prejudice, and they only judged based on appearance. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion could not be bothered to pay attention to them. The 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not bring their mounts in since the mounts were all rather big. If Lu Wu and Cheng Huang were brought inside, perhaps these people would not so quickly judge people by their appearance. At this time, Hua Yin turned to glare at the members outside and said, "Don't be rude." They fell silent immediately, too afraid to continue speaking. Then, Hua Yin cupped his fists together and asked, "Senior, please instruct us." Chun Fu took the initiative to say, "Young people should learn from each other to improve their skills. Hua Yin, you're the eldest senior brother, so you should set an example." "Yes, master." Hua Yin nodded. Zhang Xiarua chimed in, "Since master has spoken, I'm willing to start first. Friends of the Evil Sky Pavilion, which of you would like to spar with me?" Lu Zhou interjected, "Autumn Dew Mountain isn't very big. We should set boundaries and rules first before you begin." Chun Fu nodded. "That's right. Since it's just a sparring session, remember not to go too far. Know your limits. Not only should you not hurt each other, but you should harm the plants as well. Do you understand? In the realms of venerable masters, every move could shake mountains and the sea. The ability to destroy mountains did not prove one was stronger. On the contrary, the smaller the destruction, the more it proved one's strength. After all, it showed one's control over one's primal chi and energy. Xianxia said, I agree with Master. This was Autumn Dew Mountain after all. How could Xianxia be willing to destroy Autumn Dew Mountain? Lu Zhou nodded. Very well. Who's willing to fight first? Little Yuaner stopped what she was doing and hurriedly raised her hand. Master! Me! Me! Ninth junior sister? Huayin smiled. Miss Ninth, there's no need for this. Why don't you spar with another person? One of them was willing to spar with a girl. Even if they won, they would not feel victorious. Little Yuaner put her hands on her hips and said unhappily, Why? Master, I already have 20 birth charts now. I can fight. 20 birth charts. Hua Yin and the other disciples of Autumn Dew Mountain looked at little Yuaner in shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out outside the hall again as the members began to discuss fervently among themselves. Chun Fu studied little Yuaner for a moment before he said, This girl looked smart. Does she really have 20 birth charts? Even the second youngest disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion had 20 birth charts. How strong were the other disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion then? Little Yuaner seemed to realize how shocking her words were at this moment. She noticed her master's reproachful gaze as well. Whether people believed her or not was one thing, but it was indeed inappropriate to casually reveal her cultivation base. Hence, she smiled and said, Saint Chun, I was just bragging. Bragging? Huayin was stunned. It was fine if little Yuaner was bragging, but her modest words now made it seem even more real. Little Yuaner said to the crowd with a cheeky smile on her face, I'm sorry. I was really just bragging. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion sighed inwardly. Only this kind of thing could happen to little Yuaner. If the people of the Autumn Dew Mountain really knew what she was like, they would realize her words earlier were actually really modest. Chun Fu did not know how strong Lu Zhou's disciples were, but according to conventional thinking, those who entered the sect early usually did not have a bad cultivation base. Thus he said, All right, why don't we let them spar according to their seniority in the sect? Lu Zhou nodded and waved his hand. Yu Zhenghai did not say anything and stepped into the arena. Hua Yin cupped his fists at Yu Shangrong and said, To be frank, admire this brother more, but orders are orders after all. What a pity. Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile, Don't worry, it's a good idea to spar according to seniority. If you can't even defeat my eldest senior brother, how can you defeat me? 222. Yu Zhenghai frowned. His second junior brother had gotten more and more arrogant recently. Does he really think my birth charts are worthless just because he has sprouted his 13th leaf? Most of the people in the Evil Sky Pavilion, including the 4 elders, cultivated by severing their lotuses. After the 10th leaf, each leaf was equivalent to 6 birth charts. The increase in strength was usually sudden and shocking, and there was no need to deal with the pain from the activations of birth charts. It was also a rather efficient method since there was no need to pass the birth trials. They could also increase the strength of the golden halo and the golden leaves. It only had one fatal weakness. Without birth charts, it meant that they could not offset fatal damages since they only had one life. Although the loss of a birth chart after a fatal injury would often lead to a continuous vicious cycle, if the two competed with each other, the one with the reckless fighting style would likely gain the advantage. Huayin smiled and did bother with those words. He walked into the arena and cupped his fists at Yu Zhenghai. Please. Yu Zhenghai said, I see that you have a saber in your hand. What a coincidence. I'm skilled at using sabers too. That's great. It's fairer since we're both sparring with sabers. Huayin raised his saber and said, How about only energy sabers to fight? Using a physical weapon would affect their precise control and was more likely to cause damage. With energy sabers, they could withdraw them at any time to prevent damaging the surroundings. Yu Zhenghai was naturally agreeable to this. He drew the jasper saber and tossed it to the ground. Upon seeing this, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion winced. The jasper saber was a flood-grade weapon no matter what. How could he treat it like a piece of junk? Yu Zhenghai raised his hand. Please. Hua Yin pushed his hand out. releasing a 10-foot-long energy saber. Yu Zhenghai glanced at it before taking 3 steps back. The energy saber sailed through the air and vanished when it was about to hit the ground. "Good control," Yu Zhenghai said praisingly. Hua Yin stepped forward and tilted his body 45 degrees before energy sabers shot out and attacked like a storm. His rhythm suddenly increased. Yu Zhenghai waved his hand, slapping to the left and right. Bang! 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 Energy sabers clashed in the air as energy rippled out into the surroundings. Without an exception, every energy saber that was about to touch an object or the ground would disappear. The golden energy sabers and green energy sabers quickly filled the training hall. The duo fought for more than 100 rounds, and the battle was unusually intense. However, there was no winner or loser. Bang! Energy sabers collided and canceled each other out as the duo jumped back 100 meters and faced each other from afar. At the side. He's an expert. To be able to fight to a draw with eldest senior brother, this disciple from the Evil Sky Pavilion indeed has some ability. Alas, it's more of a test of control, so we can't see a spectacular fight. Nonsense. It's not enough compared to our Autumn Dew Mountain. Back in the arena, Yu Zhenghai stared at Hua Yin unblinkingly. Then he opened his palm, revealing an exquisite energy saber. Then he said with a smile, "I've already figured out your depth." Hua Yin said, "Likewise." Based on their words, it seemed like the show was now about to begin. More and more energy sabers began to appear around Yu Zhenghai. In the end, more than 100 energy sabers appeared, forming a dense line. Hua Yin clapped his hands together as he said, "Saber techniques don't lie with quantity, but quality." A huge energy saber burst forth in the air. It was accurate and fast as it slashed toward Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai did not dodge, he faced it directly. He joined his palms together before a different and small energy saber appeared, blocking the incoming attack horizontally. Bang! As energy sabers flew in the air, the audience retreated one after another. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai was in the air while Hua Yin was on the ground. The duo was in a standoff. While Yu Zhenghai blocked the attack with the small energy saber, the other energy sabers around him shot toward Hua Yin one after another. Bang! 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 Energy sabers slashed at Hua Yin one after another. He had no choice but to withdraw his energy sabers and leaped back. Yu Zhenghai said, "This is the moment I've been waiting for. Great Dark Heaven Memorial." Yu Zhenghai did not stop. He pushed his hand out and unleashed the Dark Heaven starlight. Energy sabers spun in the air. Hua Yin frowned. He could sense the powerful force from the energy sabers. He muttered, "He's so much stronger than before." Bang! 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 Hua Yin kept releasing energy sabers to resist Yu Zhenghai's attacks. At this time, Yu Zhenghai swooped down and unleashed a huge energy saber. You're right. Saber technique, or to be precise, energy sabers, isn't about quantity but quality. Every energy saber of mine is filled with force regardless of their number. Bang! 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 At this time, Hua Yin could sense that the force of Yu Zhenghai's energy sabers had reached an unimaginable level. He could only continue to neutralize them without having a chance to breathe. As he fought back, he retreated. Yu Zhenghai dove from the sky and unleashed a huge energy saber again. Bang! Hua Yin activated his protective energy and unleashed an energy saber of his own to meet the incoming attack. Alas, Yu Zhenghai's energy saber was unstoppable. It split Hua Yin's energy saber and breached Hua Yin's barrier before it came to a stop above Hua Yin's shoulder, next to Hua Yin's face. At this moment, all the energy sabers vanished. Only Yu Zhenghai's energy saber hovered next to Hua Yin's face. Hua Yin's hands trembled violently. A red bloody line appeared on his palm. The Autumn Dew Mountain's training hall was abnormally quiet. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain looked at their eldest senior brother in shock and disbelief. They found it hard to believe that their eldest senior brother had lost. Even Hua Yin himself found it hard to believe that he had lost so cleanly. He did not lose because of Yu Zhenghai's exquisite saber techniques or whatever. He lost to Yu Zhenghai's absolute strength. From the beginning to the end, Yu Zhenghai's attacks and rhythm had been overbearing. Although he found it hard to accept, he still said, "I lost." Yu Zhenghai said, "To be honest, I'm not very good at control. My second senior brother is far better than me in this aspect. If you had fought with him, you'd have no chance of winning at all. However, if it's a real battle, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand 3 moves from me." Hua Yin, "It's fine that you won. Is there a need to mock me?" Hua Yin felt rather uncomfortable. He really had nothing to say. The winner was the king, and the loser would find an excuse to justify himself. On the contrary, Yu Zhenghai felt rather happy. "Thank you for the sparring session," Hua Yin said before he retreated to the side. However, his expression did not look too good. After Yu Zhenghai's energy saber vanished, he waved his hand, and the jasper saber flew back into his hand. At this moment, Yu Shangrong looked at Hua Yin and said, "There's no need to be upset. Although my eldest senior brother has always been blunt with his words are always fair." Yu Shangrong's movements were elegant and agile as he flew out and landed in the arena. Then, he used his right hand to draw the longevity sword out from its sheath on his back. He looked at Liang Yufeng, the second disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain, and said, "I hope you'll be able to satisfy my sword." Liang Yufeng leaped into the arena and said, "Please advise me." As soon as Liang Yufeng's voice fell, Yu Shangrong moved as quick as lightning. His figure split into 3. Liang Yufeng's vision turned blurry for a moment. He smiled and said, "This kind of sword technique can't do anything to me." Then, Liang Yufeng flew out to meet Yu Shangrong. Their swords clashed. Yu Shangrong's sword speed was at its peak. He attacked like a violent storm, slashing at Liang Yufeng. While Liang Yufeng countered the attacks and looked for an opportunity to attack, he heard a buzzing noise. Avatar! Liang Yufeng felt a chill at his back. When he spun around, he saw an energy sword coming at him. What? Liang Yufeng shot higher up into the sky. However, when he spun around, he did not see the avatar. At the side, the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain who were watching the battle rubbed their eyes. "Is that his avatar?" "I think so. It appeared only for a moment." "Is it an illusion?" "No. It's 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar." How could someone with 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar spar with second senior brother? It was so fast that no one saw it clearly. Everyone thought Yu Shangrong would fly up and fight Liang Yufeng. Contrary to their expectations, he did not move at all. Back in the arena, Liang Yufeng looked down and said with a frown, "Very well. Stay there then. You speak too carelessly." At this moment, golden energy swords appeared in the sky. At the same time, energy swords revolved around Liang Yufeng. What terrifying control! He can control them from so far away. In their opinion, it was impossible to control energy swords from so far away, and yet Yu Shangrong was able to control them from so far away. Based on this alone, it seemed like Yu Shangrong had the upper hand. Bang! 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 Energy swords attacked Liang Yufeng continuously. Liang Yufeng was taken aback. He waved his sword to block the attacks. Then he said, "I don't believe I can't make you come up here." Following that, Liang Yufeng flew 1,000 meters up in the sky. Ordinary people would find it difficult to see him at that height. However, they would surely be able to see the energy swords that were chasing after him. How's this possible? Everyone was shocked as they looked at Yu Shangrong standing at the same spot and looking at the sky with a focused gaze. If the duo fought like this, no matter how they looked at it, Yu Shangrong was in an undefeatable position. Liang Yufeng refused to accept this before raising his altitude again. At this time, Chen Fu, who had been watching the battle silently, said, "This child's way of controlling the sword is extraordinary. It's truly unique. This disciple of mine has long reached the peak of the sword path. Although this way of controlling the sword looks awkward, it's his own creation," Lu Zhou said. "His own creation?" Chen Fu was shocked. The others from Autumn Dew Mountain were even more shocked. At this time, Xianxia shook his head and said, I also have a saber technique I created, but I was too lazy to use it earlier. Everyone from both the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Autumn Dew Mountain. What a pity. Second junior brother usually doesn't use this move, but today, he decided to change his style. Xianxia felt somewhat regretful that he did not use his original creation earlier. He only wanted to win. Cleanly. Now all the limelight was stolen. The number of energy swords continued to increase in the sky. No matter how high Liang Yufeng flew, Yu Shangrong's energy swords would still be able to follow him. Energy swords gradually stacked up and formed a long dragon that flew 10,000 meters up in the sky. The sword control technique thoroughly shocked everyone. Liang Yufeng thought about descending, but when he recalled the chill he felt at his back earlier, he was slightly worried. It seemed like he would lose even more miserably if they fought at close range. Finally, he waved his sword with all his might, trying to destroy the energy swords. Then, a 10,000 feet long energy sword appeared and spun in the air, blocking the energy swords. However, Yu Shangrong's energy swords perfectly dodged Liang Yufeng's counterattack. Moreover, they moved at the same speed and frequency as Liang Yufeng. I don't believe this. Liang Yufeng flew horizontally toward the distant mountain peak. In just a moment, he flew out of Autumn Dew Mountain. Second senior brother. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain cried out. Liang Yufeng was so eager to win that he no longer cared about anything else. In just a moment, he had flown half a mile away. Yu Shangrong's energy swords followed closely behind like a dragon. As the distance grew, Yu Shangrong closed his eyes. He stood in the arena as he joined his palms together with a focused expression. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the speed of Yu Shangrong's energy swords increased by several times. After flying 10 miles out, Liang Yufeng turned around. His eyes widened when he saw the energy swords behind him. He flew another 50 miles before he turned back again. He said through gritted teeth, What's his limit? After flying 100 miles away, Liang Yufeng's eyelids began to twitch violently. His expression was unsightly as well. If he was honest with himself, he was not sure he would win even if he continued to fly and the energy swords disappeared. However, if the energy swords did not disappear, then he would lose even more miserably. At this moment, it felt like he was riding on the back of the tiger and could not dismount. It was also at this time that Chen Fu said, Come back. Liang Yufeng replied through voice transmission, Master, this child's control can reach up to 1,000 miles. Do you plan to continue? Chen Fu asked. 1,000 miles? Liang Yufeng exclaimed. That was 10 times the distance he had flown so far. When Chen Fu sensed that Liang Yufeng had not moved, he said bitterly, Are you going to continue embarrassing yourself? At this time, all energy swords chasing after Liang Yufeng shot up into the sky. 1 turned into 2. 2 turned into 4. There were countless energy swords. They swooped down and circled the distant mountain peak before they shot in and out of the trees in the forest, heading back to Autumn Dew Mountain. Liang Yufeng. Even if Liang Yufeng did not believe Yu Shangrong's limit was 1,000 miles, this demonstration alone was enough to show Yu Shangrong's exquisite and perfect control. This could be seen how not even one tree or leaf was damaged despite the number of energy swords. Moreover, it also showed he had a lot of energy left. This gap is too big. In the end, Liang Yufeng could only bow and say, Yes. Liang Yufeng looked at the energy swords that were zooming back and forth and sighed helplessly. He could be shameless and fly 1,000 miles away, but it did not mean he would win. He was the second disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain. He enjoyed indisputable status and immense support in Great Han. He was also one of the few venerable masters in Great Han. Countless pairs of eyes watched him, and each of his actions would be magnified. With his master's order, he had no choice but to return. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Autumn Dew Mountain looked at Liang Yufeng as he flew back. Liang Yufeng landed in the arena and looked at Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong had already withdrawn his energy swords and was very calm, as though nothing had happened. Liang Yufeng said, I lost. Yu Shangrong clearly dominated the fight even if there was no real fight. Everyone could clearly see this. Liang Yufeng was not a fool. If he insisted on being stubborn, not only would he lose this fight, but he would also lose his dignity. Thank you, Yu Shangrong said. Liang Yufeng turned around and faced Chen Fu before he kneeled on one knee. I'm not skilled and have sullied the Autumn Dew Mountain's reputation. Please punish me, master. Chen Fu said, victories and defeats are common in wars. Having courage and knowing when you're wrong is the most important. Do you understand? I understand, master, Liang Yufeng replied. Chen Fu asked, do you still remember the first lesson I taught you? Upon hearing this, the ears of the 10 disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain perked up. The other disciples' arrogance had vanished after their eldest and second senior brothers were defeated. At this moment it felt like only their master could hold up the sky. As long as their master was around, Autumn Dew Mountain would not fall. The faith and support Chen Fu provided for the Autumn Dew Mountain and Great Han were too great. The path of cultivation is long. You must always remember that there's always someone better than you, Chen Fu said. Chen Fu was the only saint in Great Han. He stood against the Great Void and understood the world. However, in the eyes of the Great Void, he was but an ant. The fights between ants were not something the heavens did not see and could not be bothered to see. Even if the sky collapsed, the ants would not know and would just disappear from the world. Liang Yufeng bowed sincerely and said, thank you for your guidance, master. All right, rise to your feet, Chen Fu said. Yes. Liang Yufeng retreated to the side. After watching Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, Duan Mushang could no longer hold it in. Unlike his second senior brother, as soon as he stepped into the arena, he pointed his overlord spear and said with burning eyes, you come out. Duan Mushang was pointing at Zhou Guang, the third disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain. Zhou Guang was stunned. Those who thought Duan Mushang was dull suddenly sensed a powerful aura from Duan Mushang's body. Whoosh! Duan Mushang raised his overlord spear and placed it on his shoulder. He looked awe-inspiring at this moment. Initially, Zhou Guang had been very confident in defeating Duan Mushang. No matter how he looked at it, he did not think Duan Mushang had the air or appearance of an expert. However, now he felt slightly uncertain. Nonetheless, he could not show it. That would be humiliating to the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain. I've been waiting for a while now, Duan Mushang reminded him. If Zhou Guang did not come out now, the flowers were going to wither. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain felt extremely embarrassed. However, they could only endure this kind of merciless ridicule now. Zhou Guang looked at Duan Mushang, who was muscular and radiating vigor, feeling even more certain that Duan Mushang was very powerful and not simple. Finally, under everyone's gazes, he walked into the arena and said clearly, although I'm the third disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain, my talent isn't high. I'm far inferior to my fourth and fifth junior brothers. However, my master has taught me not to give in faced with hardships. Even if I lose, I'll treat it as an experience and a chance to learn. I hope that you will advise me. Before the fight started, Zhou Guang had already thought of these lines. With these words, even if he lost, it would not be too ugly. Duan Mushang grew unhappy when he heard those words. Then, he pointed his overlord spear at Yun Tongxiao, the fourth disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain, and said, then, I'll spar with you. Although seniority is important, strength is more important. One shouldn't bully the weak, and it's not. Mingshi interjected. Stop. Third senior brother, don't blindly speak for everyone. I like to bully the weak. Since ancient times, has there been fairness in the cultivation world? All losers are considered the weak. As though he did not hear Mingshi, Duan Mushang looked at Yun Tongxiao and said, in short, I don't like to bully the weak. However, since you insist, I'll play along with you. Yun Tongxiao. 2. When did insist? Who insisted? Is he an idiot? Yun Tongxiao felt really speechless. In the end, he cleared his throat and said, "Very well. Hope I can withstand 3 moves from you." These words were akin to taking a step back. They were no different from Zhou Guang's words. The more Duanmushang listened, the angrier he became. This isn't satisfying at all. What does he mean by 3 moves? If we don't fight for more than 100 rounds, is it even a fight? Duanmushang held his overlord's spear horizontally and said, "Don't say I don't give you a chance. You can pick anyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at each other and groaned inwardly. On the other hand, the Autumn Dew Mountain's disciples discussed among themselves, wondering what the other party was up to now. Chun Fu said with a smile, "Brother Liu, your disciple is very interesting. He's always been like this. He's very straightforward," Lu Zhou said. "Then, should we let them be?" "Let them be." Lu Zhou nodded. Lu Zhou and Chun Fu did not intend to interfere, allowing their disciples to do as they pleased. The Evil Sky Pavilion had already won 2 matches. Even if they lost the 3rd match, it would not be embarrassing. Moreover, the overall strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion, not just the disciples, was not weak. No matter how much the Autumn Dew Mountain's disciples wanted to win, those who were venerable masters should not be so shameless as to pick those who were weaker than them. Moreover, if they did that by picking the weaker opponents, they could not prove Autumn Dew Mountain's strength at all. After hearing Duanmushang's words, Yun Tongxiao really wanted to pick a weaker opponent. His eyes quickly scanned the group of people in front of him, trying to discern who was the weakest. Since he had no way of confirming his opponent's strength, if he won, it would boost the morale on their side as well. Then, who's the weakest? Yun Tongxiao's gaze fell on the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lung Luo wore a silver mask on his face. He stood with his arms crossed and his back straight, radiating a cold and imposing aura. Based on his bearing, he was clearly an expert. With this, Yun Tongxiao eliminated him from his list of opponents. Zui held the coiling dragon staff that glowed faintly as she stood. The way she moved exuded a mysterious power. Thus, Yun Tongxiao eliminated her from his list of opponents as well. Pan Litian's back was slightly bent. A golden gourd that glowed faintly hung on his waist. A faint smile could be seen on his face. At such a time, he had a calm about him that was gained from experiencing numerous life-or-death situations. Yun Tongxiao crossed his name off the list as well. Hua Wudao looked slightly reserved. His aura was restrained as well. Based on this, it could be seen that he was a cautious person. For this reason, Yun Tongxiao crossed him off the list as well. Yun Tongxiao shifted his gaze to the 2 young men from the Evil Sky Pavilion. The duo looked like followers, hence they should be quite weak. However, it did not seem appropriate to pick a follower to spar with. Initially, Yun Tongxia wanted to pick the thinner young man with a faint smile on his face. However, he recalled that the other party had introduced himself as the 4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Most importantly, the thin young man dared to interrupt his 3rd senior brother, hence, he dismissed picking the young man who looked sinister as an opponent. Finally, Yun Tongxiao's gaze fell on Zhu Honggong, who was short, chubby, and looked silly. After a brief moment, he said, "May I spar with this brother?" Everyone turned to look at Zhu Honggong. Duanmushang looked over. 8th junior brother? Zhu Honggong was also slightly surprised at being selected. He pointed at himself and asked, "Me?" Inwardly, Zhu Honggong thought to himself, "Who the fuck did I offend? I just want to watch a good show. I don't want to spar." Yun Tongxiao nodded and said, "Please." Zhu Honggong hemmed and hawed. "This isn't appropriate, right? It's just sparring. It's not like our lives are in danger," Yun Tongxiao said and made an inviting gesture. "My cultivation is so low. It'd be embarrassing if I lose," Zhu Honggong said. In other words, winning against a weaker opponent could not be considered winning. "This guy is quite smart. He actually learned from me. I can't give him a chance to wiggle his way out of this," Yun Tongxiao thought to himself. Then he said, "It doesn't matter. If I'm lucky enough to win against you, I'll pick another opponent. What do you think?" Duanmushang did not think too much about these words. He urged Zhu Honggong, "Old Eighth, don't let go of such a good opportunity to train." "Oh, okay," Zhu Honggong replied before he walked into the arena. He was clearly reluctant. Upon seeing Zhu Honggong's expression and the way he walked, some of the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain laughed. Clearly, he must be the weakest in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Whoosh! When Zhu Honggong arrived at the center of the arena, he raised his hands. A pair of gloves appeared around his hands immediately. Yun Tongxiao said praisingly, "What a special weapon! There aren't many people who use gloves." Zhu Honggong chuckled. "I only know how to rely on my fists." Then Zhu Honggong charged out. Although Zhu Honggong had cultivated for a long time in the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao only taught him the incomplete version of the Nine Tribulations Thunderblast. He had been blindly refining his fighting techniques in the past. Later on, Lu Zhou taught him the complete version of the Nine Tribulations Thunderblast. When Zhu Honggong rushed out, he did not employ any tricks or techniques. Yun Tongxiao remained cautious. His figure flashed, and the space rippled slightly. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai said, "The power of the Tao? One had to be a venerable master at least to use the power of the Tao." This was the biggest factor that put venerable masters in a different league from cultivators below the stage of a venerable master. Yu Zhenghai did not expect Yun Tongxiao to use the power of the Tao immediately. Venerable masters could cancel each other's powers of the Tao out, but his eighth junior brother had yet to reach the realm of a venerable master. As such, how could his eighth junior brother use the power of the Tao? Bang! While Zhu Honggong flew out, Yun Tongxiao appeared behind him and struck with his palm. There was no suspense. Zhu Honggong cried out in surprise. He used his momentum to flip over and forcefully landed on the ground before he took a few steps back. Then he said, "The power of the Tao. Not bad." Yun Tongxiao smiled and asked, "How many birth charts do you have, brother?" Initially, Zhu Honggong did not intend to put up much of a fight. However, after receiving that palm strike, he saw many people laughing at him. With that, determination rose slightly in his heart. As he rushed out again, he replied, "I don't have birth charts." Whoosh! Whoosh! Moosh! Energy fists flew out one after another, forming a long dragon. When Yun Tongxiao sensed their power, he thought Zhu Honggong was lying. With such strength, how could Zhu Honggong not have any birth charts? He pushed his hand out, releasing palm seals after palm seals. Bang! 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 The palm seals clashed with the energy fists. This time, Yun Tongxiao no longer used the power of the Tao. Considering how weak his opponent was, it would seem too unfair if he used the power of the Tao. He had to win beautifully after all. Yun Tongxiao quickly destroyed Zhu Honggong's energy fists. Then he suddenly unleashed a huge palm seal. Go! Zhu Honggong was sent flying. At the same time, little Yuaner and Conk closed their eyes and watched the battle from between their fingers. It was really too tragic. Thump! Zhu Honggong cried out when he landed on the ground. Everyone burst into laughter. Yun Tongxiao frowned. Did I really manage to pick the weakest one? However, isn't this too weak? Then, Yun Tongxiao stole a glance at his master, Chun Fu, studying his master's expression. He could not really tell if his master was displeased or not. Forget it. I have to think about the bigger picture. We can't let the Autumn Dew Mountain's dignity be trampled on. If I win this match, I'll just challenge another person. Then, Yun Tongxiao flew toward Zhu Honggong and said, "Brother, I won't fall for your tricks." Yun Tongxiao's words were meant to show that Zhu Honggong was acting. Even if he knew that was not the case, he still had to say those words. When he arrived in front of Zhu Honggong, his primal chi swept toward Zhu Honggong as he released a palm seal. Zhu Honggong's chubby body flew up as he used his fists to block the attack. Bang! The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain stepped aside one after another. "Io!" Zhu Honggong cried out as he flew backward. Meanwhile, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion felt speechless. It was fine if he was sent flying, but was there a need to cry out like that? It was too embarrassing. On the other hand, Zhu Honggong did not care about such things. After landing on the ground, he turned around to look at Yun Tongxiao before he used the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast. Bang! Yun Tongxiao used his hand to block the attack and said, "Not enough. Tribulations phenomenon." The energy fists shot out like a dragon, causing the sky to change. Chun Fu asked in surprise, "How can it be like this?" Lu Zhou calmly replied, "Let's just continue watching." Yun Tongxiao's palm seal grew bigger, blocking the tribulations phenomenon. "It's still not enough." Zhu Honggong cried out, "Convergence!" Convergence was the final and most powerful move from the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast. When the attacks collided, a thunderous sound rang in the air as 9 lightning bolts flashed around Zhu Honggong's fists. Yun Tongxiao was certain his opponent was not a venerable master, so he moved in a leisurely manner. He fought and retreated with ease, blocking Zhu Honggong's attacks. When he stopped moving, he struck with his palm again. Bang! Still not enough. Zhu Honggong was puzzled. "Not enough." Yun Tongxiao explained with a smile, "You've done your best, but I've yet to use my strength. Watch out for the next palm strike." Yun Tongxiao joined his palms together. When he separated them, a palm seal appeared in front of him. He was about to push it out when he discovered that he could not move his hand. He frowned immediately. Whoosh! Buzz! Yun Tongxiao felt a surge of energy at his back at this moment. Then, 2 golden hands clamped around his arms. Samsara! Zhu Honggong attacked with his energy fists again. Bang! 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 The energy fists breached the palm seal like a hot knife through butter before they struck Yun Tongxiao's chest. Compassion! This was the 4th tribulation phenomenon of the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast. Zhu Honggong leaped up and somersaulted before he struck horizontally. Countless energy fists struck Yun Tongxiao's protective energy. He felt his qi and blood churn, and he still could not move. At this time, the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain widened their eyes in shock when they saw the golden avatar that just appeared. What move is this? Why is it 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar? There's no doubt it's 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. They were dumbfounded. Lightning! Boom! Zhu Honggong did not care about anything else at this moment. He smashed everything he had at Yun Tongxiao. Viven Yun Tongxia's protective energy cracked. Exploding fist. Baring! Pain assaulted Yun Tongxiao. He hurriedly mobilized the power of the Tao. The space froze and Zhu Honggong's movements froze as well. Yun Tongxiao took advantage of this time and turned back to look at the golden avatar that was holding onto his arms. The golden avatar lotus, but it was strong. Most importantly, it was 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. Yun Tongxiao turned back to look at Zhu Honggong, who was frozen by his power of the Tao. To think 100 Tribulations Insight Cultivator could force him to such an extent. Even if he won, he would lose his honor. With this, it was clear that Yun Tongxiao had lost. He had lost completely. Although he had beaten Zhu Honggong to the point where Zhu Honggong could not fight back in the beginning, faced with the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar and the final series of energy fists, he was completely humiliated as a venerable master. Yun Tongxiao flashed and broke free of the golden avatar's hold and landed on the ground. The power of the Tao was ineffective when faced with stronger experts. Hence, Lu Zhou and Chun Fu could see everything clearly. Chun Fu shook his head and sighed. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "I've let you see a joke." Lu Zhou replied, "Young people are filled with vigor. It's only natural that they're competitive." Chun Fu continued to shake his head and said, "He's not young anymore. He has cultivated with me for 500 years. Initially, I thought he was mature and steady enough. However, now that I look at it again, he's still a little lacking." Yun Tongxiao, who could hear his master's words, flushed red with embarrassment. After the freezing effect wore off, Zhu Honggong put away his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar and looked at the embarrassed Yun Tongxiao. Yun Tongxiao looked at Zhu Honggong and said, "I lost." Zhu Honggong lifted his hand to scratch his head but discovered he could not do so due to the glove on his hand. He said in confusion, I won. I won just like that? Zhu Honggong felt that the other party was far stronger than him, and there was no chance of him winning. He did not understand how he won. Yun Tongxiao did not say a word and obediently retreated to the side. When Zhu Honggong was about to retreat from the arena as well, Chun Fu said, Wait a moment. You're talking to me? Chun Fu asked, puzzled. Your avatar is clearly 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, but you clearly possess the strength of 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. Why is that so? It was natural that the twin lotus domain was unaware of the lotus severing method. The cultivators here rarely had any contact with the other domains. Although the red lotus domain and the black lotus domain knew about the golden lotus domain's lotus severing method, no one imitated it. First, there was no need for it. Second, it would only make things difficult for themselves since they could not see any advantages to doing that for the time being. Moreover, if they severed their lotuses, they would only have one life. How could it compare to having birth charts? Senior, you're really observant, Zhu Honggong said as he pointed to his lower body and made a chopping gesture. This cultivation method isn't suitable for you. You need to use a blade and… The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain instinctively took a step back. What kind of cultivation requires one to cut off one's life? Says. Chun Fu misunderstood Zhu Honggong's words and actions as well. He coughed and choked for a moment before he looked at Lu Zhou and said, The way you teach your disciple is impressive. Lu Zhou nodded. That's right. After all, if a master doesn't treat his disciple harshly, he's only harming them. Chun Fu could not understand and accept this. He sighed. Even then, it shouldn't be to the extent of cutting. Chun Fu really could not finish his words. After all, he was a great saint. Although he was not interested in human desires and emotions, it was not the extent where he would cut off his chances of having descendants for the sake of cultivation. Lu Zhou continued to say, Our philosophies are different. I'm harsh with my disciples because I believe a strict master produces good disciples. The results of today's sparring are the rewards for their efforts. Chun Fu looked at Zhu Honggong and asked, Don't you resent your master? Thud. Zhu Honggong suddenly faced Lu Zhou and fell to his knees. Everyone was stunned. What was he trying to do now? Then, everyone watched as Zhu Honggong put away his gloves before he raised his hands to the sky and prostrated himself on the ground. Then, he said ingratiatingly, It's all thanks to Master's teachings that I'm able to achieve so much. The grace of Master's teachings is greater than that of the heavens. The sun, the moon, the heavens, and earth can bear witness to my gratitude toward my master. Then Zhu Honggong kowtowed. Contrary to the people from the Autumn Dew Mountain, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion had grown numb to this kind of display. In the beginning, they had felt it was too exaggerated, but they slowly got used to it. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain looked at Zhu Honggong with their mouths agape. They were stupefied by Zhu Honggong's show. As the 10 disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain and the disciples of the highly revered Chun Fu, they had been on the receiving end of such treatment by the people of Great Han. However, they had never met anyone as exaggerated as Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong had lost his root, but he was still shedding tears of gratitude. Upon seeing this, Chun Fu was filled with admiration. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, I truly respect you. In terms of being a master, I'm really inferior to you. It's not worth mentioning, Lu Zhou said. I see that you're quite curious about our Golden Lotus Domain's cultivation method. I have to say that the first person who started on this path isn't my 8th disciple, but my 2nd disciple, Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong stepped forward and cupped his fists at Chun Fu before he said, In the cultivation world, different paths would lead to the same destination in the end. Senior, don't think too highly of it. This? Finally, Chun Fu said, Daring to be the first one to act is a rare kind of courage. At this time, Lu Zhou said, If anyone wants to learn, you can all ask him for advice. Chun Fu said first, I'm just curious. Then he said to his disciples, If any of you want to learn, I won't stop you. Chun Fu's disciples shook their heads violently in unison. Needless to say, Chun Fu did not want to see his disciples walking down that path. Moreover, there was no need for them to do so. However, when he saw his disciples acting so cowardly, he could not help but shake his head unhappily and sigh. Lu Zhou said, "It's not good to force things. If you're unwilling, then forget it." Chun Fu's disciples sighed in relief. Their vital organs were saved. Self-castration? Even if they could gain 5 birth charts in one go with that technique, they would not willing. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior." Many of Chun Fu's disciples thanked Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou nodded before he said, "The lotus severing method is indeed difficult. It's not suitable for everyone." Chun Fu was puzzled. "Wait, the special cultivation method we're talking about is severing one's lotus." "That's right. Do you have any questions?" Lu Zhou asked. "No. I just want to confirm it," Chun Fu replied. "Severing the lotus frees the avatar. My disciple, Yu Shangrong, is the first person to sever his lotus. It's truly unprecedented," Lu Zhou said. Chun Fu, who finally understood what was going on, looked at Yu Shangrong approvingly. "Each generation is really better than the last one. You're a hero. Thank you for your praise, Saint Chun. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning," Yu Shangrong said. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenghai frowned. Forget it. Forget it. I'll let you show off today." Chun Fu turned to look at his disciples and said, "This is an example you should all learn from." Lu Zhou said, "Let's continue with the sparring session." Since there were 5 venerable masters among Chun Fu's disciples, there would be 5 matches. At this moment, Xianxia walked out. He had been trying hard to hold back. He could not wait to test his skills. He was different from his fellow disciples. Autumn Dew Mountain had lost 3 matches in a row and had lost all its dignity. If this continued, how could the Autumn Dew Mountain stand firm in Great Han in the future? Their master's time was almost up. Once their master was gone, how would the Autumn Dew Mountain be able to intimidate the world and sit firmly at the peak? He would let the person in front of him go just because he was weak. He was rather disdainful of Yun Tongxiao's methods. Xianxia said to Zhou Guang, "Senior brother, please allow me to go first." "Go ahead." Zhou Guang nodded. Then, Xianxia cupped his hands at the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion and bluntly asked, "Who's willing to come out and fight with me?" Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong had already fought so naturally they would no longer participate. Ming Shirin smiled and said mockingly, "Let me do it. I'll let you taste the taste of defeat." Ming Shirin did not mince his words at all. Xianxia replied, "I'm afraid you'll be the one to lose." The duo lacked the courtesy of those before them. Their words were filled with gunpowder even before the fight started. With this, they aroused the enthusiasm of the audience even more. Everyone was looking forward to watching a good show. "I'm so scared." "Then you have to hold back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat you," Ming Shirin said. Just as Ming Shirin was about to enter the arena, Duanmu Shang suddenly said, "Fourth senior brother, your cultivation isn't any weaker than those of eldest. Senior brother and second senior brother. You better not bully the weak." Xianxia was shocked. Ming Shirin said, "Third senior brother. How can my cultivation be comparable to eldest senior brother and second senior brother? I'm still weaker than them. Don't pretend. It's not like I don't know you. I think it's best if you let me fight," Duanmu Shang said, clearly determined to fight. "Ah!" Ming Shirin wanted to reply, but when he saw Duanmu Shang glaring at him, he could only swallow his words. With this, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Let's just continue with following the order of seniority. Let this brother fight." After saying that, Xianxia thought to himself, "That guy looks cunning, and his eyes are sinister. As expected, he's not a good person. To think he's as strong as his eldest and second senior brothers. I almost suffered a huge loss." Ming Shirin retreated to the side and said resentfully, "Consider yourself lucky." Xianxia replied with an insincere smile, "Thank you." Duanmu Shang carried the Overlord spear and walked into the arena. He pointed at Xianxia and said, "My fourth junior brother is wrong. You're not lucky. Duan Wuxiang said in a clear voice. In fact, you're even more unlucky to have met me. Swoosh! Duan Wuxiang raised his overlord spear horizontally and tilted it 45 degrees upward. Then he flew out swiftly, leaving afterimages in his wake. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia. 1,000 waves. As Duan Wuxiang leaped up, tens of thousands of energy spears shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. He retreated as he resisted the overbearing energy spears. He wondered if his opponent was even stronger than the first two disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The overbearing attack continued, forcing him to retreat. When he reached the edge of the arena, he leaped into the sky. Duan Wuxiang followed closely behind. His long spear was like a golden dragon. Xianxia hovered in the air as he pressed his hand down and cried out, "Expansive heavenly energy!" Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou said, "Confucian technique?" Chun Fu said, "I'm skilled in the 3 schools of cultivation." Xianxia was very skilled in the Confucian school's techniques, such as the expansive heavenly energy. The Confucian school style is restrained, and their practitioners have easygoing vitality energy. This child's vitality energy is overbearing, Lu Zhou remarked. You have a discerning eye, Chen Fu said. Xianxia was often bullied when he was young, so he can't stand evil. The Confucian school's techniques are indeed more restrained and harmonious, but the expansive heavenly energy is different. The more overbearing one is, the more power one can unleash. You have a point, Lu Zhou said with a nod. In the sky, Duan Wuxiang's energy spears became increasingly fierce. The frequency of his attacks was unprecedented. Perhaps, he had been feeling suppressed in the unknown land for a long time and had not had a decent opponent to train with, so he went all out now that he met an opponent who was not pleasing to the eye. Xianxia had been rather confident that the expansive heavenly energy could crush the energy spears. Alas, he was doomed to be disappointed. Imperfect divine intervention. The energy spears cut through the expansive heavenly energy like a hot knife through butter. Bang! They continued to move upward. Xianxia used the power of the Tao to move as well. He suddenly disappeared, and the energy spears missed their target. However, Duan Wuxiang did not stop. He kept up his rhythm, moving higher and higher. Everyone raised their heads and watched in shock. When Xianxia saw how relentless Duan Wuxiang was, he said coldly as he pressed his hand down, "You think too highly of yourself. Have a taste of my 5 stars seal." A green palm seal burst forth from Xianxia's palm and descended from the sky. Duan Wuxiang did not retreat at all. He used the imperfect divine intervention to counter the attack. Just as the energy spears were about to clash with the palm seal suddenly split into 5. They overlapped with each other as they tore through space and appeared above the energy spears in just a blink of an eye. Bang! The 5 palm seals had been imbued with the power of the Tao, so they suppressed the energy spears before they swept toward Duan Wuxiang. Duan Wuxiang held the overlord spear up. He felt his arms going numb, but he held onto the overlord spear tightly. However, he was quickly pushed down. Boom! In just a breath, Duan Wuxiang fell to the ground. He continued to push against the palm seals. The ground of the arena that was paved with bluestones shattered immediately. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve, sending the rubble flying. The others activated their protective energies to keep the flying rubble and debris at bay. With this, the battle should have ended. However, how could Xianxia, who had just gained the upper hand, end the battle so quickly? A victory at this level was far from enough. He glared at Duan Wuxiang, who showed no signs of giving up. Creak! The handle of the overlord spear bent at this moment. Old Third, Yu Zhenghai frowned. At the same time, the other members of the Autumn Dew Mountain standing outside the training hall cried out, "Mr. Fifth!" Everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou and Chen Fu. Seeing the 2 elders in different expressions, which clearly expressed they had no intention of interfering, the others could only continue to watch. Duan Wuxiang's numbness meant he no longer felt pain. "Why bother? You're not strong enough," Xianxia said. Duan Wuxiang burst forth with energy at this moment. He forcefully straightened the Overlord Spear's handle. Upon seeing this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Then he said in a deep voice, "Octuple seals." Another 3 palm seals shot out from Xianxia's hand, joining the other 5 palm seals. Boom! 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 The Overlord Spear bent again, and Duanmushang's feet were pushed into the ground. The veins on his arms popped, and his eyes shone with fighting spirit. Clearly, he had no intention of giving up. He gritted his teeth before he cried out and forcefully straightened the Overlord Spear again. "Since you're like this, I won't be polite. Double octuple seals." Xianxia lifted both hands at the same time as he hovered in the air. Upon seeing this, Chun Fu frowned slightly. He was about to raise his hand when Lu Zhou reached out to press his hand down. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Just watch." The double octuple seals fell from the sky. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion could sense the force of the double octuple seals. If Duanmushang did not give up now, he would definitely be injured. Moreover, the injuries would not be light. They wanted to intervene, but when they saw Lu Zhou sitting with a calm expression, they could only helplessly watch. Boom! When the palm seals fell, Duanmushang grunted, and his feet sank half a foot into the ground. The Overlord Spear bent again. At the same time, the coiling dragon around the handle began to flash frantically, indicating that the spear was about to break. "Move!" Duanmushang roared. Then, the purple dragons on his arms burst forth. They quickly straightened the Overlord Spear before they swept the double octuple seals away. Xianxia, who was caught off guard, was knocked back by the 2 purple dragons. "Diabolic cultivator?" The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain exclaimed in unison. "He's a diabolic cultivator?" Duanmushang stomped on the ground before energy spears exploded in the air. At the same time, the 2 purple dragons grew 1,000 times bigger, filling the air. With that, Duanmushang continued to battle Xianxia fiercely. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain felt as though their hearts were in their throats at this moment. One of them finally said, "Master, he's a diabolic cultivator." Chun Fu was also surprised. However, when he saw the calm expression on Lu Zhou's face, he knew Lu Zhou must be aware of this. Hence, he said, "Don't move." With this, Chun Fu's disciples could only watch the battle. As the duo fought, Xianxia said, "So you're actually a diabolic cultivator?" "What's a diabolic cultivator?" Duanmushang asked. Xianxia suddenly flashed around Duanmushang, leaving countless clones in his wake. Whoosh! 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 Duanmushang's energy spears flew out in all directions. The faster he thrust his spear, the more energy spears appeared. In the end, it was as though he had formed a small circular domain with energy spears. His arms moved without stopping as the purple dragons flew around him. "Venerable Master?" Chun Fu exclaimed in surprise. He mobilized the power of the Tao and the law of space with his spear? What a special venerable master! As soon as Chun Fu's voice fell, boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air. The energy spears seemed to have collided with something. At the same time, all the clones disappeared. Only one figure could be seen plummeting from the sky. Boom! Xianxia spat out blood before he landed on the ground. Everyone gulped. The battle seemed to have ended. Duanmushang landed not far from Xianxia. He held the Overlord Spear with its tip pointed downward as he stared at the fallen Xianxia with an icy gaze. At the same time, the purple dragons returned to his arms, and the corrosive energy on his body dissipated as well. However, he shook his head and said, "Again!" Bang! Duanmushang stabbed the Overlord Spear into the ground. The battle was too satisfying. He had not had enough. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain. This person isn't going to let him off. Duanmushang was angered by Xianxia's fleeting killing intent, so he said, "Coward, get up and continue fighting me." Bang! Xianxia refused to get up. Blood could be seen at the corners of his lips, and his entire body was in pain. At this moment, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Enough." With that, Duanmushang's anger dissipated immediately. Then he said, "Yes, master." "Leave," Lu Zhou said again with a wave of his sleeve. "Yes." Duanmushang put away the overlord spear before he turned to leave. Just as Duanmushang turned around, Xianxia suddenly leaped up. The space froze. A cold energy shot out from Xianxia's hand as he shouted, "I haven't lost yet!" Swoosh! Duanmushang felt a chill on his back, but it was too late to do anything. He thought to himself, "It's over." At this time, Lu Zhou's indifferent voice rang out. "How dare you!" A golden palm seal, which was many times faster than Xianxia's, flew out and sent Xianxia flying in just a blink of an eye. Bang! Xianxia fell to the ground immediately. Fifth junior brother. Old Fifth. Several of Chun Fu's disciples rushed out to catch Xianxia. "We can tolerate this, but we won't. Since you want to spar, let's spar. What's so great about bullying the weak?" Swoosh! 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 Chun Fu's 10 disciples were very united at this moment. Hua Yin, Liang Yufei, and Yun Tongxiao originally did not care, but now their 5th junior brother was injured, they would let things go. Moreover, the others had rushed toward the diabolic cultivator, so they had no choice but to rush out as well. Chun Fu said in a deep voice, "Enough!" After that, Chun Fu launched into a violent coughing fit. Alas, Chun Fu's voice was drowned out by the commotion. Buzz! At this time, Lu Zhou appeared behind Duanmushang with his palm facing outward. Then he said tonelessly, "You overestimate yourselves." Boom! Everyone from the Autumn Dew Mountain was sent flying by a golden energy seal. They landed on the ground with a loud boom. With just one move, Lu Zhou cleared the arena. All the Autumn Dew Mountain's disciples who rushed into the arena were sent flying by Lu Zhou. His precise control caused their blood and qi to surge and caused their arms to go numb. It was only for Chun Fu's sake that he did not kill them. Even then, just this move alone was enough to bring fear into their hearts. Lu Zhou looked at the people lying on the ground in pain with his hands on his back before he said, "As Chun Fu's disciple, you actually launched a sneak attack? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? He's a diabolic cultivator." Xianxia protested as he clutched his chest with one hand and pointed at Duanmushang with the other hand. He had mustered up all his courage to speak up. "Shut up!" At this moment, Chun Fu rose to his feet. He had long been in a bad mood and could no longer contain his anger. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain shuddered. Although Chun Fu looked haggard and weak, his sacred position and authority in everyone's hearts did not change. Chun Fu's expression was dark as he glared at Xianxia and pointed at him. "Wicked disciple, what were you thinking?" Master." Xianxia felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He did not understand why his master was standing up for an outsider. How could they let outsiders act as they pleased here? Xianxia looked at his master in confusion. When his eyes shifted to the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, he grew angry again. His master was a great saint. Why should he be afraid of these people? Chun Fu continued to say angrily, "Wicked disciple, have you forgotten my teachings?" "Master, what did I do wrong?" Xianxia asked, confused. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion shook their heads. Just from this alone, it was clear how different the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain and the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were. If the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were reprimanded, they would not ask for the reason. If their master reprimanded or punished them, they would admit their mistakes first even if they did not know what they did wrong. After all, as long as it was nothing too serious, they would show respect to their master first. Seeing that Xianxia did not even know what he did wrong, Chun Fu grew even angrier. He said, "Kneel." No matter how bold or angry Xianxia was, he did not dare to disobey his master in front of his fellow disciples and the other members of the Autumn Dew Mountain. He kneeled immediately. Thud. Chun Fu asked sternly, "They're honored guests I invited here. I told you to spar, but what did you do earlier?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment before he said, "I didn't do anything wrong. I only wanted to win back the dignity of the Autumn Dew Mountain. Since the cultivation of our friends from the Evil Sky Pavilion is profound, I can only go all out. It's true that we should hold back when sparring, but the sword has no eyes after all. No one can guarantee they won't get hurt during a sparring session. Please forgive me, Master. Chun Fu was so angry that he coughed violently again. You unfilial disciple. You're truly unfilial. Xianxia's words brought chaos to Chun Fu's state of mind. Over the years, even when he faced his seriously injured disciples or when his disciples acted outrageously, he had never lost control of his anger in this manner. However, today, Xianxia's words greatly disturbed his state of mind. Master! Xianxia got up, looking very worried. Enough! Lu Zhou suddenly said. His voice that contained faint primal qi caused everyone to fall silent. No one dared to speak at this moment. Chun Fu, I shouldn't interfere when you teach your disciple a lesson. However, your body is weak now. Moreover, your disciples are just waiting to rebel, Lu Zhou said. These words were both directed at Chun Fu and his 10 disciples. Chun Fu's 10 disciples did not dare to protest when they heard these words. Instead, all of them kneeled in unison. Then they began to speak one after another. I don't dare to do such a thing, Master. I'm extremely loyal to Master. The sun and the moon can be my witness. One by one, they began to proclaim their loyalty. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion scratched their heads. Feeling awkward, they felt a sense of déjà vu. When Chun Fu was about to speak, Lu Zhou raised his hand and interjected. Your host, and I'm just a guest. Under normal circumstances, the guest should follow the host's wishes. However, your situation isn't good now. If you think it's appropriate, I'll deal with it on your behalf. What do you think? Chun Fu was naturally eager to agree to Lu Zhou. Xianxia's fleeting killing intent did not escape his notice earlier. Moreover, he had also invited Lu Zhou here in hopes that Lu Zhou would take charge of the world so that the peace would continue. Moreover, it was a fact that his disciple tried to launch a sneak attack on Lu Zhou's disciple. It was only right that he let Lu Zhou deal with this. On the contrary, the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain wore shocked expressions on their faces. How could it be like this? Was this not stealing the limelight from their master? Chun Fu said, That's a great idea. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain. Lu Zhou looked at the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain. No one in the world could empathize with Chun Fu more than he did at this moment. Then, he said earnestly, Your master, Great Saint Chen, and I can be considered to have a mutual understanding after we got to know each other. Then, he turned to Chun Fu and said, Thank you for your trust and for inviting me here as your guest. The Autumn Dew Mountain is a friend of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion is a friend of the Autumn Dew Mountain as well, Chun Fu said. Lu Zhou nodded before he called out, Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Senior, when you sparred with my disciple, victory was in your grasp. If you had fought steadily, you could have won. Alas, you're impulsive and eager to win. You even carried killing intent. Do you admit it? Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia protested again. Killing intent? Senior, don't slander me. How could I carry killing intent? We were sparring. Injuries are unavoidable in sparring sessions. Seeing that Xianxia was still trying to quibble, Lu Zhou sighed and shook his head. Then he said, I'll give you one last chance. Xianxia was slightly startled by these threatening words. He turned to look at his expressionless master before he looked at Lu Zhou again. Then realization dawned on him. It seemed like the sparring sessions were just an excuse. His master had found a helper. With this knowledge, he stubbornly said, I didn't do anything wrong. Lu Zhou sighed again as he looked at Chun Fu and asked, Saint Chun, this is your disciple. How do you want to deal with him? If this were in the past, Chun Fu might have gotten up and taught Xianxia a lesson. Unfortunately, he was weak and dying now. He was not afraid of life and death, but he could not let go of the world. Otherwise, he would no longer bother himself with worldly affairs. Finally, Chun Fu said, Brother Lu, just do as you wish. Chun Fu's disciples were in an uproar. This was equivalent to putting their lives in the other party's hands. This was enough to make them feel a chill in their hearts. At this time, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Very well." Then, he looked at Xianxia again and said, "I will punish you on your master's behalf. I hope you'll turn over a new leaf in the future." Xianxia grew even more angry and unresigned. "Wait," Chun Fu suddenly said. He knew Lu Zhou was already being very lenient on his behalf. "You want to protect him?" Lu Zhou asked. Chun Fu shook his head and said, "Xianxia, I've warned you once when you colluded with the envoy from the eastern capital. Now that committed another mistake, you have to be punished. I will destroy 3 of your birth charts as a punishment. Do you accept this punishment?" T3, 3 birth charts? Zhou Guang, Chun Fu's 3rd disciple, Yun Tongxiao, Chun Fu's 4th disciple, and a few others who were not venerable masters kowtowed immediately. "Master, although Old Fifth is wrong, it's not right to destroy 3 of his birth charts. Isn't this punishment too severe?" Zhou Guang said. "That's right. Master, Old Fifth just became a venerable master not too long ago. Although venerable masters can restore their birth charts within 3 days, how's he going to find suitable life hearts in such a short time?" Yun Tongxiao said. "I beg Master to spare 5th junior brother. Master, I beg you to show mercy." Chun Fu ignored his disciples' pleas and continued to say indifferently, "Apart from destroying 3 of your birth charts, you're not allowed to restore them within these 3 days." Chun Fu's disciples cried out in unison, "Master, 5th senior brother is indeed in the wrong, but destroying 3 of his birth charts is too harsh. He's a venerable master, one of Great Han's pillars. He's one of only 7 venerable masters in Great Han. If you destroy 3 of his birth charts and prohibit him from restoring them within 3 days, it's no different from killing him. Xianxia, hurry up and kowtow to Master. Admit your mistake and apologize to Mr. Third from the Evil Sky Pavilion," Hua Yin said. As the eldest senior brother, his words were thunderous at this moment. At this time, Xianxia's emotions were turbulent as well. In the past, when he made mistakes, his master would criticize and lecture him. At most, he would be punished with a cane. He truly did not expect his master to want to destroy 3 of his birth charts for a group of outsiders. He felt extremely wronged and angry. Nonetheless, he moved forward on his knees, and when he reached the edge of the step, he said, "I was wrong, Master. I beg you to forgive me. Master, I know my mistakes now. Please forgive me." Chun Fu looked at Xianxia. In the past, when his body was fine, he could restrain his disciple with his strength and status. However, now that his time was almost up, who else could restrain his disciple? He did not want Autumn Dew Mountain to fall, and he did not want chaos to descend on Great Han. After all, he knew the chaos would be brought by his disciples. He did not wish for Autumn Dew Mountain to bear this eternal infamy. Chun Fu watched quietly as Xianxia kowtowed and admitted his mistakes. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang from the horizon outside of Autumn Dew Mountain. "Great Saint Chun, please calm down." The others raised their heads. Chun Fu did not even look up. He said, "Wei Cheng." Flying chariots hovered in the sky. Groups of cultivators and soldiers surrounded the flying chariots. At this moment, Chun Fu's attendant said with a bow, "They're from the royal court." Chun Fu said calmly, "Since they're here, tell them to come down." Since Chun Fu had been severely injured by the Great Void Emperor, the people of the royal court had been asking about his situation. He was not sure how the royal court found out he was injured in the first place. In the end, he assumed the people from the Great Void must have leaked the news to sow discord. The Great Void rarely interferes in the 9 domains' affairs, but this time the Great Void Emperor personally took action. The so-called rules had long been thrown away. Chun Fu knew he had to handle the affairs of Great Han carefully to prevent the common people from suffering. Over the past 20 years, he had ordered his attendant to search for Lu Zhou everywhere. After painstaking efforts, he finally found Lu Zhou. In all of the 9 domains, Lu Zhou was the only one who could help Autumn Dew Mountain and Great Han to get through the incoming disaster. At this time, Hua Yin said, "There's no need to invite irrelevant people here." As soon as Hua Yin's voice fell, two figures flew out from their respective flying chariots and landed in front of the training hall. Both of them were dignified-looking middle-aged men. They were both dressed in armor. The one on the left looked slightly more mature while the one on the right looked younger. The two men were almost the same size. After the two men landed, they looked around curiously, assessing the situation. When they saw the cracked floor and Xianxia kneeling on the ground, they bowed to Chun Fu and said, "Greetings, Saint Chun." Chun Fu nodded. Wei Cheng, Su Bi. Wei Chun and Su Bi were the other two venerable masters in Great Han who were not from Autumn Dew Mountain. After greeting Chun Fu, the duo bowed slightly at the other disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain. Then, when they bowed at one of the disciples on the right, they called out, "Your Majesty." Lu Zhou looked over. He had almost forgotten that one of Chun Fu's disciples was the Emperor of Great Han. From the beginning until the end, the Emperor had kept a very low profile and did not say much. He only watched everything calmly. Lu Zhou had overlooked him. Now that he looked at the Emperor of Great Han again, he thought the other party was truly not simple. The other party seemed patient enough and knew to maintain a low profile. Moreover, the Emperor of Great Han did not seem to put on any airs with his fellow disciples as well. However, earlier, he did not speak up for Xianxia and had only kneeled symbolically. In Autumn Dew Mountain, there's no emperor, Lu Zhang, the Emperor of Great Han, said. Wei Cheng and Su Bi nodded. In the cultivation world, ranks and status in the secular world did not mean anything. Wei Cheng and Su Bi were venerable masters. In Great Han, they were on equal footing with Lu Zhang. The most powerful and influential person in Great Han was Chun Fu. At this time, Lu Zhou finally said, "Emperor of Great Han?" Chun Fu said, "You should have known this a long time ago." "What a great Emperor of Great Han," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. Lu Zhang stepped forward and said to Lu Zhou, "There's no emperor here, only cultivators. I hope Senior will overlook this." Lu Zhou thought Lu Zhang was very good at acting. Chun Fu said, "I accepted him as a disciple to maintain the safety and peace of the world. With the help from Autumn Dew Mountain, the people of Great Han live and work in peace." Su Bi, "Why did you come to Autumn Dew Mountain?" Su Bi replied, "I heard that Saint Chan isn't feeling well, so I came to visit. Moreover, His Majesty has been in Autumn Dew Mountain over the past few days. The country can't do without its ruler for even a day." Chun Fu nodded. "Apart from this, what else is there?" Naturally, these could not be the only reasons for the visit. After all, why would two venerable masters come just to bring the emperor back? Su Bi replied, "I also want to ask Saint Chun to spare Xianxia." "Reason?" Chun Fu asked. Initially, he had been slightly moved and hesitated to punish Xianxia. However, upon hearing Su Bi's words, he lost all intentions to spare his disciple. Su Bi asked, "Your Majesty, didn't you speak to the saint?" Chun Fu frowned as he looked at Lu Zhang, his seventh disciple who was also the Emperor of Great Han, and said, "Speak. This is a matter regarding the secular world and has nothing to do with the cultivation world." "I hope Master will forgive me," Lu Zhang said. "Back then, I let you ascend the throne to pacify the people, to serve the people and the country, not to scheme and covet power," Chun Fu said. "I remember Master's words and dare not forget them," Lu Zhang said. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou silently observed Lu Zhang's behavior, attitude, and speech. Under such circumstances, Lu Zhang was still very calm. He was not affected by the sparring incident at all. His instincts told him that there was something wrong with Lu Zhang. As expected, Lu Zhang said, "I feel that fifth senior brother is a rare venerable master. Talents are important to Great Han. If he loses his birth charts, it'll be a great loss to Great Han. I hope Master will show mercy." "You finally pleaded for him," Chun Fu said. "So Master has already expected this," Lu Zhang said. "Although you're the Emperor of Great Han, you're also Xianxia's junior brother. There's no emperor in Autumn Dew Mountain. Do you understand? Chen Fu asked. I understand. Lu Zhang, Chen Fu said tonelessly. You and Zhang Xiaohua will be punished together. Each of you will have 3 birth charts destroyed. Hua Yin, since you're my eldest disciple, you'll execute the punishment on my behalf. Everyone was stunned. Even Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Zhang were stunned. They exchanged a look. Chen Fu's disciples could not figure out what Chen Fu was trying to do. Hua Yin bowed and asked, Why, Master? In other words, there had to be a reason for these punishments. Chen Fu asked, Do all of you really think I don't know what's going on? The inside and the outside of the training hall were silent. Do you really think you managed to keep me in the dark? Suddenly, how dare you? Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao suddenly turned around and attacked Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Zhang. Take them down. With 2 venerable masters making a move, the space seemed to have frozen. At the critical moment, Wei Chang and Subi flashed, blocking Yun Tongxiao and Liang Yufeng. Liang Yufeng was the 2nd disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain, while Yun Tongxiao was the 4th disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain. Why did they suddenly attack their fellow disciples? Scram! This isn't any of your business, Yun Tongxiao said in a deep voice. Subi replied, No one can attack His Majesty. There's no emperor here, only my 7th junior brother. Move aside. If something happens to the emperor, the world will be in chaos, Subi said. If it's going to be chaotic, then so be it. Moreover, with the Autumn Dew Mountain around, there won't be chaos. The Autumn Dew Mountain will bring about reorganization to the world and bring peace, Yun Tongxiao said. The 2 parties confronted each other. With just these few sentences, Lu Zhou understood what was happening. This was typical internal strife. In short, the senior brothers wanted to seize the world from their junior brothers. However, since their master was alive, they could not make a move. Lu Zhou nodded. I see. Everyone froze when Lu Zhou's deep voice rang in the air. Chen Fu shook his head and said, Subi, Wei Cheng, I don't care if you're the pillars of Great Han. You don't have the right to interfere with the Autumn Dew Mountain's affairs. Then, his tone darkened as he said, Scram! Wei Cheng and Subi. Although the duo was venerable masters, they were unable to put up a front when faced with Chen Fu. Lu Zhang said, aggrieved, Master, eldest senior brother, 3rd senior brother, you have to stand up for me. I'm only trying to protect myself. Chen Fu scoffed as he pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, You even disregarded ethics and morals and married your daughter to this wicked disciple. Silence descended again. Hua Yin and Zhou Guang looked at Lu Zhang and Zhang Xiaohua with incredulous expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were confused. Mingshi Yin scratched his head as he said, Wait, so, this means the Emperor, the 7th disciple, married his daughter to his 5th senior brother, right? This relationship was really messy. Mingshi Yin gestured at Lu Zhang as he continued to say, Then your 5th senior brother must call you father-in-law, right? What do you call your 5th senior brother then? Lu Zhang frowned. This was the topic he did not want to talk about the most. Zhang Xiaohua rose to his feet and said, Since Master is already aware of this, there's no need to hide it anymore. Relationships are not important. The most important thing is that I like Junru, and she likes me. Junru was obviously Lu Zheng's daughter. Chen Fu called out, Hua Yin. Yes, Master. Enforce the sect rules for me, Chen Fu said in a deep voice. This, Hua Yin hesitated. If he did this, once their master left, the blood feud between them would be irreconcilable. Chen Fu flashed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Wei Cheng and Subi and pushed both his hands out. Without any suspense, both Wei Cheng and Subi flew out. Chen Fu flashed again as energy surged around him. He easily grabbed Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Zhang by the scruffs of their necks. No one dared to speak. Everyone stared at Chen Fu with their mouths agape. Chen Fu said indifferently, Do you think I'm not your match just because I'm injured? Thud. All the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain fell to their knees in unison. In their minds, they thought to themselves, How's he injured? He's clearly still very energetic. Was he acting weak? Chun Fu sighed. I'm old now, and I can no longer restrain all of you. I can't even depend on Hua Yin, whom I trusted most. I really am a failure as a master. Chun Fu tightly bound Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Zheng. He knew these two unfilial disciples were key figures to maintain the peace in the world. At this time, Wei Chang and Subi flew back in and landed on the ground, kneeling on one knee. Saint Chun, please show mercy. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. Bang! Bang! Wei Chang and Subi flew back again, spitting out blood. Lu Zhou said, It's the saint's business. When is it your turn to interfere? Thank you, Qin Fu said. Then he said to the others, From now on, I won't spare whoever dares to act rashly. Meanwhile, Wei Chang and Su Bi, who were sent flying, looked at Lu Zhou in shock. They were shocked at how ridiculously strong he was. Chun Fu's hands trembled as he began to cough violently. He was forced to let Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Zheng go. When Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Zheng landed on the ground, they hurriedly retreated. Chun Fu kept coughing until he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master! Hua Yin's eyes reddened upon seeing this, and he hurriedly stepped forward to help. Liang Yunfeng and Yun Tongxiao seemed to have a little conscience as well based on the tears shining in their eyes. Get lost! I don't have an unfilial disciple like you. Chun Fu pushed Hua Yin away. I was wrong. Hua Yin cried out. If you really know you're wrong, then you'll help me deal with those two unfilial disciples. Chun Fu said as he pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Zheng. All right. Hua Yin suppressed his emotions before he rose to his feet and said, Both of you ignored the sect rules first. Don't blame eldest senior brother for being merciless. Swoosh! Hua Yin flew toward his two junior brothers and began to fight with them immediately. The training hall was in chaos. Eldest senior brother, you're no match for us, Lu Zheng said as he fought. Then, he stole a glance at his master as a jade talisman appeared in his hand before he cried out, Wei Chang, Subi, go! We can't let them leave. Yun Tongxiao and Liang Yufeng rushed out with killing intent flashing in their eyes. At this time, a rain of light fell from the flying chariots in the sky. No! Yun Tongxiao and Liang Yufeng looked at the sky in surprise. Old Seventh, you really have your ways. In order to deal with us, you expended so much effort to obtain this weapon. The flying chariot's body was carved with runic symbols. At this time, Zhao Hongfu, who was knowledgeable in formations, said, It seems like symbols from the Great Void. From the Great Void? At the very least, they look very similar, Zhao Hongfu said. No wonder they're so confident. Lu Zhou nodded. At this time, Chun Fu cupped his fists at Lu Zhou with a pleading expression on his face. Lu Zhou did not wait for Chun Fu to speak as he said, As you wish. Lu Zhou raised his hand, tossing the hourglass of time out. Electric arcs swept across a radius of 100 miles in Autumn Dew Mountain. Flowers, trees, birds, beasts, flying chariots, soldiers, and cultivators were all frozen. Bang! Bang! Lu Zhou launched two palm seals at Wei Bang and Su Bi. Bang! Bang! Lu Zhou launched another two palm seals at Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Zheng. Then, he took away the jade talisman in Lu Zheng's hand before he returned to his original spot. Chun Fu. Chun Fu was a great saint, after all. Naturally, out of everyone present, the freezing effect affected him the least. When he saw Lu Zhou make a move, he was filled with admiration. He knew he was not capable of something like this. When time resumed, Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Zheng, Wei Chang, and Subi fell to the ground at the same time, spitting out blood. What happened? Hua Yin looked around in confusion. The others naturally were confused as well. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Zheng, Wei Chang, and Subi had suddenly fallen to the ground and spat out blood. At this time, the rain of light was still falling from the sky. Lu Zhou raised his hand and shouted, Flawed perfection! The golden palm seal soared up into the sky and hit one of the flying chariots in just a blink of an eye. Boom! The flying chariot shattered along with the runic symbols, and all the cultivators were sent flying. Then, Lu Zhou turned slightly and said, "What are all of you waiting for? Do I need to personally act for such a small matter? I'll do it, I'll do it." Mingshi flew up, causing the space to ripple. He was a venerable master now, after all. "I'll do it as well," little Yuaner cried out. She brought out her nirvana sash and manifested her astrolabe to defend against the rain of light as she flew into the sky. Little Yuaner did not hide her birth charts, so the others naturally saw them. She really has 20 birth charts. This girl. She wasn't bragging. She really has 20 birth charts. Little Yuaner was the youngest 20-chart cultivator everyone had ever seen. The astrolabe bloomed as big as the sky, sweeping across the flying chariots. Without any suspense, the gigantic astrolabe dealt a devastating blow to the cultivators around the flying chariots. Although the one-sided battle was boring, and there was no suspense, little Yuaner was still very excited. She flew among the crowd. Each time she struck with her palm, she defeated dozens of people. Her cheerful laughter sounded like the tinkling of a wind chime, resounding through the sky. At the same time, fewer people paid attention to Mingshi, who weaved in and out of the people in the sky. Every time he moved, he would leave ripples in his wake. He was clearly using the power of the Tao. Yun Tongxiao said, "Fortunately, I didn't choose him. Fortunately, I didn't choose her." After a while, the sky was completely clear. Inside the autumn dew mountain, Lu Zhou stared at Xianxia, Lu Zheng, Wei Cheng, and Su Bi. Then he said to Chun Fu, "Chun Fu, you're a great saint after all. With your strength, it'd be easy for you to kill all of them. And yet, you expended so much effort today." Chun Fu sighed. Lu Zhou continued to say, "Since you invited me here today, I'll help you carry out your duty as a master." "All right," Chun Fu readily agreed. Lu Zhou's hand seemed to carry the force of a mountain as he pushed it out. Xianxia's body flew back immediately. Lu Zheng cried out, "Master, no! I have the Great Void Token. I have the Great Void Token." Bang! Xianxia fell. The force from the palm seal pierced his heart and shattered his internal organs. The surging force crushed him easily without any suspense. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Obtained 1,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Obtained 1,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Obtained 1,000 merit points. 1 palm seal destroyed 3 birth charts. At this time, the primal chi storm began to brew. Alas, before it had a chance to erupt, Lu Zhou forcefully dispersed it with just a wave of his hand. Then Lu Zhou pushed his hand out again. Lu Zheng flew into Lu Zhou's hand immediately. Lu Zhou said, "It's still somewhat pardonable if you only deceived your master. However, you dare to defect to the Great Void, collude with external venerable masters, and attack your fellow disciples? How heartless! What should I do with you?" Lu Zhou asked. At this time, Chun Fu said tonelessly, "Destroy his cultivation base." "No!" Lu Zheng roared. At this time, a strange light shot out of the front of Lu Zheng's body toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Bang! When the two forces collided, they struggled against each other, at a stalemate. Lu Zheng said viciously, "You shouldn't have interfered in Autumn Dew Mountain's affairs. You shouldn't have interfered." The Great Void Token exploded with extreme power. Lu Zhou could sense danger from the force of the explosion. Chun Fu could naturally sense the danger as well. He rebuked, "You wicked disciple." Lu Zhou's tone remained indifferent as he said, "So what if it's from the Great Void?" Crack! At this time, Lu Zhou's palm seal suddenly flashed before it gripped the ball of light and shattered it. Then, the palm seal remained fisted as it punched at Lu Zheng's Dantian Sea of Qi. Bang! With just one move, Lu Zheng's Dantian Sea of Qi was destroyed. Arg! Lu Zheng screamed miserably. Hua Yin felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. Seeing that Lu Zhou was about to make a move again, he said with an unnatural expression, "I'll do the rest. I'll do the rest." Destroying all the birth charts and cultivation were no different from killing someone. Although the relationships between fellow disciples were important, Hua Yin knew his junior brother would have to pay for his mistake. After all, the mistake was too big and unforgivable. Hua Yin rushed toward Lu Zhang and destroyed all of Lu Zheng's birth charts. Lu Zhou let Hua Yin do as he pleased. After all, he did not care about this bit of merit points. It was best if he had someone to help him, and Hua Yin was undoubtedly the best candidate for this job. Hua Yin was Chun Fu's eldest disciple, after all. If Chun Fu was truly gone, it would not be a bad idea for Hua Yin to maintain the peace in the world. Xianxia's face was ashen as he sat on the ground and watched Hua Yun destroy Lu Zheng's birth charts until there were none left. However, things were not over yet. Chun Fu said, "Yun Tong Xiao Liang Yufeng, I will punish both of you by destroying your birth charts. Do you accept your punishment?" Liang Yufeng and Yun Tong Xiao had completely lost all thoughts of resisting. They obediently kneeled on the ground and said in unison, "I accept the punishment." The punishment was acceptable. After all, they had 3 days to recover their birth charts. Hua Yin tossed Lu Zhang, who now had 0 birth charts, at their master's feet. Initially, he had been heartbroken, but when he saw the vicious expression on Lu Zheng's face, the sympathy vanished immediately. As the eldest senior brother, he did not wish for fellow disciples to fight to the death, but it still escalated to that extent in the end. In fact, he knew that on the surface they seemed harmonious, but the conflict had long passed the point of no return. It was just that they were missing the catalyst: their master's death. Chun Fu's determination and Lu Zhou's arrival had only made the conflict erupt ahead of time. At this time, Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao did not say anything and obediently destroyed their birth charts. Zhang Xiaorua, who was kneeling on the ground, unable to move, looked at Lu Zhang, who was lying motionlessly on the ground, and asked, "Where are your reinforcements?" Lu Zhang was silent. He felt pain all over his body as he spat out blood. The members of the Autumn Dew Mountain found it difficult to adapt to this sudden change. Everything was fine. How did it turn out like this? The 10 disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain were people they respected most. Hua Yin kneeled in front of Chun Fu and said, "I'm the eldest senior brother, but I didn't fulfill my responsibility. As their eldest senior brother, I should bear the consequences of their mistakes as well. Please punish me, master." Bang! Hua Yin kowtowed heavily. He had long been aware of the conflict simmering between the surface, but he turned a blind eye to it, hoping his junior brothers would remain tolerant of each other. Even if their master passed away one day, as their eldest senior brother, they would still respect him and not act upon their hostility too openly. Chun Fu sighed. Although Hua Yin was not without blame, he could not severely punish Hua Yin. After all, Hua Yin shared the same viewpoint as him. It was just that Hua Yin was too indecisive and considerate. If he punished Hua Yin, then there would be no one useful left in the Autumn Dew Mountain. Before Chun Fu spoke, Hua Yin brought his birth palace out. His fingers were like hooks as he dug out a life heart from his birth palace. "You!" Chun Fu frowned. Hua Yin stubbornly pulled out the life heart before he tapped his acupoints twice, sealing his Dantian's sea of qi. He grunted as he endured the pain. Chun Fu sighed and shook his head. "All of you are truly amazing disciples. All of you act as though you can hear my words." "I don't dare." Chun Fu's other disciples kneeled one after another. Chun Fu inhaled deeply before he waved his sleeve and said, "Move." Hua Yin nodded and retreated to the side. The person Chun Fu did not want to see the most right now was Hua Yin. Hua Yin was the disciple whom he trusted the most, but Hua Yin's performance at this time was too disappointing. After a moment, he said, "Throw Zhang Xiaorua and Lu Zheng out of Autumn Dew Mountain. From today onward, they're expelled from the sect. They're no longer allowed to set foot into Autumn Dew Mountain." This time, no one dared to plead for mercy. After all, they all know now that Lu Zheng possessed the Great Void token. This was not something their master would be able to forgive. Their master and the Great Void were enemies to begin with. Moreover, their master's current injuries were caused by the Great Void. Lu Zheng looked at Chun Fu in a daze. Then, he struggled to get up as he said, "Get out of the way! I can walk on my own." Everyone retreated. Lu Zheng no longer had any birth charts. Even if he could walk now, he was no different from an ordinary person. It would be difficult for him to descend the mountain. He might roll down the mountain and fall to his death. Although the Autumn Dew Mountain was not far from the western capital, the terrain, filled with beautiful mountains and sparkling rivers, was steep, and there were many fierce beasts. How was Lu Zheng going to leave without help? At this time, Xianxia clutched his chest and struggled to his feet as well. The duo supported each other. When they arrived at the entrance, they stopped and turned around. Then they kneeled and kowtowed 3 times to Chen Fu. After that, Lu Zheng said, "Thank you for your teachings, Saint Chen. My cultivation was given by you. Now that my cultivation is gone, it can be considered as being returned to the Autumn Dew Mountain. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Autumn Dew Mountain." Xianxia looked at Lu Zheng with a complicated expression. He could not say these words, so he only said, "Farewell." At this time, Lu Zhou said, "Very well. Since the Emperor of Great Han no longer has any ties to Saint Chen, I want to take down the capital. Does anyone have any objections?" Lu Zhou's gaze swept past everyone before it landed on Wei Chang and Su Bi. The duo was venerable masters who represented Great Han after all. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zheng and Xianxia turned around. Their bodies trembled as they collapsed to the ground. Wei Chang and Su Bi looked at Lu Zhou with widened eyes, not knowing what to say. Lu Zhou asked again, "Do you have any objections?" "And no," Wei Chang stammered. Then Wei Chang and Su Bi looked at the sky. There were no flying chariots, cultivators, or soldiers. Mingshi and Little Yuaner, who had returned to stand with the others, had cleaned up the mess. The soldiers and cultivators had fled to who knows where. No one knew how many died and how many fled. At this time, Mingshi said with a smile, "Master, this job sounds interesting. Why don't you leave it to me? I promise to take down Great Han as soon as possible." "Are you confident?" Lu Zhou asked. "After all, this Great Han seems to have the backing of the Great Void." Mingshi replied, "The Great Void is nothing. I don't care about them. All I know is we should take down Great Han first. We should just kill those who are unresigned to their fates." Lu Zheng. At this time, Lu Zheng finally fainted. Upon seeing this, Xianxia cried out, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" When Lu Zheng did not wake up, he changed his form of address and called out, "Old Seventh, wake up!" At this time, Wei Chang and Su Bi pleaded for mercy. Wei Chang said, "Why is there a need to be so aggressive? If the ruler of Great Han changes, how can people live and work in peace?" Bang! Wei Chang and Su Bi were sent flying back. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of the duo. "Do I need you to teach me about these things? How dare you speak to me that way? Impudent!" Buzz! A faint light appeared on Lu Zhou's body. It was dazzling. Saint Light! The members of the Autumn Dew Mountain revealed pious expressions on their faces when they saw Lu Zhou's Saint Light. "He's a saint." Wei Chang and Su Bi endured the intense pain as they looked at Lu Zhou, who glowed with the Saint Light. At this moment, they finally realized they did not lose unjustly. Their opponents were 2 saints, not Saint Chen Fu, who was about to die. The Saint Light suppressed everyone present on the scene. At this time, Chen Fu said, "Brother Lu, please give me some face." Lu Zhou turned to look at Chen Fu before he sighed and put away the Saint Light. Then he said, "For your sake, I won't stoop to their level. However, you have to understand these people have wild ambitions. You're not even dead yet, but they no longer respect you." Mingshi scratched his head. Why did he feel like his master and Chen Fu were playing good cop and bad cop? Regardless, the effect seemed quite good. After all, this showed that Chen Fu had a friend who was a saint and could easily suppress Great Han even if Chen Fu was gone. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed like Chen Fu and Lu Zhou had a good relationship. Chen Fu said, "I won't die so easily." "Well, I hope so." The other disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain, who were still kneeling, kowtowed and said, "It had better be so." The other Autumn Water Mountain disciples knelt down and kowtowed. "Master, You'll live as long as the heavens. Chun Fu said, take them away and punish them according to Autumn Dew Mountain's rules. Announce their expulsion to the world and ground them for 10 years. Understood. The disciples of the Autumn Water Mountain escorted Lu Zhang, Zhang Sharua, and the others away. Chun Fu said, Wei Chang and Su Bi, today's incident can be considered a lesson for you. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. The two of them were overjoyed when they heard this. They immediately bowed to Chun Fu and said, Yes, thank you, Saint Chun. The two of them could not thank him enough. Su Bi did not want to say anything at first, but he still explained, Saint Chun, we have realized our mistake in this matter. The two of us are assisting the imperial court because we want to do something for the people of the world. We are definitely not trying to gain power and status. If I knew that he was colluding with Taishu, I would never help him. Saint Chun, the two of us know that we have committed a grave sin. After we return this time, we will retire from the world and focus on cultivation. We will no longer care about the secular world. Saint Chun nodded and said, There is no need to be so extreme. The stability of the world will ultimately depend on the Zenrins. Su Bi said, Of course. After saying that, he looked at Lu Zhou who was standing beside him and revealed a look of awe. I didn't expect to see a second saint in this life. They bowed to Lu Zhou and then turned around to leave. Lu Zhou was too lazy to stop them. These rotten matters at Autumn Water Mountain could be ended as soon as possible. They were all trivial matters. Chun Fu ordered the disciples of Autumn Water Mountain to clean up. They were to deal with what they should deal with and reflect on what they should reflect on. Only then did he invite Lu Zhou and the people from the Devil Sky Pavilion into the training hall. Chun Fu's training hall was extremely quiet. After night fell, Autumn Water Mountain also fell into silence. The Tao child told Chun Fu about the process of him guarding the demonic sky pavilion for 20 years, which made Chun Fu very surprised. Brother Lu, where did you go during these 20 years? Chun Fu asked doubtfully. Lu Zhou replied, To be precise, it was more than 100 years. My 9 disciples were quite talented and needed to be trained, so they stayed in the unknown place for a full 100 years. Chun Fu was slightly surprised. More than 100 years in the unknown place? The Great Void Emperor once warned me not to go near the Pillar of Heaven Enlightenment. Could it be that you caused all the commotion in the unknown place? Lu Zhou did not hide anything and nodded his head. Chun Fu. He suddenly felt as if he had suffered a great loss. Lu Zhou saw his strange expression and said, The Great Void Emperor punished you because of me. I will seek justice for you for this matter. Cough cough. Chun Fu coughed twice and sighed. He only heard what Lu Zhou said. The Great Void Emperor was someone who was respected in the 9 Lotus world. However, he was still far from the Great Void Emperor. Lu Zhou said, Even if the Tao child doesn't come to me, I will come to you. Oh! In terms of talent, no one in the world can compare to my disciples. Lu Zhou humbly stated an objective fact. However, this objective fact made Chun Fu frown. After all, he himself was one of the top 10 disciples. Even if he was defeated, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to show off in front of him? Chun Fu politely nodded his head. Your disciples are indeed not bad. Lu Zhou continued to state the facts objectively, and his tone was very calm. They are all future supreme beings. So, cough cough cough, cough cough cough. Chun Fu began to cough violently. Seeing this, the Tao child quickly went forward. Lu Zhou had pushed out the heavenly book of healing. The surging vitality made him look a little better. Chun Fu said, Future supreme beings? So, I brought them here to Bindian to seek the path of closed-door cultivation, as well as the way for Jinren and even saints to pass through life-threatening situations, especially the life-threatening situations of saints. Lu Zhou said very strictly. After all, the Green Lotus side had the Skyhook cableway. It could help them become the perfected one. If they also had it here, then there was no need to run back and forth. It would be more convenient if it was convenient. The current situation were not optimistic. Great Void could send people out at any time. Chun Fu examined Lu Zhou carefully. Seeing that his expression was serious and did not seem like he was joking, he released his perception ability and enveloped the people of the Devil Sky Pavilion, focusing on the 9 great disciples. Perhaps it was because he was very good at concealing himself and Chun Fu was injured, so he couldn't sense anything for a moment. He only knew that their cultivation was not bad, and some of them were even beyond his imagination. For example, the young man leaning against the pillar with a smile on his face. The young man who kept playing with a weapon that looked like a knife but not a knife, a hook but not a hook. There was also that sword master who only had the 100 disaster abyss and was good at sword control. There was also that little girl who was the youngest and looked innocent. Lu Zhou saw this and said, "There's no need to try anymore. They have all received the recognition of the Heaven Enlightenment Pillar. The matter of the Great Void Seed was too shocking. As long as the Devil Sky Pavilion knew about it, it would be fine. Although Chun Fu was reliable, the matter of the seed could not be mentioned." Chun Fu said in surprise, "They have all received the recognition of the Heaven Enlightenment Pillar." He looked at the people from the Devil Sky Pavilion. 9 disciples, for elders, left and right envoys, and protectors. Those 2 crooked people could also receive recognition? Chun Fu frowned. Lu Zhou corrected him. "You misunderstood. I'm talking about disciples." "Oh." Chun Fu nodded, but then he sighed again. "Brother Lu, you really taught a lot of good disciples." When he thought of those evil disciples of his, he began to feel sorrowful and began to cough. After a few sounds, Chun Fu calmed down and said, "If you want to find a place for seclusion, it's not difficult. Autumn Water Mountain is an excellent place." Lu Zhou said, "This is your territory after all. It's fine. There aren't many people in Autumn Dew Mountain. About 100 miles north of this place, there's a place called Fragrant Valley. It's part of Autumn Dew Mountain as well. No one goes there, so you can cultivate in seclusion there," Chun Fu said. Lu Zhou nodded. Chun Fu continued to say, "Fragrant Valley is filled with fragrance like its name suggests. Hundreds of flowers are in full bloom there. Some are poisonous and some are not. In the deepest part of Fragrant Valley, there's a strange flower that absorbs the essence of the heavens, earth, sun, and moon. It emits a fragrance that can cause hallucinations and bring about extreme pain. It's good to pass the birth trials near that flower. Those with a weak will have difficulty passing their birth trials there." "Is it hidden?" Lu Zhou asked. Chun Fu laughed and said, "There's an ancient formation protecting that place. It was created when the land split. Even Tao saints won't be able to break the formation. However, if it's one of the emperors..." Mingshi chimed in with a smile. "Are the emperors so free? Moreover, if you don't say anything and we don't say anything, who will know we're cultivating there?" When Chun Fu heard Mingshi Yin's words, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "How big of a mess did you create in the unknown land?" "It's not important. There's no need to mention it," Lu Zhou replied. Chun Fu gently pressed Lu Zhou's hand and said, "It's very important. You're pushing me into a fire pit." Lu Zhou smiled as he said tonelessly, "Chun Fu, do you know why I came to you?" "Why?" "First, you dared to challenge the Great Void. You used this domain to threaten them and managed to force them to come to an agreement with you. Second, you're severely injured, so you should hope that the world will change. Third, you once brought me to the pillars of destruction," Lu Zhou said. "You can clearly stand tall if you join their ranks, but you didn't. Similar to you, I don't want to join their ranks. This applies to my disciples as well." Following that, all of Lu Zhou's disciples said in unison, "I swear to follow Master to the death." Chun Fu. When Chun Fu saw the determined expressions on their faces, he sighed. "You should know how powerful the Great Void is. Doing this is no different from an ant shaking a tree. Didn't you do the same?" Chun Fu was quiet. He sat with his back straight as he thought about the past, the frivolity and impulsiveness of his youth, and the partings he experienced. He thought about the hardships of cultivation and his ambitions when he became a saint. Time passed, and he did not know how he ended up like this. Chun Fu seemed to have thought it through as he said, "All right, I'll risk my life to accompany you. I'll be frivolous and impulsive again. Everyone nodded, delighted by these words. Ming-Shirin said, Alas, this matter isn't frivolous. May I ask Saint Chun how strong is the great void? Previously, when they met Duanmu Dian, Duanmu Shang's ancestor, they did not have time to ask about this. Since they were with Chun Fu, this was a good chance to find out more about the great void. Chun Fu said, I have never been to the great void. What I know, I learned from the envoys of the great void. Above the 10 halls is the sacred temple. The masters of the 10 halls are all supreme beings. As for what kind of supreme beings, I'm not sure. The temple master of the sacred hall is one of the great emperors. Apart from that, there were also Zhi Guangji, the Black Emperor, Ling Weiyang, the Azure Emperor, Qi Biaonu, the Scarlet Emperor, and Bai Zhajuai, the White Emperor. Lu Zhou seized the opportunity and asked, Do you know the White Emperor? Chun Fu shook his head. These are all ancient cultivators. Before the land split, they disappeared. Maybe they're in the great void all this time, or maybe they're dead. This White Emperor should still be alive. Anyway, that's not important. Please continue, Lu Zhou said. No one can live forever. The chances of them being alive are very small, Chun Fu said. Lu Zhou did not say anything. However, if what Chun Fu said was true, then what was the White Emperor's token and who were the white-clad cultivators? 100,000 years had passed since the land split. The lifespans of supreme beings far exceeded 100,000 years. How old were the great emperors exactly? Chun Fu continued to say, Every once in a while, the Great Void would recruit talents from the 9 domains and bring them to the Great Void. In the past 100,000 years, they've managed to gather quite a number of experts. Apart from the 10 halls and the Sacred Hall, there are also the 12 saints, which include Great Tao saints. Everyone was shocked. The Great Void's strength was actually so terrifying. These are only the humans. The Great Void controls many fierce beasts. Among the divine beasts, there are ancient divine beasts and ancient saint slayers. Chun Fu said with a look of admiration. Then he said to Lu Zhou, You should have been to the Great Abyss Land as well, right? I've only been there briefly once. Lu Zhou nodded. The current ruler of the Great Abyss Land is Emperor Yu of the Feather Tribe. There are many powerful fierce beasts there, and it's the only place with sunlight in the unknown land. Chun Fu was not surprised by Lu Zhou's words. Instead, he looked out the window and murmured, The only place with sunlight. It had been a long time since the Twin Lotus Domain had seen the sun. When would light come again? Chun Fu asked curiously, What is it like there? Let me tell you, little Yuaner said before she excitedly recounted what she had seen. The sun, the chirping birds, and the fragrant flowers. She did not leave anything out. Then she spoke about the Feather Tribe, the immensely huge fierce beast, and the three-headed tribe. Chun Fu was surprised when he listened to little Yuaner's words. He said, I've long heard that the Great Abyss Land has the bigger pillar of destruction. I didn't expect it to be so big, as expected of the biggest pillar of destruction that supported the heaven and earth. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, The 10 pillars of destruction seem to be cracking. There's a force from heaven and earth that mends them. This isn't something humans are capable of. The Great Void helps by sending patrol teams there. Who knows, the pillars might collapse one day. If that happens, countless lives will be plunged into misery, Chun Fu said. I disagree, Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou said, There aren't many humans living in the unknown land. Yes, there are many fierce beasts there. However, every time there's an imbalance, the fierce beasts will migrate. This means they're not as stupid as humans think they are. The sea beasts won't be affected by the sky collapsing. With all things considered, even if the sky collapses, it won't be too bad. Moreover, the unknown land will see the light of day again. At that time, how good would it be for humans to return to the unknown land and see the sun? Lu Zhou continued to say, The Great Void won't allow the 10 pillars of destruction to fall. They say it's to protect all living beings, but in reality, it's just to maintain their status and position. Chun Fu sighed. How could he not know this? However, with how powerful the Great Void was, who would dare to question them? Under the night sky, the autumn dew mountain was abnormally quiet. Only a few lights in the training hall dispelled the darkness. At this moment, a young cultivator rushed in and bowed before he said, "Saint, we have another honored guest." Another honored guest? Chen Fu was slightly taken aback. Before Chen Fu could respond, a voice rang from outside. "Chen Fu, long time no see." The voice was sonorous and confident. Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Everyone, leave." Yes. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion left through the back door of Chen Fu's training hall. Soon enough, an old man dressed in a long robe who looked like he was in his 60s slowly walked in with his hands on his back. Although the old man looked ordinary, Lu Zhou and Chen Fu, who were saints, could clearly feel the energy from the power of the Tao. Lu Zhou cocked an eyebrow. "Who's this person?" Chen Fu rose to his feet at this moment and cupped his fists at the old man. "As it turns out, it's Dao Saintly." Dao Saintly glanced at Lu Zhou before he shifted his eyes back to Chen Fu and said, "You look so pale, but you still have time to chat so happily with your friend?" "This is a friend of my autumn dew mountain. His surname is Lu," Chen Fu said. Dao Saintly sized Lu Zhou up with a penetrating gaze. Then he frowned slightly as he said, "In the 9 domains, I don't think there are any other saints." "He's a new saint," Chen Fu said. "No wonder," Dao Saintly said with a nod as he thought to himself. "No wonder the scales of justice didn't sense such him." Lu Zhou glanced at Dao Saintly and asked, "You're from the Great Void?" "You're quite astute," Dao Saintly said indifferently as he sat down. Dao Saintly did not stand on ceremony and sat on Chen Fu's seat. Hence, Chen Fu had no choice but to stand. Chen Fu was heavily injured. He relied on his cultivation base and whatever energy he had left to support himself. The person in front of him was Li Chun, a Dao saint from the Xuani Palace. Li Chun was also the envoy that the Great Void sent from time to time. Li Chun continued to size Lu Zhou up with a smile on his face. He could not help but feel curious when he saw Lu Zhou's attitude that was neither servile nor overbearing. Clearly, Lu Zhou did intend to ingratiate himself with him who came from the Great Void. He said, "The Great Void had always appreciated talents. There are very few in the 9 domains who are capable of becoming saints. I'll give you a chance to join the Great Void if you're willing." Lu Zhou shook his head. "I'm used to living a solitary life and don't like to be tied down. I appreciate your offer." Before confirming if the other party was a friend or foe, Lu Zhou did not want to make any great movements. It was unnecessary to make too many enemies. Li Chun calmly said, "Those who reject the Great Void will have a hard time in the future. Chen Fu, what do you think?" Chen Fu, who rejected the Great Void in the past, was now severely injured. He was indeed a good example. Chen Fai said, "My friend likes being free and unrestrained. Birds of a feather flock together. Both of you are really similar," Li Chun said with a sigh. He did not continue with that topic. Instead, he said to Chen Fu, "Sit down and chat with me." Chen Fu flicked his sleeve. A chair flew over and quietly landed behind him. After he sat down, he asked, "May I ask why Dao Saintly came to my autumn dew mountain?" Li Chun replied, "I came here for 3 things." He did not continue speaking. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou. Chen Fu said, "He's one of us." With that, Li Chun said, "First, a Dao saint from Two-Way Hall was here. Did you see him?" "A Dao saint from Two-Way Hall?" "The leader of the silver-armored guards, Dao Saint Zhang Wenshu," Li Chun said. Chen Fu shook his head. "I've never met such a person before." At the same time, Chen Fu recalled the Great Void token that Lu Zhang possessed. He wondered if Lu Zhang had met the person Li Chun mentioned before. On the other hand, when Lu Zhou heard this name, he asked, "Zhang Wenshu is a Dao Saint of Two-Way Hall? You know him?" Li Chun was slightly surprised. Lu Zhou deliberately said, "In the past, the Golden Lotus domain had a grand tutor called Zhang Wenshu. Perhaps they only share the same name." Li Chun chuckled. "I guess you haven't seen him either?" Lu Zhou shook his head. Inwardly, he thought to himself, if I see him, I'll kill him with a slap regardless of the consequences. As for the second matter, Li Chun said, I once led a team to Mount Halcyon to look for the Unholy One's sacred relic, the Hourglass of Time. Since Yu Qi had lost it, we haven't been able to find it. However, there are rumors that traces of the Hourglass of Time could be seen in the unknown land. Chen Fu, you're a great saint. Do you know the whereabouts of this relic? Lu Zhou's expression remained the same when Li Chun mentioned the Hourglass of Time. He thought to himself, it's best to use it less in the future. Too many people covet this item. It's really useful after all. What kind of ability did Yu Qi have? He didn't deserve to use this item at all. Chun Fu said, the Unholy One? I remember you mentioned him as well during your last visit. Is his item so good? Li Chun smiled. You know too little about the Unholy One. Then, he said, filled with praise. He was someone that even the 5 emperors are afraid of. At this time, Lu Zhou interjected, if he was so powerful, why did he fall? Li Chun glanced at Lu Zhou before he tonelessly said, he fell onto the diabolic path and went astray. The 10 halls of the Great Void sacrificed everything and lost 4 supreme beings just to get rid of him. Lu Zhou was inwardly surprised. Outwardly, his expression was calm as he said, fell onto the diabolic path? Li Chun said, there are some things that you're better off not knowing. At this time, Chen Fu asked, what's the third matter about? The third matter? Li Chun paused before he said, after your time comes to an end, I want to bring your disciples to the Great Void. I want them to join Xuanyi Palace's Dark Guards. Chen Fu did not speak. He only looked at Li Chun calmly. In fact, he knew he had no way to stop Li Chun, nor did he have the right to negotiate now. It was the Great Void, after all, and this had always been how they did things. Li Chun also came here only to notify Chen Fu. He was not asking for permission. He only extended the courtesy of informing Chen Fu because Chen Fu had maintained the balance in Great Han for many years. After a long silence, Chen Fu asked, is the Great Void really not afraid that Great Han will perish along with me? The geographical position of the Twin Lotus Domain is unique. It's connected to the unknown land through a narrow and fragile land. The ancient formation and the mark you left behind have already been repaired by the power of heaven and earth. Li Chun said. Realization dawned on Chen Fu. He once thought as long as the land that connected to the unknown land was cut off, the Twin Lotus Domain would be completely cut off from the unknown land. He had assumed the land would sink into the ground, forever lost, or drift on the endless ocean, becoming a lost land like Mount Halcyon. He did not expect the land would be repaired. Over the past 1,000 years, Chen Fu had gone to that place to observe, and he had long discovered small abnormalities. He could sense a special force in the earth that mended the cracks on earth. It was similar to the force that mended the pillars of destruction. He did not know what the force was or where it came from. The cracks appeared more frequently on the pillars of destruction while the cracks on earth were greatly reduced. Chen Fu had once speculated that the force was related to the heaven and earth shackles. Based on the law of conservation, humans could not break free from the shackles and could not live forever. The power of dead cultivators would return to heaven and earth again. Li Chun sighed softly. Since the emperor personally punished you, there's nothing I can do to help you. I can only help you look after your disciples. Chen Fu still remained silent. Lu Zhou finally broke the silence and said, they might not be willing to go with you. Everyone yearns to go to the Great Void. Why would you even think they might be unwilling? Li Chun said. Well, you'll only know once you ask them, Lu Zhou said. Li Chun said, after joining the Dark Guards of Xuanyi Palace, they'll at least have a home. They won't have to guard Autumn Dew Mountain. If it's the two-way hall, they won't even give you a choice. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and clasped his hands on his back before he said, I disagree. From the moment Lu Zhou learned about the Great Void, his impression of it had constantly been declining. Currently, he had developed a deep hatred for it. Li Chun smiled faintly and said, what do you have in mind? If you can convince me, I'll leave immediately. Chen Fu, who could sense Li Chun's simmering anger, said, "Don't be angry, Tao Saintly. We can slowly discuss this matter." Li Chun said, "Do you know how many people want to join the Great Void but don't have the chance? Currently, the Great Void lacks manpower. Two-Way Hall is trying to recruit talents everywhere, so how can I lag behind? Over the years, there are some people who were recognized by the Pillars of Destruction. If I can find them, I'll take them with me. No matter who they are, there's no room for negotiation." "Is that so?" Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Li Chun before he said, "Can this convince you?" Whoosh! Lu Zhou pushed his hand out. A jade token appeared in front of Li Chun's face. In the middle of the jade token was the word, White. White Emperor. Upon seeing the jade token, Li Chun frowned as surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Then, he said with a faint smile on his face, "So you're with the White Emperor. No wonder there's another saint in the Twin Lotus domain." Chun Fu, who did not expect Lu Zhou to bring out the White Emperor's jade token, was surprised and skeptical. After putting the jade token away, Lu Zhou returned to his seat. Li Chun put away his arrogance and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou before he said, "I didn't know you're with the White Emperor. Please forgive me." Lu Zhou did not wonder about the White Emperor's prestige and identity, since the White Emperor was able to make those from the Great Abyss Land grant them entry to the Pillar of Destruction. Li Chun did not think much about Lu Zhou before this. However, with the White Emperor behind Lu Zhou, he had no choice but to take Lu Zhou seriously. Lu Zhou asked, "So do you still plan to take away the disciples of Autumn Dew Mountain?" Li Chun said apologetically, "Since the White Emperor has sent people here, I won't mention this matter again. Please help me convey a message to His Majesty the White Emperor. Tell him that I hope he'll visit Xuanyi Palace when he has the time. Our hall master welcomes him at any time." "I will convey your message," Lu Zhou said with a straight face. His face did not flush, and his heart did not beat faster. Li Chun smiled and said, "Although I won't be taking the disciples of Autumn Dew Mountain away, there'll be other people coming. I'm afraid you won't be able to hide from them forever." "Who?" Chen Fu asked. "Two-Way Hall's Jiangwanshu," Li Chun said. Two-Way Hall lost 3,000 silver-armored guards in the unknown land. The silver guards are the core strength of Two-Way Palace. Over the years, they've made great contributions to the Great Void. Who knew they would be wiped out in the unknown land? Due to their desperation and lack of manpower, I'm afraid Two-Way Hall will disregard the White Emperor." Lu Zhou recalled the conflict between the black-armored guards and the silver-armored guards in the unknown land and asked, "Both sides are from the Great Void? Aren't you on the same side?" Li Chun chuckled. "Generally, we follow the important rules. However, our philosophies and ways of doing things are different. For example, the Xuanyi Palace doesn't agree with the way Two-Way Hall's silver guards do things." Lu Zhou asked, "The Great Void Emperor doesn't care?" "The 10 halls fighting for position is tacitly approved by the Great Void Emperor as long as they don't violate the principles and destroy the balance of heaven and earth," Li Chun said. Chun Fu looked worried as he coughed a few times. Then he said with a sigh, "Could this be the will of the heavens?" Li Chun said, "Think things through. You can tell your disciples to come to Xuanyi Palace at any time. For the sake of the White Emperor, I won't force you, and I'll respect your wish." Li Chun rose to his feet and glanced at the sky outside. Night had fallen when he had arrived. He had planned to spend the night here. However, since the White Emperor's person was here, he had no choice but to leave. He walked to the entrance before he turned around and asked, "Chun Fu, how much time do you have?" Chun Fu sighed. "Who knows? Maybe until tonight, maybe until tomorrow. You did well to survive the Great Void Emperor's attack. I'll come back again in a few days to remind you that Two-Way Hall and Jiangwanshu aren't good people." With that, Li Chun vanished into thin air. The hall fell silent. No one knew what Chen Fu was thinking. Lu Zhou said, "The Autumn Dew Mountain won't be able to escape this calamity. Even Great Han won't be able to escape this calamity." Chun Fu sighed heavily. He had originally thought that by borrowing Lu Zhou's power, he would be able to settle the conflicts between his disciples and make them united against the outside world. However, things had developed beyond his imagination. After a moment, Chunfu asked, "What exactly happened in the unknown land? If I'm not mistaken, the conditions of the Pillars of Destruction have worsened," Lu Zhou said. Chunfu frowned. The last time he brought Lu Zhou to a few of the Pillars of Destruction, they looked normal. He paused for a long time, looking in the direction of the unknown land, before he said, "Brother Lu, you mean the pillars are going to collapse?" "It's just a guess," Lu Zhou replied. Chun Fu rose to his feet and placed his hands on his back before he paced back and forth. He was like an ant standing on a hot pan, anxious and restless. "Why are you so worried? If the sky collapses, it might shake the Earth's foundation. The Earth might split again, giving birth to the 10th domain, 11th domain, or more. Blood will flow like the river, and lives will be plunged into misery at that time," Chun Fu said in a daze. It was as though he was recalling scenes from 100,000 years ago. Despite living for such a long time, the images in his mind were vivid. "How did the great void rise up to the sky?" Lu Zhou asked. Chun Fu shook his head. "Very few people know about this. Some said it has something to do with the Pillars of Destruction. They said they saw the pillars rise from the ground, lifting the land up into the sky. Some people also said it was the combined efforts of supreme beings to escape the splitting land at that time. They said that the supreme beings lifted the great void up into the sky. There are also rumors that the 10 halls of the great void joined forces and created the pillars." Lu Zhou said, "The first rumor is still somewhat believable, but I don't think there's any truth in the following ones. The Pillars of Destruction aren't something humans could create." "That might not be true," Chen Fu shook his head and said, "The road of cultivation is long. If one cultivated to the level of a supreme being, one's avatars will be tall enough to pluck the stars from the sky, quell the wind and rain, destroy lightning, and look directly at the sun and moon." Lu Zhou wanted to say something snarky, but when he recalled how anything was possible, he kept quiet. However, when he envisioned the scene Chen Fu described, he still felt it was too exaggerated. Finally, he asked, "Have you seen it before?" "No. If you haven't seen it before, why are you talking so much about it?" Lu Zhou returned to the main topic and said, "In fact, it's not impossible for Autumn Dew Mountain to avoid the calamity." Chun Fu's eyes brightened immediately. "Brother Lu, do you have a way? Let's hide in Fragrant Valley together. Didn't you say that even Dao Saints won't be able to find or break into Fragrant Valley?" Lu Zhou said. Chun Fu nodded. "You have a point. However, wouldn't Great Han be plunged into chaos then? Without a saint acting as a deterrent, the structure that had been formed for tens of thousands of years would definitely change." Lu Zhou said, "This matter is easy to handle. Just announce to the world that you decided to travel the world. Every once in a while, send someone to have a look." Chun Fu nodded. The idea was not bad. Lu Zhou said, "Most of my disciples had reached the stage of a venerable master. Now that they've been recognized by the Pillars of Destruction, it won't be a problem for them to become saints. Being in Fragrant Valley will also help their cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds." Chun Fu sighed. "It's much more than just becoming saints. Even becoming great Dao saints and supreme beings isn't impossible." He thought of something suddenly and asked, "When did you become a saint?" "When I fought with Meng Zhang, the Azure Dragon, I was lucky enough to become a saint," Lu Zhou said casually. "What?" Chun Fu looked at Lu Zhou in shock. "You fought with Meng Zhang? You don't believe me?" "Meng Zhang is one of the 4 divinities of heaven. Even if he's slightly weaker, he's still a lesser supreme being," Chun Fu said. Clearly, he did not believe Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou could naturally see through Chun Fu's thoughts, but he only said, "It's up to you to believe it or not." Buzz. Lu Zhou's body was suffused with light that glowed brighter and brighter. It was undoubtedly the saint light. Chun Fu sighed. "You really make me look at you in a new light. The last time we met, you were only a great venerable master. But now, you've already become a saint. 100 years have passed. Nothing is impossible," Lu Zhou said. "Have you formed a divine soul pearl?" Chen Fu asked. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I've always been skeptical about forming a divine soul pearl. Among Tianwu and Lord Jinan who guarded Yuzhong, Tianwu had formed her divine soul pearl. Birth charts can counteract fatal attacks. By merging all your birth charts to form a divine soul pearl, isn't it a self-destructive move? Chen Fu said, No, of course not. First, after forming a divine soul pearl, it's more helpful toward your cultivation. Second, the general strength and defense of the divine soul pearl are much higher than all the birth charts combined. Indeed, birth charts can counteract fatal attacks, but when your birth charts are destroyed, it means you're already seriously injured. Finally, the divine soul pearls hold all your birth charts. This means you can still access their power through a set of techniques. Lu Zhou nodded. He did not know there were so many benefits to forming a divine soul pearl. Then, he asked, Can divine soul pearls also be turned into astrolabes? Yes, Chen Fu said with a smile. However, this required more skills from the cultivator and isn't necessary. Many cultivators like to use their astrolabes to defend themselves like a shield. However, this was no different from sending oneself to the muzzle of a gun. Chen Fu explained, Although the astrolabe's defenses are amazing, if you encounter an expert, it'd be difficult to preserve your life. However, divine soul pearls are different. Not only are they much more difficult to break, but they can't be easily used against you like astrolabes. In other words, if you encounter an enemy who's stronger than you, it's more advantageous to have the divine soul pearls. How do I form a divine soul pearl? Lu Zhou asked. Chen Fu was not surprised by this question. After all, there were only a few people who became saints in the history of the 9 domains. Most cultivators had no need to know this anyway. Chen Fu said, It's not complicated to form the divine soul pearl. Control your primal qi and guard your Dantian sea of qi. Then will the birth charts in your birth palace to merge. Buzz. Chen Fu pressed his hand down, and his saint's lotus appeared in front of Lu Zhou. When Lu Zhou looked over, he saw a huge crack on the green lotus seat. There were no birth chart zones on the birth palace, only a large circular area. Whoosh! At this time, the circular area rippled before 26 birth chart zones appeared. A great saint with 26 birth charts? Lu Zhou was surprised. Usually, one can become a saint with 24 birth charts. With 27 birth charts, one can become a great saint. I was lucky enough to comprehend a stronger law from the power of the Tao and became a great saint with 26 birth charts, Chen Fu explained. At this moment, Chen Fu's birth palace rippled again before it turned back into a circular area. Chen Fu waved his hand, withdrawing his lotus. Then, with another wave of his hand, his astrolabe appeared. When he pushed his hand out, 36 lights flashed one after another before it shrank and turned into a pearl. Lu Zhou said, In the beginning, I thought divine soul pearls were exclusive to fierce beasts. In ancient times, there was no distinction between humans and fierce beasts. If you read the ancient books, you'll find that at that time there were many half-human half-beast hybrids. Lu Zhou looked at Chen Fu's divine soul pearl. Its light dimmed at this moment, and it had a gray cast. It seemed like the divine soul pearl did not have enough energy. So it's not that you can't use divine soul pearls, they're just difficult to use, Lu Zhou said. That's right, Chen Fu said with a nod before he added. It's only difficult to use because some cultivators repeatedly draw the energy from their birth charts. As a result, when forming the divine soul pearls, there might not be enough energy to power the divine soul pearls. Moreover, there are those who overdrew the energy from their divine soul pearls. It's not like that for fierce beasts, so their divine soul pearls are strong. That's why in ancient times, humans would hunt powerful divine beasts for their divine soul pearls. Lu Zhou nodded. He did not expect there was so much information about the divine soul pearl. At this time, Chen Fu began to cough violently. Lu Zhou looked at the gradually dimming divine soul pearl and said, The Great Void Emperor is really ruthless. After Chen Fu put away his divine soul pearl, he sat down. After he calmed down, he said, He's the temple master of the sacred temple, after all. I'm lucky I'm even alive. I'll think of a way to cure you after we arrive at Fragrant Valley, Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Chunfu smiled and said, "It's fine if you can't cure me. An extra day to live is more than good enough." Lu Zhou rose to his feet and said, "We can set off tomorrow." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Lu Zhou replied, "This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later." "Very well." With that, the duo came to an agreement. Early the next morning, Autumn Dew Mountain announced to the world that Great Saint Chunfu would be traveling the world with his disciples. Chunfu gathered his disciples and told them about his intention of bringing everyone with him to Fragrant Valley. All of his disciples did not object to it. Since Zhang Xiaorua and Lu Zhang, whose cultivation had been destroyed, had contact with the Great Void, they could not be left alone here to prevent troubles. Hence, the duo would also be brought to Fragrant Valley. When everyone gathered, the disciples of Autumn Dew Mountain were shocked when they saw the mounts of the Evil Sky Pavilion. They could not help but sigh at the gap between them and their counterparts in the Evil Sky Pavilion. At noon, Lu Zhou led the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion to Fragrant Valley. The next day, Elder Mingde appeared in the air above Autumn Dew Mountain. He looked down as he muttered to himself, "The last trace of energy from the token appeared here." He extended his energy and shrouded the entire Autumn Dew Mountain. After a moment, he muttered to himself again, "Not here." He flashed into Autumn Dew Mountain and discovered it was empty. There was no one around. The shattered bluestones caught his attention and he walked over to have a look. He bent down to observe it before he frowned and said, "The battle wasn't intense." Elder Mingde flashed again. Before leaving Autumn Dew Mountain, Chunfu had told the other members of Autumn Dew Mountain to leave as well. It was only natural that Elder Mingde did not find anyone. He could only follow the remnant of energy left in the air, flashing everywhere. In the end, he was still led back to the shattered bluestones on the ground. Where did he go? Elder Mingde frowned. After a moment, he brought out and ignited a talisman to inform Jiang Wenshu of this matter. After that, he muttered to himself, "Jiang Wenshu, you're really unlucky. Chunfu has already run away." Elder Mingde placed his hand on the ground, and in just a moment, Autumn Dew Mountain was suffused with light. The remnant energy from the Great Void token shouldn't dissipate so easily. "Let's see where you can hide," Elder Mingde said before he patiently continued his pursuit. In just a moment, he flashed and disappeared from sight. At the same time, at the entrance of Fragrant Valley, Chunfu pointed at a mountain range and said, "It's just up ahead. After entering the valley, the entire place will be sealed." Lu Zhou looked at the gully-shaped path that led to a deep and remote place before he nodded. "Let's go." "Understood." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone flew into the Fragrant Valley with Lu Zhou and Chunfu. "Stop dawdling. You're the only one lagging behind," Zhou Guang, the third disciple of Autumn Dew Mountain, said as he dragged Lu Zhang along. Lu Zhang had lost his cultivation, so he could only rely on the others to bring along the journey. Lu Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground before he said, "I'm heavily injured, so I'll have to trouble third senior brother." "Don't call me that. You're no longer a disciple of Autumn Dew Mountain." "I'm afraid of losing my life," Zhou Guang said. Lu Zhang remained expressionless. Zhou Guang's energy shrouded Lu Zhang as he flew in. When they entered Fragrant Valley, Lu Zhang's lips curled up into a sneer. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When everyone had vanished from sight, Ming Shirin, who rode on Xianxia's back, suddenly appeared. Ming Shirin scoffed as he looked at the pool of blood and said, "Ha! This kind of petty trick can only be used against 3-year-olds. Following that, Ming Shirin cleaned up the pool of blood in no time at all. Nothing, no blood or energy, was left behind. After dealing with the blood Lu Zhang left behind, Ming Shirin and Xianxia checked the surrounding terrain and environment. When he was finally certain there were no major problems, he finally flew toward Fragrant Valley on Xianxia's back. The entrance of the valley was not big. The sides were densely lined with ancient trees. The formation at the entrance was strange as well. One could clearly feel the wave-like power from the ancient formation. When Ming Shirin flew over, he saw little Yuaner standing at the entrance of Fragrant Valley. He smiled and flew up to her before he said, Ninth junior sister is still the most considerate. You still know how to wait for me, unlike the others who are heartless. Little Yuan rolled her eyes at Mingshi before she pointed at a tree. Mingshi looked up and saw his second senior brother, Yu Shangrong, sitting on a tree branch. Ah! Yu Shangrong said lightly, "Everyone is waiting for you." Okay. Mingshi nodded. Everyone stood in Fragrant Valley. Just as Chun Fu had said, there were the sounds of chirping birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was as green as spring. At this time, Chun Fu, Lu Zhou, and their people had already arrived at the depths of Fragrant Valley. Chun Fu pointed at the area surrounded by the mountains and said, "All of this is Fragrant Valley. It's a good place. Not many people know about this place. There are a few ancient buildings over there. After cleaning them up, you can live there. There's a round platform on the mountain that's suitable for sparring and cultivation. Further in is the most dangerous place in Fragrant Valley. You can use that place to pass the birth trial and become a saint. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't go there," Chun Fu continued to say. Following that, everyone flew toward one of the mountains and landed on a circular platform. The surface of the circular platform was carved with various mysterious symbols. They were like the growth rings of huge ancient trees, marking the passage of time. Zhao Hongfu exclaimed in surprise, "What a magical formation! I've never seen anything like it before. Since Miss Zhao says so, it must be very powerful." Everyone looked around the circular platform for a while before they left to unpack their things. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion and Autumn Dew Mountain arranged their places of cultivation before they rested. At night, silence permeated Fragrance Valley. In the eastern mountain of Fragrance Valley, Lu Zhou sat cross-legged in an ancient building. He looked around and said praisingly, "It's worthy of being a building from ancient times." Chun Fu said, "Many formations, relics, and places were left behind from ancient times. When the land split, many of them disappeared. Fragrant Valley is one of the rare ones that survived the land splitting." Lu Zhou was reminded of the star-gathering formation where the four elders cultivated in the past. It was an ancient formation as well. Were ancient humans all very powerful? Lu Zhou asked. Like I said before, in ancient times, there was no distinction between humans and fierce beasts. At that time, their cultivation method was barbaric, and they had no restraint. As long as they could become stronger, the method did not matter to them. Hence, the ancient humans and ancient fierce beasts grew stronger and stronger. When I said they're strong, I mean that their destructive power was shocking, Chun Fu said. Then, he sighed with admiration before he said, "Over time, intelligent humans and fierce beasts created rules and restraints. Laws, ethics, and morality followed. In fact, ancient times were the most glorious time for both humans and fierce beasts." "Since it was glorious, why change?" Lu Zhou asked. "Glorious doesn't mean it's right. At that time, the situation was terrible. The death count was high, and the number of injured people was high as well. Compared to that time, I prefer life as it is now," Chun Fu said. Lu Zhou nodded. In a way, the comparison was similar to the Stone Age and the modern times. "No wonder you don't want the world to change," Lu Zhou remarked. Chun Fu coughed twice before he looked at the sky outside. He changed the topic and said, "You helped me this time, so I'll naturally help you. Before my time comes, I hope to see more saints in the world." Lu Zhou's eyes burned as he said confidently, "Believe me, they won't let you down. Saints are just a starting point." Chun Fu was briefly stunned. When he regained his senses, he smiled and said, "Let's wait and see." Then, Chun Fu brought a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Zhou. "I know you want to form a divine soul pearl. This contains the steps to do it. Don't be too hasty. It'll take at least 3 to 5 months and 3 to 5 years at most to form a divine soul pearl." Lu Zhou nodded. He did not stand on ceremony and reached out to take the piece of paper from Chun Fu before putting it away. Following that, Chun Fu did not say anything else and left with his attendant. Late in the night, while everyone was resting or cultivating, Lu Zhou brought his lotus out. 24 birth charts. The limit is still 26 birth charts. Lu Zhou murmured. He studied his birth palace. It was too soon to activate his 25th birth chart. The speed of improvement in the unknown land was naturally much faster compared to the outside world. Let's try forming the divine soul pearl then. Lu Zhou looked at the piece of paper and memorized the steps. After that, he focused on his Dantian sea of qi. The primal qi in there began to surge before it shrouded his birth palace. The essence of forming a divine soul pearl was to merge all of one's birth charts. The divine soul pearl would then hold all the abilities of one's birth charts. Forming his divine soul pearl when he had 24 birth charts was the best time. In the future, when he activated more birth charts, he could easily merge them with his divine soul pearl. I hope the process won't be too difficult, Lu Zhou muttered before he began to form his divine soul pearl. Buzz! Lu Zhou's birth palace began to ripple and twist. His birth charts made sizzling noises as they pushed against each other. Divine power. At this time, he discovered his divine power was flowing along his birth chart zones. After a moment, he no longer paid attention to it and continued forming his divine soul pearl. The sizzling sound grew louder and louder as his divine power grew stronger. It was strange since he did not mobilize the divine power. The divine power shrouded his birth charts, dispelling the pain and making the entire process unusually smooth. After about 2 hours, the 24 birth charts had merged into one. Buzz! Lu Zhou felt an unusual surge of primal qi in his Dantian sea of qi at this moment. Then, it filled his sea of qi and coursed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. With that, he felt his cultivation soar like a tidal wave. It continued to surge with the help from his birth palace. At this time, Lu Zhou's body was suffused with light and emitted heat waves. The entire process was like a purification of his primal qi. Lu Zhou was astonished. Chun Fu had said earlier that it would take 3 to 5 months at least and 3 to 5 years at most to form a divine soul pearl. However, he formed one in 2 hours. Lu Zhou sensed the changes of the primal qi in his body. When his cultivation finally stabilized, he let out a long breath and sensed his cultivation base. Although he still had 24 birth charts like before, he could clearly sense that his primal qi had undergone a huge change. He looked at his birth palace. In the middle of the birth palace was a circular area. Inside the circular area were 24 concentric circles that represented his 24 birth charts. Divine soul pearl. With just a thought, his lotus disappeared. Then, a divine soul pearl appeared, floating in the air. Strangely, when Lu Zhou looked at the divine soul pearl, he had a sense of déjà vu. It was as though he had done this before. However, he did not pay much attention to this feeling. When he was on Earth, before he transmigrated, he would often have déjà vus. There were also times when he took a nap, and when he woke up, it was as though he had experienced many things from the past again. The divine soul pearl finally fell into Lu Zhou's hand. His divine soul pearl was slightly different from those of Tianwu and Hongjian. It looked as though there was a faintly discernible blue lightning bolt flashing inside his divine soul pearl. At the same time, spots of light lingered around it. The divine soul pearl sparkled with a mysterious energy. When Lu Zhou looked at it, it was as though he saw the starry sky, the universe, and the vast galaxy. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction as he carefully studied his divine soul pearl and sensed the faint energy it emitted. The energy from the luminous pearl was calm and gentle. He could also sense the birth chart powers in it. What are the birth chart's powers like now that I've formed my divine soul pearl? Let's try it out. Lu Zhou thought to himself before flashing away. The night sky in Fragrant Valley was quiet, and the view was not very good. Lu Zhou appeared in an empty forest before he brought out the divine soul pearl and chanted the mantra for flaming golden lotus. The divine soul pearl buzzed as it hovered in the air. Then it began to spin. With the divine soul pearl in the center, flaming lotuses shot out in all directions. Like fireworks, they looked dazzling. Lu Zhou was momentarily captivated by this display. The flaming lotuses were even more beautiful than before. Perhaps, due to his momentary distraction, in just a blink of an eye, the fire had already spread 100 meters in all directions. This is bad. If the commotion is too big, it would easily attract attention. They were in Fragrant Valley and could not go too far away. Lu Zhou quickly cast the Water Lotus Storm, his second birth trial ability. The contradicting ability quickly extinguished the fire in the forest. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction as he put the Divine Soul Pearl away. Not only does it not affect the birth trial abilities, but it even boosts them. Lu Zhou turned around and returned to the ancient building in a flash. Then, he brought out his Divine Soul Pearl again. He was very satisfied with the result. The next step was not to activate his 25th birth chart, but to sprout his 12th leaf. My limit now is only 26 birth charts. I can only place my hope on the 12th leaf now, Lu Zhou thought to himself. With just a thought, the Divine Soul Pearl floated in front of him. Buzz! The lotus appeared, and the Divine Soul Pearl landed in the center of the circular area on the lotus seat. With that, the birth palace appeared. 36 triangles flashed briefly in the birth palace. At this time, he finally saw the birth palace had expanded. It expanded! Lu Zhou was overjoyed. Truly, the Divine Soul Pearl has many benefits. If there were any disadvantages, there was only one: the lack of ability to withstand fatal attacks. If he met with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, his opponent might be able to shatter his Divine Soul Pearl with one strike. Although the birth charts could not compare to the Divine Soul Pearl, they could cancel out a fatal attack and give him the opportunity to escape. Other cultivators with Divine Soul Pearls had life-saving methods such as puppets, beast physique techniques, and so on. If one combined these few things, it would naturally be better. Everything aside, Lu Zhou had long been troubled by his birth chart limit for a while now. He did not expect the matter would be solved when he formed his Divine Soul Pearl. His mood improved immediately. At this moment, a voice rang from outside. "Greetings, Master. Who is it?" "Mingshi. What's the matter?" "Master, there were some movements in the dense forest near the eastern mountain earlier. I ran over to have a look. I don't know which bastard sneakily set the forest there on fire. That bastard Cultivation isn't low since he came without being noticed. I suspect there are intruders in Fragrant Valley, so I came to report this matter," Mingshi said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He did not say anything. "Master? Are you there?" Lu Zhou asked in a solemn tone. "Are you talking about me?" "Huh." Although it was just a huh, one could hear the panic in it. Mingshi voice sounded unnatural and aggrieved as he said with a sad face, "I will punish myself and reflect on my mistake. I'll take my leave now." If Lu Zhou's limit did not rise, he might have punished his fourth disciple. Moreover, it was just a little ignorance on Mingshi part. It was a good thing that Mingshi was so cautious and reliable. Hence, he said, "Go and cultivate." Mingshi sighed in relief before he said happily, "Yes, I'll take my leave now." Mingshi rode on Xianxia and disappeared into the night. After Mingshi entered a forest, he looked around before he leaped onto a huge tree. Countless vines grew around the tree and climbed up, forming a temporary bird nest on the tree. Mingshi lay comfortably inside before he slapped himself and said, "My habit of meddling in other people's business is really bad. In the future, even if the sky collapses, it won't have anything to do with me." Soon after, Mingshi fell asleep. Lu Zhou looked at his birth palace happily for a little longer. "All right, let's sprout my 12th leaf," Lu Zhou muttered to himself as he raised his hand. Following that, his avatar appeared above his lotus. It was his first time forming the Divine Soul Pearl earlier, but he was already familiar with sprouting leaves. When the circle of light appeared around the avatar's waist, he could tell the sprouting process would be smooth. Subsequently, he brought out his blue avatar. Golden! Lu Zhou was puzzled when he saw his blue avatar. Lu Zhou looked at the life palace in front of him. He was still very happy and was not affected at all. Next is to open the 12th leaf. He raised his palm and his avatar appeared on the lotus seat. It was his first time condensing the heavenly soul, but he was already familiar with the process of opening the leaf. When a circle appeared on the waist of his Dharma body, Lu Zhou knew that the process of opening the leaf was also very smooth. Then, he took out his blue Dharma body. When he saw the color of the blue Dharma body, Lu Zhou revealed a puzzled look. Golden. To be precise, the lotus and the avatar had all turned golden with only blue electric arcs buzzing around them. Why did the color change? Is this another effect of the divine soul pearl? Lu Zhou unleashed a lotus. It was golden and flashing with blue electric arcs. Did it merge before this? It seemed like his golden avatar had influenced or merged with his blue avatar. Lu Zhou sensed the strength of the blue avatar. The strength did not decrease. Instead, it seemed to have become slightly stronger. There was no problem with its mobility as well. In fact, it was much better. It seemed like forming the divine soul pearl had affected the blue avatar as well. However, why did it turn all gold? Even if they fused, shouldn't it be half golden and half blue? Lu Zhou was puzzled. If I had a black lotus, wouldn't it mean it would turn completely black? As soon as this thought appeared in Lu Zhou's mind, the blue avatar turned black immediately. Lu Zhou frowned. I was just casually thinking. Don't fucking mess around. I'd rather it turn white. Okay? Following that, the avatar turned white immediately. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. So I can freely change its colors now? Lu Zhou began to test it out. As expected, he easily changed his avatar's color from white to gold to red to purple and to green. Finally, it returned to blue. No matter what color it was, the buzzing blue electric arcs were there, making it look even more majestic and domineering. There were various colors of lotuses. The jade green lotus was originally green. In any case, his blue lotus was unique. Was his avatar the perfect avatar? Lu Zhou felt inexplicably excited. This new ability would help him to hide his identity. With this, he no longer had to use concealment cards. He called up the system interface to have a look. As expected, the concealment card had dimmed. Late at night, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky from the golden avatar. Chun Fu, who was in the southern ancient building, sensed the movement. With a flash, he appeared in the night sky and looked in the direction of the eastern mountain. The light of a 12-leaf saint? Chun Fu frowned. Brother Lu, you're too anxious. Chun Fu did not understand why Lu Zhou was in such a hurry to sprout his leaf instead of forming his divine soul pearl first. What a pity! What a pity! Nonetheless, Chun Fu did not disturb Lu Zhou. After all, cultivators who just sprouted leaves needed time to stabilize their cultivation base. Chun Fu returned to his room and regulated his breathing. He tried to soothe his injuries by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. After that, he let out a long sigh as he muttered, I'm like a clay figure crossing the river now. I can't even protect myself, but I still have the time to care about other people's matters. Who knows if I'll wake up tomorrow? The next morning, Chun Fu's attendant voice rang from outside. Senior Lu, Saint Chun invites you over to discuss the Tao. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and glanced at his golden avatar only to find it had already vanished. Buzz! With a flick of his sleeve, it appeared again. The first thing he looked at was naturally the lotus. As expected, there was an extra leaf. The 12th leaf sprouted so easily? The process was unbelievably smooth. He had been meditating on the heavenly writing, so he did not know when exactly the 12th leaf sprouted. Nonetheless, he was very satisfied with the result. Lu Zhou put away the golden avatar and got ready to meet Chun Fu. Although Chun Fu might not be as good as him, Chun Fu was far more experienced and knowledgeable. Even if Chun Fu's methods were not suitable for him, it was always better to know more. All right, Lu Zhou replied. When Lu Zhou reappeared outside, he saw the young attendant standing respectfully. The young attendant looked at Lu Zhou and said, Congratulations on sprouting the 12th leaf, Senior Lu. Oh, you know about it? Lu Zhou asked. When sprouting the 12th leaf, the saint light will appear. I think everyone knows about it, the young attendant replied. It's so exaggerated? Lu Zhou wanted to keep a low profile. He did not expect sprouting the 12th leaf would produce such an exaggerated effect. The young attendant said again, Senior Lu, Saint Chun is waiting for you on the circular platform. Lead the way, Lu Zhou said as he walked forward with his hands on his back. When Lu Zhou arrived, he saw a stone table and 4 stone benches placed in an area above the circular platform. The view of the circular platform from there was excellent as well. The disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Autumn Dew Mountain were scattered around the circular platform, discussing cultivation and sparring with each other. The scene looked rather harmonious. When Chun Fu saw Lu Zhou walking over, he said, "Congratulations." Lu Zhou took the seat across from Chun Fu before he said, "It's only the 12th leaf. It's not worth mentioning." Chun Fu said, "This isn't an ordinary leaf. After becoming a birth chart expert, one can sprout a leaf after activating 12 birth charts. One leaf is equivalent to 6 birth charts. After activating 36 birth charts, one would become a supreme being. Hence, 1,000 realms whirling cultivators have 12 leaves at most." Lu Zhou nodded. He had known this from Yu Shangrong's path of severing the lotus. After he sprouted his 12th leaf, he did not have time to sense the changes in his cultivation, so he did not know how strong he had grown. After he formed his divine soul pearl, he inexplicably felt that everything was as it should be, as though it was a matter of course. His emotions seemed calmer than before as well. Chun Fu asked, "However, why didn't you form your divine soul pearl first, Brother Lu? If you sprout your 12th leaf first before forming your divine soul pearl, it would be almost impossible to form your divine soul pearl." "Don't worry," Lu Zhou said. Chun Fu could not forget the saint light he saw last night, and he thought about it the entire night. Hence, despite being an unflappable saint, he said, "No, I just feel sorry for you." "Sorry?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. "Like I said before, there are many advantages to having a divine soul pearl. You can switch between the divine soul pearl and your birth charts, and it's much stronger than the birth charts alone. To give up on it is no different from cutting off one of your arms. In the future, even if you become a great saint or a Tao saint, you'll be among the weaker ones." "Brother Lu, you were too impulsive," Chun Fu said with a regretful expression on his face. "You've misunderstood," Lu Zhou said. "Misunderstood?" Lu Zhou said truthfully, "I've already formed my divine soul pearl." "Brother Lu, are you joking?" Chun Fu asked. "Buzz." Lu Zhou did not bother to waste words on such trivial matters, so he directly manifested his lotus. When Chun Fu saw the concentric rings and the circular area, he frowned. Then, Lu Zhou brought his dazzling divine soul pearl with just a thought. "This isn't a fake divine soul pearl." Lu Zhou activated his divine soul pearl. The divine soul pearl lit up like the sun immediately, illuminating everything within a radius of a few miles. The disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Autumn Dew Mountain instinctively raised their heads and looked at the dazzling light source above the circular platform. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the divine soul pearl rose up into the sky, looking even more like the sun. The divine soul pearl circled above the circular platform for a moment before it flew back and landed on the lotus seat. Then it dimmed and returned to its original appearance. Chun Fu was stunned. The disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Autumn Dew Mountain were also stunned by this scene. Even Mingxirin, who was sleeping in the forest, raised his head to have a look before he muttered sleepily, "Even if everything burns, I won't care." Mingxirin had learned from his mistakes. He would not meddle. Chun Fu was stunned silent for a long time before he finally said, "Unbelievable." "What's so unbelievable?" Lu Zhou asked. "Like I said before, forming a divine soul pearl usually takes 3 to 5 months at least and 3 to 5 years at most. Only one night has passed. This is illogical." Chun Fu kept shaking his head. "To be precise, it took 2 hours. Lu Zhou said. "Why is that?" Chun Fu was perplexed. "Perhaps I'm just part of a very talented group of people," Lu Zhou said. He could only explain it this way. "Brother Lu, have you started to form your divine soul pearl before this?" Chun Fu asked. This was the only reason he could come up with. After a while, he said again, "No, if you were in the process of forming it, the saint light wouldn't change from the last time I saw it. Buzz, at this time, A halo appeared behind Lu Zhou. The brightness was 100 times stronger than the last time Chen Fu saw it. Everyone's attention was attracted by Lu Zhou again. They narrowed their eyes and looked at the hard-to-miss brilliance. Similarly, Mingshi squinted his eyes and looked at the dazzling light. Fortunately, dense leaves grew around him, blocking the piercing light. However, he could still sense the power from the light. Mingshi frowned. So dazzling. Who's acting so pretentious? As the only great saint in Great Han, Chen Fu had experienced countless things in his long years, so his state of mind is extraordinary. His control over his emotions, unlike humans in the secular world, was also very good. Not many things could surprise him anymore. Even when faced with death and the arrival of the Great Void Emperor, he was able to remain calm. However, now, seeing Lu Zhou bathed in the saint light, he could not suppress the shock in his heart. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of talented cultivators. Chen Fu had seen many heaven-defying cultivators who managed to enter the mystic enlightening realm and sprout 5 leaves in a day and entered the 1,000 realms whirling stage in a year. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Lu Zhou who could form a divine soul pearl in 2 hours. In the end, Mingshi could not help but fly out of the forest. He appeared near the circular platform, thinking to himself, I want to see who dares to show off in Fragrant Valley. Mingshi looked in the direction where the light shone the brightest and saw his master bathed in the light from the halo. Mingshi was briefly stunned. Following that, his expression turned to one of respect as he muttered, No wonder, only master alone is so glorious. On the high platform, Lu Zhou put away the halo while the others had yet to recover from their shock. Finally, Chen Fu said, I'm truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, Humans' knowledge is limited to begin with. Their horizons are narrow. There's no need to blame yourself for this. Chen Fu asked, puzzled, Did you really follow the conventional method of forming the divine soul pearl? Of course, Lu Zhou said as he brought out the slip of paper that Chen Fu had given him before he tossed it to Yu Zhenghai, who was standing on the circular platform. Then he said, Pass this method to the others. You'll all need it in the future. Yu Zhenghai bowed and said, Thank you, master. Little Yuaner flew over from the distance and landed next to Yu Zhenghai. She said, Eldest senior brother, give it to me. Give it to me. Chen Fu's eyes fell on little Yuaner. He remembered her 20 birth charts and said, I'm afraid this little girl's talent is only second to Brother Lu. I really envy you. Chen Fu thought that if he had such a talented and most importantly, obedient disciple, he would not have any regrets even if his time was up. He glanced at his own disciples from the corners of his eyes, whom he had carefully selected from all over Great Han. Each of them was a dragon among men, but why did they not look up to par now? He sighed inwardly. As expected, all good children belong to other families. Lu Zhou shook his head. You're wrong. This disciple of mine is far more talented than I am. Lu Zhou called out, Yuaner. Master. Little Yuaner rushed over immediately. She bowed and said, Greetings, Saint Chen. Chen Fu grinned, feeling his mood improve. He said, There's no need to be so polite. Lu Zhou asked, How many years have you cultivated with me? Little Yuaner scratched her head and said, I can't remember. It should be 20 years before we entered the ancient formation in the unknown land. Then, more than 100 years passed in the ancient formation. Chen Fu. More than 100 years in an ancient formation, and 20 years before that? If one didn't count the years in the ancient formation, is this the kind of talent that should belong to a human? Lu Zhou nodded and said, Among my disciples, you're the laziest. You have to work harder if you want to surpass your second senior brother. Chen Fu frowned and asked, There's someone even better than her? It's not better talent-wise. However, my second disciple is very diligent and good at cultivating. He knows how to use his time wisely. This girl is only good because of her talent. When it comes to being hardworking, she's at the bottom in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Chen Fu coughed. He could not bear to listen anymore. He had once instilled a philosophy in his disciples. To succeed in cultivation, hard work accounted for 90% while talent only accounted for 10%. Little Yuaner said, aggrieved, Master, I've been working very hard. Master, if you allow me, I'll return and activate my 21st birth chart immediately. Since I've already fully opened my limit, the sooner I activate my birth charts, the better. Fully opened her limit? Chun Fu frowned slightly and asked solemnly, You said you've completely opened your limit? Little Yuaner nodded. That's right. Why? Can I have a look? Chun Fu asked. This? Little Yuaner glanced at her master. When she saw her master nodding, she let out an "oh" before she brought her lotus. 36 birth chart zones were arranged neatly on the birth palace, and 20 of them shone dazzlingly. Chun Fu. Indeed, this is an inhuman talent who has completely unlocked the limit. Brother Lu, this disciple of yours. Chun Fu really wished he could be shameless and ask Lu Zhou for his disciple. Naturally, he knew this was impossible, so he could only sigh. A good disciple is always someone else's disciple, Chun Fu lamented inwardly. Little girl, someone who manages to fully unlock their limit is 1 in a million. Remember not to be impatient. The road of cultivation is long. You only lived 20 years and 100 years in the ancient formation. If it weren't for your master, I'd find this hard to believe, Chun Fu said. Oh, Little Yuaner nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Saint Chun. I'll try to be as slow as possible. I'll open the next birth chart in a few days' time then. At this time, Lu Zhou said, This girl has been recognized by the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction, so her cultivation speed will only be faster in the future. Chun Fu had almost forgotten about this. He nodded and said, All right, it seems like the Evil Sky Pavilion will have a Dao Saint soon. Upon hearing this, Little Yuaner asked in confusion, Shouldn't it be a supreme being since I've fully unlocked my limit? Chun Fu shook his head and said, Even if you've fully unlocked your limit, you'll only be a great Dao Saint with 26 birth charts. To become a supreme being requires luck and a high comprehension of the Dao. Naturally, you can ignore these if you have the Great Void Seed. For normal cultivators, becoming a supreme being is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I have the Great Void Seed, Little Yuaner said. Chun Fu was taken aback. Lu Zhou nodded and waved his hand. All right, there's nothing for you here. You may leave. Yes. Little Yuaner obediently left the high platform. Then Lu Zhou said, It's true that she has the Great Void Seed. That's why I've never been worried about her cultivation. Chun Fu looked at Little Yuaner and said in a grave tone, You made the right choice coming to Fragrant Valley. If the Great Void finds out about her existence, they'll do whatever it takes to obtain her. Lu Zhou nodded. Fragrant Valley is indeed an excellent place. Chun Fu swept his gaze across the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and asked, Among the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion, who has the worst talent? Chun Fu switched to this topic in hopes of calming down after the series of shocking revelations. Lu Zhou pointed at one of his disciples and said, My third disciple, Duanmusheng. What's his cultivation like? Chun Fu asked. Duanmusheng is the most hardworking among all my disciples. He cultivates the Divine One technique, but his talent is quite poor and his progress is quite slow. His strength is rather weak and his general strength should be that of a venerable master, Lu Zhou said very objectively. Although Chun Fu was a great saint, he did not look down on venerable masters. Even a venerable master has the worst talent in the Evil Sky Pavilion? At this moment, Chun Fu recalled Duanmusheng's fight with his disciple and said, That's right, he's a diabolical cultivator. Lu Zhou scoffed slightly and said, It's all human prejudice. Those labeled as diabolical cultivators are simply just those who don't conform to what society thinks is right. However, his body holds a large amount of corrosive energy, which is destructive, Chun Fu said. All power is destructive. Is everyone a diabolical cultivator then? Lu Zhou asked. Chun Fu nodded upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, clearly in agreement with Lu Zhou's words. He said, "Very good. I like this. Everyone is a diabolic cultivator. Or perhaps there are no diabolic cultivators in this world. Like you said, it's just a construct born from human prejudice." Lu Zhou said, "In the Golden Lotus domain, many people called me a devil in the past. They said I cultivated the diabolic path. At that time, the evil sky pavilion was infamous. However, now many people call the evil sky pavilion the Saint Sky Pavilion. It can be seen that some things can change." Chen Fu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he coughed twice and his chest began to heave heavily. His complexion looked more and more sickly. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou said, "Stretch out your hand." Chen Fu placed his hand on the stone table. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on Chen Fu's wrist to check Chen Fu's pulse and sense the changes in Chen Fu's body. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. He could clearly sense a unique force in Chen Fu's body that was constantly eroding Chen Fu's life. This force that was not strong was like a chronic poison. Previously, when he tried to heal Chen Fu, the force was able to resist the Blue Lotus healing effect. It was quite extraordinary. As expected of the Great Void Emperor, Lu Zhou said. Chen Fu calmly said, "The Emperor has a profound understanding of the Tao and knows many laws between heaven and earth. To him, this is nothing. A supreme being is also a human. They all have their weaknesses." Lu Zhou said, "Don't worry. If you die, I will use the resurrection scroll on you. If you're alive, I will continue to find different methods to heal you. So I'm just a guinea pig." Chen Fu looked at Lu Zhou and solemnly asked, "Brother Lu, can you seriously answer a question? Please speak. Are you planning to make an enemy out of the Great Void?" Chen Fu asked. The Great Void's power was self-evident. Even as the only great saint in the Twin Lotus domain, the 9 domains, Chen Fu could not stand against the Great Void. The Great Void and the 9 domains were in completely different leagues. Based on his interaction with Lu Zhou, Chen Fu could clearly feel Lu Zhou's deep hatred for the Great Void. Moreover, it was not hatred that accumulated overnight. Lu Zhou said, "It's the Great Void who wants to make an enemy out of me." Although Chen Fu was mentally prepared, he was still surprised by Lu Zhou's boldness and calmness when stating such words. After all, even if all the cultivators in the 9 domains were to unite, in the Great Void's eyes, they were just a motley crew of cultivators. Chen Fu sighed, "When humans stand against the heavens, there'd be many casualties. Are you confident?" Lu Zhou pointed at his disciples on the circular platform and said, "This is the source of my confidence." "Them?" Chen Fu shook his head. "I admit they're highly talented, but do you think that they'll be able to become supreme beings just by cultivating 8 to 10 years in Fragrant Valley and fight against the Great Void? 8 to 10 years? Lu Zhou's voice darkened as he said, "If that's not enough, then 100 years, and if that's still not enough, then 1,000 years." Chen Fu was slightly influenced by Lu Zhou's spirit. He said, "It's good to be confident. However, the Great Void will eventually find us. Fragrant Valley is indeed an excellent place. However, it's not 100% hidden. There are many capable people in the 10 halls who can find us." At this moment, Lu Zhou recalled he still had a card. It was his most precious item card. Then he said, "I'll kill whoever dares to come." If it was yesterday, Chen Fu would have thought Lu Zhou was a madman. However, after learning that Lu Zhou formed his divine soul pearl in 2 hours, he did not think so. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I choose to believe you." Then Chen Fu rose to his feet. The attendant hurriedly stepped forward to support Chen Fu, and the 2 of them turned around and left. Lu Zhou watched his disciples for a while. When he felt bored, he finally returned to the ancient building. Lu Zhou spent his time studying healing techniques apart from cultivating. He tried to use the scripture of sermons to see if he could find anything, but every time, he would have horrifying dreams and see the square merit stone. What's this merit stone exactly? Lu Zhou wondered out loud. Although the scripture of sermons used to belong to Lu Tiantong was just a venerable master. He definitely wasn't powerful enough to control the scripture of sermons. Then whose voice was it I heard? It must be the unholy one. As the saying went, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. The unholy one was an enemy of the great void. Lu Zhou thought that if he could find the unholy one would definitely be a great help. Moreover, based on what he had seen and heard in the scripture of sermons, he could tell that he and the unholy one shared many similar insights. He had gained much from the scripture of sermons as well. He thought that even if they could not be friends, it was not impossible for them to form an alliance. Is the unholy one really dead? Lu Zhou wondered. How could a person targeted by the 10 halls of the Great Void, someone who made everyone tremble in fear, be ordinary? Lu Zhou sighed. There aren't many people in this world that I'm fond of. You can count as being one of them. After collecting his thoughts, he brought out his divine soul pearl and practiced with it for a while. He planned to make full use of his time in Fragrant Valley. Based on Chen Fu's words, there were many experts in the 10 halls of Great Void, so they would find Fragrant Valley eventually. He had to raise his cultivation during this limited time. Upgrade card. This was undoubtedly one of the item cards that could greatly raise his cultivation. Every time he upgraded the system, he would obtain extraordinary power. The only drawback was that the upgrade card took too long, and he would be completely cut off from the world during the upgrading process. It would be troublesome if something happened during that time, and he could not make a move. Lu Zhou hesitated. He did not know if he should use the upgrade card or not. He sensed the situation in Fragrant Valley. Then he looked at the building he was in. It was simple and crude and stood in an open space, making him feel insecure. Lu Zhou looked at the description for the upgrade card. After using the upgrade card, it would take 100 years to upgrade the system. Following that, a system notification rang in a timely manner. Ding! Would you like to use the upgrade card? Lu Zhou decisively chose no. 100 years is a bit of a scam. It's a pity I didn't get the upgrade card earlier. Otherwise, I could have used it in the ancient formation. Lu Zhou originally planned to cultivate in the Fragrant Valley for 10 years. With his disciples' talents and cultivation bases, they should be able to become saints within that time. 100 years. My disciples' cultivation aside, the Great Void would have found this place by then. It's too dangerous. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou put away the upgrade card. It was best to wait until he encountered a similar ancient time formation before he used this item card. Since that's the case, I'll activate my next birth chart. With that, Lu Zhou brought his lotus and the life heart of the iron-armored divine beast. Then, he decisively placed the life heart into his birth palace. At the same time, the scales of justice in front of the sacred temple's main hall began to move. Xuanyi Palace's Li Chun flew over and landed in front of the scales of justice. Then, he bowed in the direction of the main hall and asked, "What are your orders?" A voice rang from inside the hall. "I heard that you went to Great Han?" Li Chun was inwardly surprised upon hearing this question. Outwardly, he smiled and said, "Yes." And Li Chun smiled and said, "Xuanyi Palace has always been on bad terms with the Two-Way Palace. Since the Temple Master has always preferred using the Silver Guards over the Dark Guards, perhaps you should ask them about this." There was no reply. It was extremely quiet. Finally, Li Chun, who felt pressured by the silence, said, "The White Emperor's people went to Autumn Dew Mountain." The silence continued. Among the 10 halls in the Great Void, Xuanyi Palace and Two-Way Hall had always been on bad terms. The two halls had been amassing strength and talent, growing the numbers of the Dark Guards and the Silver Guards. The strange thing was that the Sacred Temple had never cared nor asked about this matter. For this reason, the 10 halls thought that this was one of the ways the Sacred Hall maintained its position at the top. It did not matter how big a ruckus they caused. In fact, the bigger the ruckus, the better. Finally, a puzzled voice rang from inside the hall. "The White Emperor?" The 4 emperors have long stopped asking about matters of the Great Void. I have no idea why the White Emperor would suddenly appear. In any case, I have no choice but to give up on the disciples of Autumn Dew Mountain. Li Chun said, "I'm afraid Dao St. Jiang has the same intention, right?" Jiang Wenshu has another mission. Oh! Li Chun maintained the smile on his face and said, Dao St. Jiang is a really busy man. The voice from the hall darkened considerably. In the past, no matter how fierce the conflict was between the halls, I didn't say anything. However, during the period of imbalance, please restrain yourselves. Li Chun did not dare to be careless. He cupped his fists in the direction of the hall and said, Since the Emperor has given the order, how dare I disobey? The voice turned gentle again. Since the Silver Guards have been annihilated, I'll have to trouble the Dark Guards to patrol the 10 Pillars of Destruction. Li Chun frowned slightly, and his expression was a little unnatural. Nonetheless, he still said, Of course. After accepting this mission, Li Chun left the sacred temple. Li Chun finally came to a stop in the sky when he was 100 miles north of the sacred temple. He turned to look back and muttered to himself, What a sly old fox. He has to ask for our help when there are so many experts in the sacred temple. Li Chun scoffed in dissatisfaction before he tore through space and disappeared. In the sacred temple's main hall, a white-clad elder sat cross-legged in the air. His figure was slightly translucent. He suddenly opened his eyes and called out, Hua Zhenghong. What are your orders, Temple Master? Only a voice could be heard. No one could be seen at all. I need to leave for a while. I'll leave the temple to you. Farewell, great Emperor. The elderly figure vanished into thin air. Following that, what looked like a meteor streaked in the sky, flying toward the endless ocean. Lan Shihe, who was hovering above Chongguang Hall, saw this, and an expression of awe appeared on her face immediately. She murmured, If I'm a supreme being, perhaps, I can also fly freely in the galaxy. 15 minutes later, the white-clad old man appeared above the endless ocean. Then, he stepped on the surface of the sea as though he was stepping on the ground. With each step he took, a halo would appear. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared under the surface of the sea. The white-clad old man came to a stop and placed his hands on his back. At the same time, a halo appeared on his body. It expanded until it illuminated a radius of 1,000 miles. The surface of the sea began to churn furiously, stirring up waves into the sky. However, no matter how violently the sea surged, the old man remained dry. When the shadow at the bottom sea drew close to the surface, the white-clad old man asked sternly, Why are you so stubborn? The waves continued to surge. Even if you keep circling the great void for another 100 years, the results would be the same, the white-clad old man said. Whoosh! The seawater surged up. Then, an immense sea beast the size of the earth broke the surface of the sea and lifted the white-clad old man up into the sky. The white-clad tapped his foot lightly on the sea beast's back. Boom! In just an instant, the sea beasts fell back into the sea. Even if your body is invulnerable, there'll be a day when you die. The great void can't help you, humans can't help you. You've helped the humans maintain the balance for 100,000 years. I hope you'll take care of yourself. Buzz. With that, the white-clad old man disappeared. Kuan roared angrily, causing the seawater to rise into the sky. After 2 hours, a huge island was anchored in the middle of the vast ocean. Several floating islands could be seen above it. A resplendent palace stood on the highest island. Buzz! The white-clad old man appeared above the palace. He stood with his hands on his back, and his expression was calm. Before long, a voice rang from the palace. What's the matter that the emperor had to personally come here? Following that, a figure appeared in the sky. It belonged to a middle-aged man. The white-clad old man asked, White Emperor, how have you been? The White Emperor said with a smile, I've been well. Thank you for your concern, Great Void Emperor. I heard that your people have appeared in the unknown land. I'm here to verify it, the white-clad old man said. Oh? You could have just sent one of your 4 divine lords over to inquire about this matter. Is there a need for you to personally come here? I'm afraid my humble abode can't accommodate a figure like you, the White Emperor said. Am I unwelcomed? The Great Void Emperor frowned. That's not it, the White Emperor said. Regarding the matter you wanted to verify, it's a matter someone entrusted me with. Back then, you left the Great Void for no reason and no longer had any contact with the Great Void. Who could it be? The White Emperor smiled. I won't tell you. Oh, the Great Void Emperor shook his head before he said again. You gave someone a jade token to enter the Great Abyss land. Does that also have something to do with the matter entrusted to you? That's right. You sent someone to Zwilla, shocking some people and making things easy for some people. This also has something to do with that. That's right. You also sent someone to Great Han to stop Xuani Palace's Li Chun because someone told you to do so? The Great Void Emperor asked. After asking 3 questions in a row, his voice was still calm. No one would be able to tell if he was happy or angry. Unlike the first 2 times, this time, the White Emperor hesitated briefly before he said, That's right. Who's he? The Great Void Emperor really could not think of anyone who would have the courage to ask the White Emperor to do such things. The White Emperor laughed before he said teasingly, Are you worried? The Great Void Emperor looked at the White Emperor silently. After the White Emperor stopped laughing, he pointed at one of the floating islands in the sky and said, Look at that. How beautiful is it? The Great Void Emperor remained expressionless. The White Emperor continued to say, Look at the water. How clear is it? All of a sudden, the Great Void Emperor said, You've had a breakthrough. The White Emperor smiled. After a moment, he looked at the Temple Master of the Sacred Hall, the Great Void Emperor, and finally said, He's a young genius. He's the most talented cultivator I've ever seen. The Great Void Emperor's expression finally changed. He said, Ask him to come out and meet me. No, the White Emperor shook his head. If what you said is true, I'll teach him everything so he can become my successor in the sacred temple. The Great Void Emperor said calmly. However, his voice carried a sound wave that swept out into the sky and the islands. The White Emperor laughed heartily. Then he said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This child has great foresight and insight. He has a unique understanding about the pursuit of life. Although everyone yearns to join the Great Void, I'm afraid he's not the same. The Great Void Emperor shook his head slightly. White Emperor, if you want to return to the Great Void, I naturally won't say anything for old time's sake. There's no need for you to make up a person who doesn't exist to deceive me. The White Emperor replied, You need to learn how to trust others. Only then will the 10 halls obediently follow the sacred temple. Upon hearing this, the Great Void Emperor frowned for a moment. When his frown eased, he asked with a sigh, Am I wrong for trying to maintain the balance of the world? Yes. The pillars of destruction are the foundation of the world. You meddled in affairs regarding them. Do you think I shouldn't ask about it? Of course you should. Then, tell me why. The Great Void Emperor's voice suddenly turned cold. The White Emperor said, You're back to this question again. My answer is still the same. Someone told me to do it. The White Emperor knew the Great Void Emperor would not leave easily without a satisfying answer. He sighed and said, If I want to return to the Great Void, I'd look for you directly. There's no need for me to beat around the bush. Although the Great Void is a paradise that everyone yearns for, it's not something I like or yearn for. The sky here is blue, and the water is clear. People live and work in peace here. It's not worse than the Great Void. The Great Void Emperor looked around his surroundings. The place here was very different from the past. It was exquisite, elegant, and peaceful. The surface of the sea was relatively calm, and there were not many powerful fierce beasts within a radius of 1,000 miles. When the Great Void Emperor saw a few strange circles on the surface of the sea, he asked, Did he repair the ancient formation on the Lost Island? Not bad, right? The White Emperor said. At this point, the Great Void Emperor began to believe that the White Emperor did not make up the young genius. Ancient formations that existed since the birth of heaven and earth were very complicated and difficult to understand. Are you really not going to let me meet him? The Great Void Emperor asked. I'm sorry, the White Emperor said as he gestured for the Great Void Emperor to leave. Please. The great Void Emperor looked around him and did not see anyone. Finally, he said, "Forget it. Farewell, Your Majesty," the White Emperor said with a smile. He was very firm with his stance. The great Void Emperor turned around. He did not look back as he said in a stern voice, "Keep you people in line." Buzz. The space seemed to be torn apart before the great Void Emperor vanished into thin air. The White Emperor looked at the empty. After a long time, he finally said, "You've been listening for so long. Come out." With this, a man dressed in fine clothes wearing a dark red mask walked out from behind a huge rock on the island. With a light tap, he flew next to the White Emperor and looked at the sky. The two stood side by side. The man asked, "The great Void Emperor wants to recruit me?" The White Emperor glanced at him and smiled. "Are you tempted?" "I'm indeed tempted," the young man replied. "However, since you saved me, how can I betray you so easily?" The White Emperor sighed as he looked into the distance and said, "There's nothing here for you. Your talent is unprecedented. If you stay on the Lost Island, your talents will only be buried here. Perhaps the Great Void Emperor is right. The Great Void is where you can display your talent and put it to good use." A trace of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes upon hearing these words. He did not expect the White Emperor to say such words. After a moment, he asked, "What's the name of the Great Void Emperor?" "His original name is Xianxia. He replaced the original Great Emperor and became the leader of the 5 emperors," the White Emperor said. "Replaced? That's a long time ago, there was another emperor high above the 5 emperors. He was born along with the heavens and earth, but later he disappeared," the White Emperor said. "After that, the 10 halls of the Great Void were born. The 10 masters of the halls appeared and ruled over the world, maintaining the balance. Xianxia progressed rapidly and his understanding of the Tao and the laws was very good. After the land split, Xianxia founded the sacred temple and ruled over the 10 halls and the balance of heaven and earth." The young man nodded. "I see. Then, the 10 halls had no objections at that time. Xianxia understands laws from the great Tao and holds the scales of justice. He's the only one closest to breaking the shackles," the White Emperor said. The young man shook his head and said, "I don't think he's that powerful." "Oh," the White Emperor smiled. He really liked hearing the young scholar next to him talk about things. The young man continued to say, "All humans are restricted by the shackles of heaven and earth. From ancient times until now, all cultivators have been trying to break the shackles. The essence of cultivation is to become stronger and increase one's lifespan. However, I've read through tens of thousands of books on Lost Island, and not one of the almighty experts or divine beasts managed to break the shackles. Emperor Ming, she took advantage of favorable situations and rose to the peak. However, I think his vision is not very broad." The White Emperor laughed and said, "Continue." The young man said, "When did the Pillars of Destruction appear? Why did they appear?" Ancient records said that after the land split, giving birth to the 9 domains, 10 pillars appeared to support the Great Void. Strangely, not one person had witnessed those scenes of the pillars emerging. Did the 10 pillars appear out of thin air? Obviously not. The Great Void spent many years investigating the reason for the pillars' appearance, but they couldn't find anything. As the leader of the 5 emperors, Xianxia wants to maintain the balance and dominate the world. More than anyone else, he should have paid more attention to this matter. The White Emperor nodded and asked, "In your opinion, how did the Pillars of Destruction come into being?" The young man replied, "I once carefully drew the complete map of the Great Void and the 9 domains. At that time, I made a shocking discovery." The White Emperor's eyes lit up immediately. "Continue." "The 9 domains are connected to the unknown land. Not one of the domains can be missing. If even one domain collapses, the world will lose its balance and become unstable. Only the loss of the Great Void would not cause any harm to the world," the young man said. "What do you mean?" "The sky can collapse without any consequences to the world," the young man said. The White Emperor said, Everyone says the great void in the sky can't collapse. Otherwise, the world will collapse and countless lives will be lost. The young man scoffed and shook his head. I have another shocking discovery. Please speak. The White Emperor truly found the young man likable and could not help but use the word, please. In fact, with his status, there was no need for him to do this. The young man said, a long, long time ago, Mount Halcyon was once the Great Void, and the Lost Island was also once the Great Void. The White Emperor was stunned. He looked at the Lost Island where he had lived for many years before he shifted his gaze to his surroundings. The young man could tell the White Emperor did not believe him, hence, he continued to say, I've been to Mount Halcyon before. There were 10 bottomless holes there. The Lost Island has 5 islands, and each island has 2 bottomless holes. Previously, when both of us went to the Pillar of Destruction to look at its external and internal structure, I coincidentally discovered that their structures were similar to the pillar.